ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another day here at the WePlay Academy League. We are on week 2 and we cannot wait to get going because we're going to get a first look at some of the teams that are really yet to get going, Ted, and that is of course FURIA Academy and fnatic Rise, and I for one am very excited, mate. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, you know, it feels like it's what, the 7th day, the 8th day of the group stage, and 8th day, and we get to see 2 of the teams for the first time, and it's 2 of the teams that actually made it into the playoffs of the previous season. So I guess we can't help ourselves but to be really excited about this day, because you know those are 2 of the teams that can, in my opinion, still make it into the playoffs, and that are 2 of the huge favorites to actually try and contest MOUZ NXT and Big Academy's reign.
Yeah, they're definitely wildcards and they're going to be thrown into the mix throughout this week. But before we jump into this week's action, we're going to take a quick look at what happened yesterday. Of course, Sunday, not a day of rest, it was a day of action, and starting us off in the action, it was WePlay Prospects taking on MOUZ NXT, and this game, from the very beginning, it looked like MOUZ NXT were gonna run away with it. It was a nice little bit of a comeback though from Prospects, who made a very, very good account of themselves against our current and only WePlay champions.
Yeah, considering that 0-0 Prospects did manage to beat MOUZ NXT earlier on in the competition on Mirage, I expected them to be able to actually put up a fight here because they would be feeling a little bit better going into this matchup. It's not an unknown entity. You know these guys, you know they can bleed, you know they're human, but MOUZ NXT, they played a really good matchup, arguably one of the best matchups we've seen so far individually from them. We had Shane and Shui exploding towards that A-bomb side. They've had some massive moments, some massive plays. MHO played a good map as well. Exertion and Impa had. They didn't really have to do that much because of the really good performance of the rest, but when they needed to, they delivered. And MOUZ NXT, even though there was that sloppy moment in the middle part of the game where 0-0 Prospects did start winning some rounds, they managed to close it out in a pretty comfortable fashion.
Pretty comfortable was exactly the way that I was going to describe this first half from Young Ninjas. Completely in the driver's seat, and they didn't look like they were going to be toppled whatsoever by an Apeks Rebels side that really struggle against a lot of the competition here throughout the WePlay Academy League. But we were looking at this, I believe it was that first round there, 11-0, finally went to 11-1, a 12-3 half, and all of a sudden, Apeks Rebels, they started to find their feet. They started to really mount a bit of a comeback, and they gave us one of the closest games that we've seen them put up against any opponent, against any opposition so far in the Academy League. But in the end, it just wasn't enough, because Young Ninjas, they managed to battle back, but I don't think they're going to be overall satisfied with the way things played out, Ted.
No, absolutely, especially after you've allowed Apeks Rebels to have a chance to bounce back into this game. There's going to be a couple things to think about, but moving onto the CAS Derby, it was Navi Jr. taking on Spirit Academy, and myself and yourself, we were thinking, surely Navi Jr., after the 4-0 start that they had in the group stage, don't lose 2 games in a row. I mean, they played really well in the first 2 matchups. Hat-trick and Nipple were all over the place, but guess what? Our Frost and company, well, they had something else in mind. Spirit Academy played arguably, well, I can't say their best game so far because they played some insane games, but our Frost played one of his best games individually for sure, and Spirit did make Navi Jr. look pretty helpless on Vertigo.
Yeah, I think our Frosty finished 22-5, 96 ADR, 1.83 rating, and I mean, it was 3-3 at one stage, and well, that was the amount of rounds that Navi got. They finished on 16 to that score. Then we moved over into one of the matchups of the day, the second time that we were going to see MOUZ NXT play Astralis talent, and definitely one of the highlights of the event so far as well, in a must-win game really for both of these teams, because both of these right now, they're battling for a spot in the playoffs. If not, they're going to have to settle for a spot in the play-ins, and MOUZ NXT started really well out on that T side, 7 rounds unanswered, but it started getting a lot closer towards the end.
Yeah, it did, right? I mean, Astralis Talent is a team that has proven so far that they never give up. And once again, we're looking at that person, Fester. He's been the player of the tournament so far for the Danish side. And the fact that Astralis are able to bounce back into a game after they're down 7-1, being on the CT side of Nuke, and take MOUZ NXT to distance, and even in the end make it such a close game, that's insane. And Fessor, I'd like to highlight him as well because MOUZ, they played a good game. This is the first time we've seen them on Nuke in the tournament. And I think that we saw from MOUZ what we expected, but Astralis surprised me in a really pleasant way. The fact that they were able to bounce back into a game like that, the fact that Fessor was just able to kind of take the initiative and drag them all the way to victory, that was insane from him.
Yeah, and then our final and last game of the day, it was OG Academy versus ENCE Academy. A little bit of a rematch. These teams already faced off against each other on the exact same map as well in ENCE's opening game. And to open things up, ENCE started very well indeed. They really started to pull away from OG Academy, but they managed to pull it back. And I mean, we got to watch the first game, Ted, and it was really just a case of the T-sides did all the work, the majority of it, and it looks like that's exactly what happened in this last game as well. But once again, when we started getting into the later stages, it started going very, very close indeed, and it was really just the performances of Dementor, of Shake, and of Marix that really were the differentials in this final few rounds, as they managed to close it out one more time in the exact same scoreline, another 16-13 going in favor of OG Academy.
Yeah, and speaking about the battle for the playoffs and the play-ins, Astralis Talent actually topple the leaderboard in Group A. Now, yeah, they are the team that has played the most games, bar 0-0 Prospects. So potentially MOUZ NXT, Navi Junior, Spirit Academy, they might have something to say about it. But Astralis Talent up to this date, #1. But we are yet to see Fnatic Rising play, and I mean, it's the same case in Group B with FURIA as well. Fnatic Rising, they're gonna have, I'd say, the comfort of knowing where everyone's level is. You know what I mean? Like, there's no unknown entities for them. They have a lot of footage of everyone. They know what people like playing. They know how people react in different scenarios, and people don't know what to expect from them. It's pretty much the same over at Group B, where we're gonna take a look any moment now. Big Academy still undefeated in that group and still top of the board, but Young Nip, even though they've played a lot of games, I believe they are the team so far in the tournament that's played the most games. They are going to be handling that #2 spot. And OG Academy, actually, with only 1 loss and 5 victories, of course, in those 5, we're counting the two wins against the Young Gods who withdraw from the tournament. But OG Academy have actually looked pretty decent as well.
Yeah, they've come out with some pretty big performances. We'll jump into our first matchup of the day, and that's going to see Apeks Rebels take on ENCE Academy. Apeks Rebels, of course, they're still looking for their first victory. And Ted, we finally get to see a different map. Okay. It's not going to be Mirage. It's not going to be Vertigo. We get to see an Ancient. I'm very, very excited jumping into this one because it's not one I expected. Of course, we haven't seen ENCE on this map whatsoever. It's been Overpass or Mirage for them throughout this whole entire event. Apeks Rebels, they have only played it once in the last 3 months, so this is a little bit of an unknown entity. We're going into deep waters here. Maybe this is the change-up that Apeks Rebels need to get a result finally here in the WePlay Academy League. And well, you had to show me that. You had to show me that. It's a distant memory now. It's a distant memory. We miss it. We miss Train, but we're going to be jumping over it now into the jungle. And welcome to it. We're on Ancient.
Yeah, I read that so much. Apeks starting on the CT side, obviously Ancient nowadays not as CT-sided as it used to be, but it's still the most CT-sided in the map, CT-sided map in the pool, arguably. So Apeks would have a little bit of a slight advantage in the beginning. ENCE, though, picking up the pace early on towards middle. There's nobody to contest. In fact, Tapeware, he's all alone towards Donut. There's no one else to support him towards the A-bomb side.
Yeah, I mean, I wondered, does he just jump through that smoke and wait for his teammates? That's exactly what he's going to do. Might try and get a little bit fortunate with a little bit of spam, but strength is in numbers in this scenario, Ted. You give up the bomb plant, you give up the site, but you will be able to play this 5v5 retake together. Now, they have to try and clear out Donut here. This is a massive part of the map that they need if the retake is going to be successful. Starting things off, it's going to be trades left, right, and center, but it's going to be ENCE Academy coming out on top for the majority. But Berserk battles back. Milty on the back side finds the first back turn. Can he get the second? He lands the dink, and now he has to swap over. It's quicker than reloading. Berserk on 10 HP. Goes and acquires the kit, but he is running out the clock. He is running down the time, and Milty with a nice one tap to finish it off. ENCE Academy will take that T-pistol.
Oh, Milty once again with the double kill. Really good performance from him. Even though we said that this matchup is really important for both teams, right? Apeks Rebels yet to pick up a victory. They're 0-5. Well, 2 if you count the 2 victories that they get from Godsend's withdrawal. But and on the other hand, 2-4, 4-4 if you count the 2 Godsend games. So both of these teams actually not performing as well as they might want to. And I'd say that both teams actually have one player, or well, in ENCE Academy's case, 2 players that are actually the bright 2s in the shed, right? For Apeks Rebels, obviously you're gonna have Berserk. He's the man that's pretty much doing everything in the team, being the opener, being the entry, being the highest rated player. On the side of ENCE Academy though, MOUZ, I'm really glad he steps up early on because I expect something big from him, as well as Henu, your favorite.
I mean, Henu and MOUZ have really just been, I don't want to say the hard carries of the team, but they've definitely been pivotal and vital to the success of ENCE Academy throughout their victories here. YN is going to start things off with a kill in this round, of course. This is quite the investment from Apeks Rebels. They've got Sense on that M4. And he's just waiting for somebody to make their way into the cave. See if he can gobble up a kill or 2. And he might get his wish here because ENCE Academy, they're doubling back here. And they might make their way out towards this site. I mean, it's Serva that is elsewhere towards A. And if he continues to walk out, he might discover A is free. But in the meantime, the double push towards Chia is going to reward Apeks Rebels with a kill.
Oh, look at that from Serva though. He's already outdone. He knows. Yeah. He knows exactly what the idea is. He knows what the setup is. And now they have all the information in the world. And we actually could see a save. We should see a save from Apeks Rebels here. I mean, you've picked up another Galil. You have the M4. There is no reason to try and go for a round like that. There could be T-side players literally everywhere on the map. So thanks to that lurk there towards the A-bomb side, ENCE is going to win the round. And actually, Jack, I have some interesting news for you, by the way. I went through a Finnish lesson. Okay, I had our dear friend Otsu explain to me how to pronounce the nicknames of ENCE Academy's players. Right?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's Sirva.
Sirva. Okay.
Sirva. Yeah. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we really like the Eastern European accent is a little bit tough to kind of overlook, but yeah, it's kind of like not Serva but Sirva.
Sirva, yes. Okay.
Yeah, okay. And I'm not sure if there was something else specific. He tried to explain to me how to pronounce UC, but I didn't really understand it.
And you kept telling him he was wrong and saying no, it's juicy. It is.
No,
juicy.
I didn't. I actually don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. I'm gonna keep calling him Juicy, and when he does something sick, I'm just gonna call him Juicy and say nothing about it.
Well, it's been quite the juicy start for ENCE Academy. 2 rounds in a row. There's only 1 rifle saved on the Apeks Rebels side. Lucky for them, it is going to be the M4 on Sense, as we do see a tactical timeout for the first time. So, just ENCE Academy taking their sweet time, having a little bit of a discussion. And Ted, well, we are going to get a little bit of a privilege here because we are going to be jumping into the ENCE Academy TeamSpeak and see what all the talking is all about.
Rosi pääs. Mä shiftaan sitä oikeat. Tsekatkaa joku se vasen.
Lähteekö valon midi? Vaan. Sammut visi se.
Ei se on vissi, se on savuturahti vaan.
Sekin voi. Mulla on 1 valo yli tästä noin.
Sekos Donitsista saa sen.
Joo, mä pistän Donitsista savun tästä just.
Iso oli jäi.
Ja sitten Donitsi savu venakkaa. Pam CT kans.
Donitsi jäi.
Pam.
Savutin se edellä.
Mä oon maini siellä.
Kimota CT, valatin se varmaan yli.
Mulla on säätäin.
Mulla on maini.
Tujuis. Donitsi oli tullut mölle läpi. Ei sano asa, että se on vasemmalla siinä. Vasen Jussi.
Joo. Mulla on maini. Varoitte sitä ihan tosta läheltä.
Joo se.
Tiedä heikko.
Jep. Ei ottanut sitä asetta tosta.
Otte. Tai niinku oma goal.
Tulee kaikki sieltä jossakin.
Yksi vielä.
Tää vähän sun kanssa.
Onko se toinen? Nice.
Nice, Jussi.
Oikeesti.
Good job, bro.
Sitten boss.
Okay, apparently it's Juicy. I think we just heard it from the kitchen.
Sun piikka on midi instana. Laita savu siihen.
Well, It sounded a lot like Juicy to me, you know. I don't know. Like UC, it sounded like just a Finnish person or a Swedish person saying Juicy. Because
Well,
they don't,
yeah, but
they don't
that's
really
how they
pronounce
say
their
it.
J's correct. Yeah, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, another round up for grabs here for ENCE Academy, and it's the perfect start for Hen, who swings out towards middle. Galil takes down Brave. UC, well, he needs to be a little bit careful if Apeks Rebels want to look for that refrag. Not just yet. They decide to back away and play a little bit safer. Bodhi is holding, and Tapeware is going to jiggle right into his angle. Sense is going to swing wide. Bodhi gets a second, and surely that's another ENCE Academy round. VHW is in towards Cave, but the bomb is going to be planted very shortly. Berserk is way too far away. He picks up one kill, but now they know exactly where the Opera is, and they might just try and hunt him down. Molly forces VHW out of position, but Apeks Rebels still putting up a little bit of a fight in this round.
Yeah, the AWP should be going down any moment now, though. Oh, actually gets a chance, but Serva is gonna take him down, and that has to be the safe now for VHW. A little bit unfortunate for him. He was actually in a good position, but his entire team just goes down, and from the early entry to the moment that they really had to start peeking because they had no information on what's going on, you're in a man disadvantage. You need to have an idea on what's happening around the map. And ENCE Academy, they realized and understood that quite well. Just holding, waiting for the peaks. Lovely work from Pody. Picking up the double kill with the AWPT side engine, though. Might not be the easiest things in the game, but Pody surely doing a fine job at it. First couple rounds, and Apeks back to the lightly armored Deco Jack. Back to the pistols.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how a lot of these teams have adapted their ancient play. Of course, it's been quite a while since the changes. You know, they've had a lot of time to practice it, but they're probably not too used to it in an official setting. So this will be very intriguing to see.
Yeah.
Now, Berserk, he takes his time, lines it up, and why not if he's given the chance to? He just takes Milty's breath away there with another 1-dig. And man advantage here for Apeks Rebels. Sense has an AK to work with. And Berserk, he might find a little bit more. This timing is not going to favour Sirva whatsoever, but Berserk is just going to walk right by them.
Oh my god.
That is the strangest timing I've seen. And it actually might ruin Pody's day here.
It might ruin the T-side's day, yeah, exactly. I'm not sure if he was spotted. I think he was,
He did. Berserk's calling it.
Yeah, the bomb has been spotted. Even if Bodhi wants to fall back now and go towards the A-bomb side, he'll have to find this kill and timing is everything. He needs to turn around. He's not going to turn around. Berserk is going to drop him. And now it's only Serva in the 1 versus 3. The pistols collapsing. The pistols doing more than enough here for Apeks Rebels. And ENCE Academy, they must wonder what did just happen. I mean, everything started so well for them, right? They get the first 3 rounds, then is the first buy round. They win it almost effortlessly. And now they drop it against the pistols, unless, of course, we see a 1 versus 3 clutch for 10 seconds, but it should be a little bit impossible, and yeah, it's not happening. He's not having it. He's just gonna hold on to the AK-47. No need to give him another rifle here for free.
They don't need it anyway. They've picked up all the rifles off the bodies that litter towards that B alley. Now, Apeks Rebels finally get on the board. I was wondering when their first CT round was going to come in. T-side though from ENCE Academy looking really promising and really strong. I wonder now, can Apeks Rebels build off it? Because, truth be told, they did get a little bit fortunate in that round. You know, you hit some nice shots with the Deagle. ENCE Academy are under a little bit of pressure. They might approach this round a little bit differently, and it's a very aggressive stance taken from Apeks Rebels out towards mid. They're going to get control of it early, but ENCE Academy not fighting for anything. They're going to go for maybe a retake here. They're going to go for a boost, and Henu, he's got away with murder there as he backs away through that smoke on AHP. Brave, he's just going to fade it, and he's just going to walk on past. Serva is going to be taken down. The refrag is imminent. ENCE Academy, they are going to send their attack here towards B. Berserk stops Pody. And that stops ENCE Academy for a little while longer.
Yeah, that was such a massive push towards middle as well, because they spotted Serva looking towards the A-bomb side, so they know that he must have been alone. Now they know where the entire end squad is, but UC, he's still going to be able to win that fight. VHW going down. It's still a 3 versus 3, but look at the HP on the side of ENCE Academy. It's so low. 2 players are just one scratch away from death here.
Yeah, it's not good. UC though has heard exactly where Tapeware is. He knows he was playing close. The flashbang hit him. And UC's going to swing out. Tapeware takes him down. He has the Opera to try and help him. But he pretty much does it all himself. 8 HP and 9 HP left on the 2 remaining players. One of them has been taken down. And Henu, he is definitely going to be trying to save this AWP. This round goes wrong once again for ENCE Academy. Apeks Rebels with a really good recovery after losing that initial fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the CT side of ENCE pretty much played in a picture perfect way, right? I mean, you have the money for the utility. You go aggressive, you smoke off middle, you get the entire middle part of the map. And then even though you lose the initial fight, this little moment of re-aggression through the smoke, that was a really intelligent one because he heard the steps as well of the players falling back. They had no idea there was a player up close. Right on the other side of the smoke, gets the kill, sees the player looking towards the A-bomb side, and that helps them out to kind of paint up the entire picture and know exactly where ENCE Academy is. So from that point on, even though they lost another player, it was a little bit easier for them to kind of focus on that B-bomb side area and know exactly where the hit was designed to go. 2 rounds in a row now for the CT side. ENCE, they don't have another buy, but they surely do have the AWP to try and do some damage in this one. On the other side, though, Apeks Rebels will be trying to keep as many players alive as possible after this one. You know, strengthen up the economy, build up the cash, stack up the rack.
Well, to save the AWP, I mean, it just gives them a massive possibility in the round.
Oh, you nerd.
So you're trying to be a little bit clever, a little bit cheeky. Not going to work out this time.
Yeah, you can see that right now. They're just waiting. They just hope that Henu manages to find something and then the Pistols could try and create a little bit of chaos. Now, the big problem is that they don't really have a lot of utility as well, right? You'd ideally want to have a couple of smokes, a couple of flashes in around like that, just to create a little bit of tension for the CT side. But they have only the single flash and the single Molotov, which means that they can still be useful, but they need to be used in the perfect moment. And that perfect moment would be after Henu potentially picks up the opening kill here. Or he saves the op once again.
But he's going to go for the entry into the site. Sense spent a nice little off angle here and catches Henu off guard completely. They try and pick up the AWP, but VHW and Sense say absolutely not. And Apeks Rebels pick up yet another round. They're within touching distance of their Finnish enemies. But we do see the reinvestment now come from ENCE Academy. No big green though, so it's a little bit lackluster in terms of weaponry, and we can see what Berserk can actually do as we jump into the team speak.
Jeg må litt dyp.
Ja, jeg smoker dere. Så må
Tar
dere
den nå, tror jeg.
Bak den front der.
Jeg går gjennom.
Ja. Front, død. Jeg hvit. Ingen
Ingen
på.
flere gjennom.
Aktiv smoken. Ja.
Jeg kommer B.
En bucket.
Kan smoke dyp.
Ja. Smoker.
Smoken.
Smoken av.
Bak seg.
Kommer til B.
En ene bucket.
Hold Fortnite, Patrick.
Akta deg opp banan nå.
Jeg må låte
Blå det.
bucket.
Du har en resmoke også.
Død i smoken.
Her er en til utenfor.
Jeg kommer double cave, du er solo, Tobias. En var bucket
Kommer
i
til å
stad.
resmoke. La oss bare stå her.
Jeg står lang og har ned banan.
Resmoke der. Fade
Fikk
nå.
dere Hydra gjør nå.
Ingen på.
Ingenting
Vi
banan.
trekker når den fader, ok?
Ja. Vi kan egentlig bare
Kan
trekke
kan
nå.
smoke donut for meg? Eller Kevin da?
Ingenting banan.
Så gapper smoken. Smoka. Bakom donut
Jeg
for meg.
smoker B-døra.
Hvis vi er dobbelt donut,
Det kan være
at
ute av
albuen nå. Albue er åpent.
Jeg hopper forbi her.
Jeg sjekker
Smoka
banan.
donut. Bucket.
Ja, jeg holder bunnen
De
min
kan
nå.
være ute av. En ut av
En ut
palmen.
av side.
Ingen bucket. Akta
Jeg
sete,
lever
boys.
det.
Akta sete.
Patrick, jeg lever der. Jeg kommer til å gå bak ammen.
Ja. En er inn sete, tror jeg. Akta de platter på sete.
Jeg
En
står
amen.
på sete, boys.
Bli med donut, Victor. Så går jeg
En
og
ser
setter
på
med
amen.
Tobias.
Ok, boys, jeg spiller late ammen. Kan dere ta
Ja,
første
vi
for
fra,
meg?
vi fra
Jeg kan
donut.
flashe
mot
over
forsvaret.
donut.
Ja.
Det er sete.
Nice.
Gjør det? Gjør det nå?
Flasher
Kom og clear høyre. Clear
Her er
høyre.
det. Ingen høyre.
er
Hold
platt
tempel,
på donut.
hold tempel, Tobias.
Tempel.
Jeg søker opp her.
Gå
Vil jeg lete amen nå?
på noe donut.
Det går på nå.
En på boost.
Big box.
Big box og
Det er chill.
Det
Død
er
big
big
box.
box.
Boost.
Boost.
Vi må på back.
Død, def.
Jeg har den.
Nice.
Let's go.
Bra, boys. Vi har den, right?
Ja.
Nice. Oh.
Ja, det er bra.
Oof is right.
Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort. But I mean, this is maybe the first time that we've seen actually ends being contested and get a clear idea on what they want to do, right? I mean, finally they break through the setup of Apeks Rebels. We saw it in the previous round as well. They've been so focused towards the B-bomb side and towards mid. And for ENCE, it feels like every single time they go out middle, there's 2 or 3 people they have to deal with. They go B as the same picture. So they were like, you know what? Maybe the A-bomb side could be a little bit more vulnerable. So a good mid-round call, considering you lost 2 players, and it was a close round. And now they switch it up completely. Look at that.
And make their way out onto the A side. And Berserk's been dealt with. Brave can get only 2. He's going to be taken down by that Tech 9, and Serva is going to try and acquire another rifle. They have the AWP to work with as well. 3 versus 3. This one a little bit more difficult for Apeks Rebels. Gets a little bit easier with that headshot. Now, it's Serva and Henry to try and hold on. The smokes are still up, but ENCE Academy have no idea where these Apeks Rebels are coming from. They're all from CT. The bomb is going to be tapped here. The peek there. Double kill is enough. And Sense, he's just going to try and stick it here. He has a smoke. He is going to drop it. Serva has to try and swing wide. Gets him off the defuse and will win ENCE Academy yet another round. What a call that is from the Finns, as Apeks Rebels were caught off guard completely.
Yeah, and that's a massive round from Serva as well, right? I mean, the triple kill, and that was just the half buy. It wasn't even the full investment coming in from the Finns. But as we said in the previous round, I mean, I feel like they found the gap, and they were like, okay, you know what? You want to focus on mid and win on B. We're going to punish you towards the A-bomb side. We know it's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. We're going to make you respect this A-bomb side, and we're going to make you kind of drag players back from the other side of the map after this round. And well, this is exactly what they did. But look at that from Apeks. They don't really care about it. Once again, they're playing with no one towards the A-bomb side. It's the exact same setup. Maybe expecting ENCE to be like, you know what? Now they've lost 1 round on A. They're probably going to have some players over there. So we can be all right. But you can see they just got lane and middle control. And now they're going to drag back another guy to be responsible for the first letter of the alphabet. You don't want to risk letting the T's get a free bomb plant once again. We saw how close that 3 versus 5 was. Imagine in a 5 versus 5 scenario. Would be nearly impossible, but a little bit of a slower one from ENCE. Maybe anticipating some aggression, seeing that nothing else is going to happen now. So it is time to make your move.
It'll go out. They'll take mid control. The flash will go over shortly in towards the alleyway as well, just to try and take control. Play for the retake here. Flash goes in. Tame player needs to stand tall. Sense is going to try and peek out and do a little bit for himself, but the kills go in favour of ENCE. They will retake that nicely. And Henu, he gets himself in towards mid-house. Brave, not aware that he was going to be in that off angle. And Henu peeks into the op as well. Gets both and gets another round here for ENCE Academy. That is a really patient and well-worked round from that T side. They knew that they didn't have to take the fights early on. They let Apeks Rebels get the map control and then just retook it perfectly. The trades were efficient and that gets them into a 2-round lead.
Yeah, they realized that Apeks actually spent a lot of utility early round to try and make those fights, if ENCE want to go into them, really unfavorable. So they were like, you know what? We're just going to lean back, wait for you to spend all your utility, and then play it out. And as you pointed out, the refrags were perfect. The spacing was on point, and they get their 6th round on the T side. They've adapted quite well. And now it's time for the eco for the Apeks Rebels side. Once again, leaning a little bit more towards that B-bomb side, but ENCE have the right idea.
Yeah, it's just a really nice way of playing on the T side there. You know, you don't have to initially fight, especially if, you know, Apeks Rebels are going so heavily towards the alleyway. Like, you don't have to take that fight. You can just retake it later on in the round. You can use your utility to molly out the close positions. And just, if your trading is good enough, you will regain control of it.
Yeah, that's the thing with Ancient as well, right? I mean, it gives a lot of possibilities to the CT side to be aggressive, but it requires a lot of nades.
Yeah, it does, yeah. It's just so difficult though as well. Like, if ENCE actually try and play there and, you know, try and actually make their way into that alleyway, like usually it's gonna end in death because there's mollies coming over, there's nades coming over, there could be 1 or 2 people swinging from, you know, from cave and from heaven, like from the jump up. You know, it's just an absolute disaster really if you try and take that one too quickly. So a lot of the time it's just a better option to play it slower. And we are going to slow it down a little bit. Apex Rebels, they are going to call a tactical timeout after that eco. It does go in the way of ENCE Academy without any real issue. And it is actually going to be a little bit of a tactical timeout, I think, as there is a player disconnected. Sense, I believe, is gone.
Yeah.
So we're waiting for him to get back, and then we will get this show back on the road. But so far, Ted, henu has played quite well, but I think it can't just be said about him. All across the board, ENCE Academy, everybody's playing their roles pretty much to perfection. I think Whitey's going to be very happy that his team have got 7 rounds on the T side.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you do have a realistic potential to even go even further, right? I mean, when the entry is having such a good game, I think that this just comes to tell that the support players are doing everything that they should, and everyone's doing their job, right? Because you could be the best entry player in the world, but if you don't have people supporting you, you're not going to be having a good game. So most of the time, it just indicates that his teammates are doing the right thing. A pretty good example, by the way, like if we had to give example from tier 1, it would be, for example, Config and Astralis, right? Like T-side Config on Ancient is an entirely different beast, and that's because of the insane setups that they have, the insane protocols, and the good support. It's pretty much the same so far for ENCE. henu has been put into some pretty decent scenarios, and by the way, something interesting is that we saw him a couple of times. He was actually alone on the other side of the map when they were trying to go for a play. Like, they send him in first, but then the entire pack just moves to another area, which is an interesting prospect, an interesting way to use your entry on that map.
They're going to try and use the entry here and try to pry open something to work with. Tapeware, he's going to be able to find 1 kill. Sense now going for the refrag out towards the alleyway, and he's going to be able to get it. Difficult fight for ENCE Academy really to take there, but elsewhere they found that kill, and they're going to just try and hightail it now over, but they've lost the bomb. Massive frag from Berserk as he continues to get aggressive. He finds a second, shuts down Pody, and henu, he's busy throwing nades towards that A site. He now realizes he has to go and get the bomb alone, but Berserk with a fantastic 3k, and that round looked like it was slipping through the cracks there for Apex Rebels, and Berserk, that man once again is the player to step up and say, no, we need it.
Yeah, look at his reaction on the camera. So he was literally screaming after this play. He knows that his teammates need him in that way, right? We've been speaking about him a whole lot. He is actually the X factor on this Apeks team, and he has been so far in the tournament the only one that's actually able to step up when they're having a tough time, right? In pretty much almost every game, he's had one of those moments, one of those rounds. But look at the response from henu. He's gonna take down the first one, Brave, with a good refrag though, to at least keep it honest. And Berserk, oh, he's got the right idea once again towards the A-bomb side, and this is exactly where ENCE are headed.
They line up, he does the damage, but Yossi through the wall finds the headshot. Brave's going to peek out, they line up once again. Brave only gets 1, there's a TK in the process, and that turns it into a 2v1. Tapeware on the AWP, nice shot, connects onto Pody, and then it turns into this 1 versus 1. Serva, he's going to be making his way in towards Donut. Tapeware going with the pistol, knows that he might be a little bit low, and the headshot is enough to seal it. Tapeware, it was the correct call to switch over to the USP. He only aims for the brain, takes him down. It's a 6th round for Apex Rebels, and although the majority of those fights, I mean, they were so awkward for Apex. You know, I thought they were going to get a whole lot more. The first 2 players go down, I thought surely that's the round done and dusted, but that double up saves the day.
Yeah. What a massive clutch from Tapeware. And I'm glad you mentioned the double up as well. It's a really serious investment, right? So if in the end of the day they lose the round, it's going to pretty much dig their grave until the end of the half financially. So Tapeware pretty much keeps them into the game right now. And ENCE Academy, now because of losing this round, they don't have the money. So they will have to go for just the lightly armored deco with the hero AK in the hands of henu. Now, henu, he's been a beast. So not to be underestimated, but still Apeks doing everything that they can to still be in contest for at least winning their CT side here on Ancient. And especially in the best of one environment, it's really key to be able to win this one. Even if it's the difference between an 8-7 and a 7-8, you need every single round that you're able to get it. Oh, speaking of Hanu.
Hanu able to find
Oh
that
my.
kill. He loses his life, but Bodhi drops tape where VHW waiting for a flash. Nobody's going to be blind. Needs some support from his teammate to arrive, and it does. Sense,
No
though.
way.
He goes down. Miltsy with a quick double, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Berserk, he's the man to step up. Ted, you said it yourself. Is he going to step up one more time? He's going to go forward with the USP, but this time the USP does not best Miltsy. It's 8 for ENCE Academy. They secure that half win, and even if they have that low buy, even if they don't have the money to bring out the AKs, they still make these rounds work. And once again, man, it's Hanu that gets the entry towards mid. I mean, Hanu might be the best T-side entry that we have in the event.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's between, I'd say, himself and Nipple, right?
Yeah, he's definitely up there though. He's definitely one of the best entries that I've seen so far this tournament.
You know what's the thing? He's really consistent. Like, his team might not be able to win, but okay.
Yeah, sorry, Hanu.
Yeah, we had to do it to him. I mean, he was way too good. And now VHW's picked up another. Surely they don't lose it against the Pistols, but now it's the 2 AKs as well. Apeks Rebels making sure that they get at least 7 rounds on the CT side, but it's still not a 1 round, especially after Serva picks up this kill. And now Brave, he's all alone towards middle. He needs to pick up another Miltsy with another re-frag, but after the 1 versus 3 last round, you don't want to be underestimating him. Not when he has Bodhi to support him with the big green. And suddenly from a 2v4, we are down to the 2 versus 2. Now they're going to regroup. They want to play this one together, but look at that. It doesn't apply for Apeks in the same fashion. They're going to be separated. Sense, with the only AK towards the B-bomb side, needs both kills, though. 1 kill isn't going to be enough here.
Oh, he has the angle though to drop Bodhi. That's more than enough. He backs away. Now he can play a little bit safer. He knows that Miltsy's gotten out onto the site. Surely Miltsy isn't going to clutch up again. Surely not. This time, he has no idea where the second player is coming from. And Sense is just going to be waiting for VHW to close in around him. Make this bomb site as small as possible. Miltsy tucks himself away into the cave, but there's only a handful of places where Miltsy can be. And well, VHW and Sense, they're narrowing them down by the second to peek out onto Sense. The spray is not good enough. Sense finds the headshot. It is going to be another Apeks Rebels round. And 8-7 half is not going to be bad for either side, really. But I think ENCE Academy are going to be a whole lot happier with the way things transpired.
Yeah, absolutely. In the end of the day, you could be a little bit upset about this final round, but it's an 8-round T-side on Ancient, which is more than ideal. And I'd say that Miltsy, by the way, I wanted to praise him in the last round. Obviously, had he clutched this one, it would have been even a bigger praise. But the fact that he's able to have one of his most quiet games so far, he was 5-10 before the start of last round, and win a 1 versus 3 of that magnitude, of that importance for the game and the performance of ENCE Academy, that just shows the star player potential, right? There's not a lot of players that could be on such a slow start, and then when it goes to the right moment, just step it up completely and play it like they're currently on 20-5 with the same amount of confidence. So yeah, Miltsy showing us that he might still wake up and be a little bit of a nightmare, but the second half is ready to start, and we are jumping into the team speak.
Mä en tiedä shiftaaks ne. Ottaako se joku kontaktiin mylly vai? Juu. Joo. Lähellä. Hyppäs tuolla vitun luoloja sekas.
Joo. Luolees, otti luolla halta yksi.
Pari äijää siellä.
Sitten kun Juissa ottaa kontakti, niin mä kyllä haastan ton liuska.
Mä otin yksi tässä.
Ei se vaan vittu nuuhkii siinä.
Jep.
Ikkunan haluan, mä käyn siitä tuli alan midistä läpi, en tiedä minne päin tulee.
Yksi sinkas, mutta vittu.
Aalto yksi läpi ottaa noo.
Yksi luolla.
Kiinnittää se eteen. Meni kynttilää päin.
Minä säität vaan.
Se on kynttilän puolella sit varkaan.
Ei tarvitse kuin yksi.
Isol. Se on yksin.
Nice.
Mä otin kittit ylös.
Varkaan päivän.
Vie läpi, paskuna läpi.
Laporin kata.
Lähellä jo.
Joo, Fanglis oikein.
Shift.
Mä juoksen tästä ohi.
Joo.
Tuli uskotet.
Yksi luola.
Longel.
Kyllä. Luola yksi.
Nuo kitteis.
Kulma vielä.
Niin,
Kulma. Ja
Kitteis.
mulle kitet.
Äntää.
Don't waste us on.
Sense has bailed himself out of massive trouble there with the kill onto the swing onto that second player because he was missing so much on Milty there. That was very important for the round. And, you know, especially because ENCE Academy, if they win that pistol, they're probably, you know, boost themselves onto maybe a 12-8 scoreline. And we know how difficult this T side is. That is such an important round in the grand scheme of things. But as we look forward, it is going to be the investment from ENCE Academy once again. And these rounds can be incredibly difficult as well. So it's not smooth sailing just yet for the Rebels side. But a good start, and Henu long range with the MP9 makes it look so easy. And well, the FAMAS is going to do exactly the same there towards B, and this is why this round is so dangerous.
Yeah, that's really, really out of control right now for the T side, especially after the first kill from the MP9. The FAMAS one a little bit more normal, but Henu from that range with an SMG and the insta headshot, that's insane. Apeks now trying to pierce things back together. They're going to head over towards the A bomb side. Indeed, they've already arrived, but Sirva, he's playing this on the retake setup, which means that Milty has no information on what's going on. That was a really smart decision, going for the contact play. But now, they should know there could be a player inside of Temple, not ready though for the Deagle. He's going to be able to pick up Berserk. And that was one of the rifles as well, since only with the MAC-10 in hand and the AK for Brave needs to do most of the heavy lifting now. A 2 versus 4 hold.
Apeks Rebels trying to bend with the knees and lift, but this one requires the strongest of players, and well,
He didn't even use the AK!
Oh man, just goes with the.
Oh
why would he? Why would he? He's that good with the Deagle.
Oh my.
Just runs forward. I'm just gonna Deagle him. That's confidence right there.
They had rifles on their backs and they were like, you know what? I'm gonna white peek with a pistol. It sounds like a nice idea.
Yeah, I mean, it works.
Yeah, I mean, we don't question if it works. So.
If it works, Ted.
Yeah, and well, you remember the speech about how important the pistol round was and the good start on the T side because it's really difficult and whatnot. Well, it's all gone.
Gone.
Yeah. At least they plant the bomb. I mean, at least you're gonna have the money to go for an eco now and then be able to reinvest in the next one, because there's the worst case scenario where you actually need to force up now and play with a couple of Deagles, and then you have to eco in the next one. So it's not gonna be that bad, but UC able to farm a couple kills, boosting up the economy and the confidence, obviously. That's a massive factor.
Confidence is definitely at an all-time high for ENCE Academy. You can see they're brimming with it right now. The way that they're taking engagements, the way that they're taking fights, they're not afraid of Apeks Rebels. And I mean, you know, going into this game, I think that's exactly what you need to. It's the way that you need to approach it, to be honest. And more so for the Apeks Rebels boys. You know, I mean, it can't go much worse. You know, like you've had a disappointing start to this event so far, but sometimes you just have to take these risks. Now, there's a risk from Pody. He's going to walk right into ENCE. You can see them giggling and laughing about it. Like, right, we've got an AK now, right? That's actually one of the better rifles that they've taken away. And yeah, no, if I can't have it, nobody can. ENCE, get that over the barrier. Absolutely. Yeah. I rate that.
That's smart, actually. That was the only AK that they gave him away last round, so it's kind of atoning for your sins, right?
Yeah. Yeah, high-low. They were never getting past that. 10 rounds for ENCE Academy. It's a 2-round lead. Milty goes looking and can't find. Unfortunate.
Milty was 5-10, by the way. Now he's 15-13. This is the X factor that we spoke about, right? He's returning to the server. Right now he's in full power mode. He's ready for the CT side. There's the replay. UC, actually, by the way, having one of his best games so far in the tournament. But yeah, you made a good point about actually ENCE realizing how important of a game that is, because they're a team that wants to be up there with teams like OG Academy and Young Nip, right? And you need to be winning games like that if you want to be up with the top dogs, especially when you've started in a 2-4 fashion.
Yeah, I don't really think that the 2-4 scoreline really reflects ENCE's ability, though.
Exactly.
They've been quite good. They have been quite good. They've just been unlucky in a lot of circumstances. They won't be unlucky in the first gunfight, though, this round. Berserk is already down. They hold on to control of middle. And now they have that man advantage to play with, as Apeks Rebels are going to have to play the numbers game. Group up together, and a B hit might just come in. Issue is, they don't have smokes. It's only 3 flashes.
Yeah, no utility. Only the 3 flashes and the Molotov in the hands of Sense. They will have to contact their way up as well. They're with the man down. They need to find a kill before they make their presence known here. Oh my god.
That's so awkward. The timing just gets Hanu killed there, but you'll see gets a double out of that situation, but a double right back from VHW. Now we look for the W for his team, and that third might just seal it, unless bo1 can come in from the flank and have something to say about it. But VHW has pretty much cleared out the whole of CT. He's got 4 kills. He's looking for the ace. But bo1 is looking for these T's on this site. Where could they be? He does have a kit, but once again, he does not have a smoke. So can't put that down. Spam is obviously going to be an issue as well, but he has to make his way in and clear out. He sees the gun barrel. This could be a bait, bo1. Do you realize it? No, he doesn't. Sense takes his head clear off, but that is a VHW round, and that's an Apeks 9th.
Yeah, I was about to make the pun about the scoreboard is only going to give him a set amount of kills and I'm going to give him all 5. Well, the scoreboard actually gave him 4 kills. That was his round to win. That was insane from VHW. That 3rd kill, that was really impressive. Once again, we need to highlight the fact that UC actually manages to dance around the bomb side and get a double. That was huge. I don't like that peek coming in from the CT, by the way, the first one to arrive. I feel like the comms knew that VHW was close enough, and giving him that fight and leaving bo1 in the 1 versus 2 was a little bit of an overextend moment, but VHW, he played an insane round, giving Apeks their chance, and now they're going to try and follow the steps of ENCE Academy, go for a contact play towards the A-bomb side, but the AWP is already in the server.
Oh, bo1, he's burning. He's forced into a corner. This is difficult now because he has to get on an angle where he can have some impact. The damage has been done to a lot of these Apeks Rebels players, though. 13 and 19, so it's not an awful lot of HP to work with. Tapeware goes looking for the Opper, doesn't see him, eventually spots the corner of his body, and he's going to be able to take the Op out of the round. The bomb is not planted just yet, but they don't need to because they're finding every single kill that comes their way, and they continue on their upward trajectory. They continue to look for more round wins, and it looks like this might be their 10th. It looks like they might tie it up. They know exactly where Hanu is. They've got 4 players alive, but they do not want to leave anything up to chance. They don't want to rush it. 45 seconds. They can play it a little bit safer if they like. They still need to get the bomb plant down, so they should be able to. I mean, they should be able to now to drop over the bomb, and Hanu should go down to the Opper. But the HP has me a little bit worried.
Yeah, you can see that they don't want to really underestimate the situation. Hanu, with a really nice peek onto the Opper, dispatches him, but he's low HP as well. He might as well just try and hold on to the big green, and that's indeed his task until the end of the round. Once again, has to go for the save as Apeks Rebels. They went 2 in a row and leveled things up. But once again, that was such a cool round from them. I mean, the fact that you realize the bomb plan towards the A-bomb side is one of the toughest ones, right? It's always really hard. Even in the 4 versus 1, you saw that they were really diligent, right? They didn't really want to risk giving Hanu 1 or 2 chances to get a kill and potentially pick off the round or do any damage because you want to strengthen up the economy as well. But them going for the aggressive play towards Temple, I feel like that just showed that they realized that you need to have either Temple or Donut to be able to kind of have a plant on the A-bomb side and have a relatively fair chance in the after plant, right? You need one of those 2 or deep city control, but deep city control was out of the question in that scenario. So yeah, getting the kills towards Temple, securing the bomb side, and then finishing everything off.
Jeg kommer til å bare gå rett av.
Ja, jeg gjør det, men de burde ikke ha penger til det.
Ja, jeg bare visste jeg må force opp det. Den slukket Molly mid, akta Apen og Donut.
Ja, det var våres Donut.
Ah, ok. Apen pool,
Dra på smoken. Fuck det.
Boys, Apen er pool 100%.
Ja, jeg ble smoken CT.
Rocky.
Kjør på.
Smoken CT.
Donut da.
Donut, ja.
Nice.
En til donut.
Smoker.
Smoker.
Boys, jeg har rygg.
Ja, hold ut default widen her nå.
Ja, hold default nå.
Brokey.
Hold ut over tempo.
Er du CT?
Jeg har rygg.
En
Boys,
til
jeg kan du
CT.
gå for tidlig hunt på den AP-en.
Ja, gjør det.
Jeg var på self-boosten her.
Ikke CT.
En vindu.
AWP CT.
Tror jeg er en donut.
Åpne det.
Tror jeg er en donut.
Vindu.
CT.
Ok. Jeg hopper ned.
Han har AP nå.
Boys, jeg flanker av min. Ikke
Jeg bare
gå
flasher
down.
CT og legger
Jeg
press.
er super langt unna, boys.
Flasher CT igjen.
Jeg står ved tempel.
Ja, jeg jumper av min.
Han er low.
Det er ikke noe CT. Han kan være deep, altså.
Bør stå lang,
Jeg er
egentlig.
ikke på B-site.
Bør du være lang? Eller så har han gått midt.
Okay. Nice! Ta opp en.
Apex Rebels 11. Now they take the lead. We'll see if ENCE Academy can battle back, but I mean, Apex Rebels, they definitely have the momentum behind them. You can see in their comms, they're quite clear, you know, they're not rushing these things. Again, another good call. Walk out A when they're on an eco. Usually what you do see a lot of teams do on this T side, because it is very difficult to stop. And we'll see. I think ENCE need to be a little bit more proactive towards this alleyway. Maybe just try and take a little bit of control, because they're giving Apex Rebels a lot of space, and Apex Rebels, they're just going to walk their way up towards B again. They lose the initial fight, but get a quick double refrag. MOUZ has been heard. Does VHW swing wide? No, he doesn't. Henry going to push through the cave now, trying to get the player off the plant, and he has done so. The kill back is going to be good enough. MOUZ lucky to be alive there. 15 HP. He gets tagged down low. Oh, but the HE chips away even further. 2 HP. How is he still standing? And he won't be standing for much longer. He gets taken down. Another round. A very quick one for Apex Rebels. And that puts ENCE Academy's money in the bin completely. What are these T-sides that we're seeing so far from these teams on Ancient? They seem like the T-sides have a lot of work, but the CT sides, there's so many issues with them.
Yeah, absolutely. But the change of pace for Apex Rebels is something that I want to highlight, right? In that scenario, you know that on Ancient, especially, it's really annoying when you get reset on the CT side. You kind of have to wait for a couple rounds to have a proper buy with all the utility, with all the rifles and stuff. So when ENCE finally have that buy, when they've waited for such a long time, to actually switch the pace up like that and go out on a contact play and just surprise them fully, that's a really ballsy call. But when it works out, it's really devastating for the CT side, and you know you're getting into their heads, right? You know that those guys start being like, oh, okay. So when you're going for a call like that, that means you're confident, and that gets into the heads of ENCE Academy. So yeah, so far I've loved the T-side calling from Apex Rebels. I mean, now they're walking into a stack, and there could be some issues, but in the end of the day, it's just the pistols.
MP9 in Henry's hands as well, so take it too lightly, they won't. They swing out from the pistols now, as they will just hold on. They'll mow everybody down. It's looking like it's a 13th round for Apex Rebels, and dare I say it, Ted, are we on our way to seeing Apex Rebels pick up their first victory here at the Academy League? MOUZ, he gets a quick double, and now it's a 1v1. How has this happened? It's all gone wrong for Apex Rebels. They had a 3 versus 1. MOUZ only had a 5-7. Now he's got an op. He's 46 HP, he's got a clear line of sight of the bomb, and there's only 30 seconds. VHW is walking right exactly where MOUZ wants him. Now the timing is everything. Does he flick down or does he look up? Doesn't expect it now. He's gonna flick, and VHW luckily rescues it for Apex Rebels. It went all wrong towards the back end of that round, but Apex Rebels somehow managed to come up with the goods.
Wow, VHW, he's a hero after this one. And that went so cleanly as well. I mean, yeah, you lost a couple players in the process, but in the end of the day, it was a 1 versus 4 attempt for MOUZ. With the 5-7 as well, the kills were absolutely insane. Take a look at the replay. What a readjustment onto the second one. MOUZ doing his absolute best in that scenario, but VHW making sure that Apeks get up to that 13th round. And now another buy for ENCE, another one, but that one is a must-win. You lose this one, you're pretty much out.
He's already got a kill towards the B site. There's 2 players towards Cave. He can make his way up if he wants, but the smoke is just going to be delaying him a little bit. Now, to walk through Cave, MOUZ needs to get at least 1 here. There's the first, doesn't get a second. The trade's going to be good enough for Apex Rebels. And VHW, he's walking right behind Henu here. When does that smoke clear, or does he just push past it? Nope. does clear now. Henu somehow still alive, but VHW eventually drops him. Now we're down to just 2. HP a massive factor though in the round for the Apeks Rebels side. Server takes a chance, and it's a massive chance that doesn't go his way. It's all on Pody once again, a 1 versus 3. But Apeks Rebels are going to the site that he's closest to.
Yeah, AWP close range needs the surprise factor, but Berser, he's not going to be surprised. He knows there's a possibility. He's going to hold for the smoke to fade. And that's going to be a 14th round. Once again, Apeks switching up the pace completely, being really proactive around the map, putting players in some pretty decent positions, by the way. I mean, you could see right there that they had the initial point of contact towards the B bomb side, and then that B player kind of transitions into a passive lurker from the first guy to make the contact. He's just like, you know what, I'm going to stay alive. I'm going to play later on, waiting for my teammates to do something. In the moment that they get the kill towards A, he can activate, catch Hanu from behind, and, well, the rest is history, as they say. 6 rounds in a row now on the T side of ENCE. Apeks Rebels, what a way to get their first victory that would be. And you know what? You know what? Actually, considering the scores that both these two teams have, getting that victory means that Apeks Rebels potentially could try and even overtake ENCE.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. They have another game coming up today against FURIA Academy as well, so they could even get on level terms if they do actually take this one. Now, ENCE Academy still have a few more bites of the cherry. Is it gonna give them a sour taste in their mouth, though? That's the question, really, isn't it? Henu, so good at prying open. The defense is on that T side. He's going to be trying to do exactly the same on the CT side.
It's a game of nerves, though.
Yeah.
Look at the way that they're just holding for it. They know that the CTs have barely any utility. They know that the weaponry is not going to be great as well, so they kind of rely on the fact that ENCE at one point are going to get a little bit anxious and go for a peek.
Oh, what a peek it is.
Wow.
ENCE instantly headshots Henu. And now problems really arise.
Yeah, now you've gotten what you were waiting for. Now you can just group up and play it together. This is the ideal way to approach the situation, right? You were just holding, waiting for the opening, and now you can play the man advantage. Even if they stack the B-bomb side, you still just need to refrag 1 for 1. The question is, are you going to be ready for all 3 members?
They line up. Sense, though, he gets the trade. Very important. Continues on and even gets a second. Eventually, MOUZ puts a stop to him. And we need a big round from MOUZ here. ENCE Academy want to stop Apeks Rebels from getting onto map point. Yossi and himself are close by. Yossi with the MP9 will do enough, but he's left alone. They know exactly where he is. Berserk has to try and recover the bomb, but he needs his teammate to come and help him out. There's only 10 seconds. Berserk finds the headshot, and Apeks Rebels find themselves in a place that they have never found themselves so far here at the WePlay Academy lead. On map point, they've 5 chances. Can they close it out and pick up their first victory and stun ENCE?
And you could see that it was a little bit of an awkward round as well, right? I mean, for a second there, Tapeware was the only one that realized they didn't have the time to go back towards the A-bomb side. They wanted to. You could see that they wanted to fall back. And he was like, well, I've seen the clock. We need to pick up the fight. And he white peaks alone with the bomb against 2 players and somehow manages to find the first one. Apeks, it was a close one, but it works out. And now ENCE 3 M4s, 2 FAMASes, not a lot of Uto, no defuse kits, and a dream, and a contact towards the A-bomb side from the T's.
Oh, VSW has been spotted there. The flash over, Pody, he's going to go for the peek out here. There's 1, there's 2, doesn't get a third, but Sirva's going to swing out and drop the bomb. Tapeware has to go looking, and that peek is perfect. A beautiful headshot.
Senses towards middle.
Yeah, now, Henu doesn't know he's tucked in here towards Cubby, but he's playing it correctly. Sense he can walk up on him, doesn't matter. FAMAS is going to beat AK in that regard. Now Tapeware, he's hit some impressive headshots already, but he will not hit anymore. Yossi puts him down. And they went back to the good old-fashioned A hit there, but this time, for the first time really, it has not worked out.
Yeah, That was a really good setup as well that ENCE had for that play. I think they were anticipating it. They were like, yeah, they know we don't have a lot of util. They know there's no way to BP. They might try the contact A. So this time around, for a change, we're not actually going to send the player towards middle. We're going to be playing a little bit lighter towards mid, but we're going to have that play with the flash towards the B bomb side, or rather towards the A bomb side. And it works out perfectly. Apeks, though, once again, looking like they want to attack K. Lesser weaponry, though. Just the half-buy with the 2 hero rifles. Still a dangerous one nonetheless, especially when the AWP is nowhere near to be found.
Just gonna walk out. They don't know. Hennessy, nothing.
Oh, that timing.
Hennessy, absolutely nothing. And VHW takes him down, but Server now swings out from Donut to at least get 1 kill. Miltzy's going to try and walk in. They're looking for Server. They need to take him down. They need to get control of Donut, but they've lost the bomb in the process. And Berserk finds himself in a 1 versus 3. The man to step up. A lot of the time, a 1 versus 3 to secure Apeks. Rebels first win, surely not. And indeed, it's not going to happen. Yussi takes him down. Once again, it's Yussi to clutch up for ENCE Academy.
Wow.
But these rounds are going way too close for comfort. ENCE Academy continue to bring it back. 3 more needed to send this one to an OT. Apeks Rebels, their economy running a little bit thin now, Ted. They need to get onto a site, need to get a plant down.
Oh, you can see the reaction from Berserk as well. He knew how close that was, but you see he's been the man for the important moments, the man for the important rounds. A little bit isolated on the CT side, but every time he's had to clutch, he's been delivering round after round. But look at that play from VHW. He's just gonna walk out the smoke. Yusi has no idea what's going on. Henu manages to find another, but look at VHW. He's had enough. He's on a rampage. He wants to close it out and give Apeks their first win here.
Oh, he peeks. He spots out Miltzy now, but Miltzy drops sense. VHW is going to swing behind. Pody, no scope through the smoke. But Brave gets the headshot, and now Pody's alone. He's going to rush the planter. He's going to try and find Berserk around this pillar. It's so difficult, but he still manages to connect on him. He smokes. Is he going to stick the defuse? He knows Brave has to push. He knows he has to get aggressive. But Brave, he is playing this perfectly. It doesn't matter. Pody with a 3k. How many rounds are we going to see ENCE Academy come back and fight back on Apeks Rebels? They get up onto the B site without any issue. VHW, a fantastic double entry, just picks apart the round. But Pody saves the day, and ENCE Academy, they're not done just yet.
It was even a triple entry from VHW. He just walks into the bomb site, takes down 3 players, and they still lose the round. Well, let me rephrase that. Pody still wins the round. That is insane, and he's had a fairly quiet game, right? Considering he's the Oper, Miltzy, and Hannah, once again the big stars. Pody, he hasn't had the chance to be that useful in those scenarios. Most of the clutches he's been left in have been, I think it's fair to say, unwinnable. That one felt unwinnable as well. It felt like it was over. VHW just walks out of smoke and takes down 3 players towards the B-bomb side. Pody somehow takes him down through the smoke. Somehow makes it winnable for himself and the balls to go for the fake in that 1 versus 1. To go for the white peak with the AWP. An insane play from the 17-year-old Oper of ENCE Academy to keep them into the game. 13-15 Apeks. Surely you're starting to crumble a little bit now. Surely you're starting to shake. You can feel how this game is going out of your control, especially with the round with the pistols.
Oh,
or no.
Sense
No way.
Berserk. Surely not. Oh, this would be so cruel. ENCE Academy. This one has to be a massive recovery. 3 quick kills for Apeks Rebels. Berserk misses a shot, but his teammate Sense has him covered. And Miltzy, a 1v5. We praise Miltzy so much, but this one is definitely too much for the young Finn. He's smoked off. There is surely no chance whatsoever he's going to be able to get this done. He doesn't have a kit. He does not have the time. He does not have the numbers. And well, he realizes it, the shake of the mouse, the shake of the screen. He's going to try and walk through the smoke, gets only 1. VHW puts a stop to them, and it's delight for Apeks. They are the Apex Predator in this game. Finally, they get their first victory here at the WePlay Academy League, but they had to fight till their very last breath to do so.
Yeah, what an insane game from Apeks. Truth be told, they deserve it. The first time that they actually decide to switch it up from vertical and overpass, and it works out perfectly. We praised them yesterday against YN.GamerPay. We were like, okay, this was the best Apeks we've seen so far. They came really close. They managed to get 12 rounds, but not close enough to close it out. Well, against ENCE, it was a totally different team. And considering how many struggles they had on the CT side, that D side was phenomenal. Henu and MOUZ once again stepped it up massively. MOUZ just 1 round before the end of the first half was 5-10. I think he finished off the game as well on 24 kills. So it's not like ENCE didn't play a good game, but Apeks, that was just their best matchup so far. And it was a team effort as well. Everyone had their moments, and Berserk finally he gets rewarded for his insane gameplay so far in the tournament, because truth be told, he's been playing as one of the really consistently performing Opers, but still hasn't had the joy of a victory. Well, now he has.
ENCE Academy, they have a really good T side. I mean, their T side, they really caused Apeks Rebels problems. The CT side, I'm not overly convinced about. Their B hold, I mean, we've seen that Apeks Rebels were just exploiting it whenever they went up there. I can't even count how many times VHW was able to get an entry or a double entry just by running up the ramp. They needed to get that little bit more aggressive, you know, take control of that B alleyway like we've seen Apeks Rebels do on the other side. They very rarely did it. They gave Apeks Rebels so much space to just run up and take the fights here, and only for as well a few clutches coming in here and there, this game would have been over and done with completely. But ENCE Academy, it didn't matter about how many clutches they had, it did not change the result, and that means Apeks Rebels now go 1-5. ENCE Academy dropped down to 2-5. And Apeks Rebels, they have the chance later on. They play FURIA Academy coming up, I believe, after our next game. So they actually do have a chance to maybe go 2-5. And then it goes from an incredibly bad season to actually an okay season, because they begin to move up a little bit here. And that's the crazy thing about this Academy League, man. Anybody can beat anybody, and it's still all to play for, even though we're just going into week 2.
Yeah, exactly. And for Apeks to actually be able to close it out after we saw that they started letting it go in the end a little bit, right? I mean, they had 3 map points that they didn't manage to convert, and they closed it out with the pistols. Of course, it had to be with the pistols. ENCE playing one of his best games so far as well. Berserk, we pointed out, he's been Mr. Consistent. VHW, though, without a doubt, the man of the match, 28-19. You pointed out the amount of entries this man had towards the B-bomb side was absolutely outrageous. And well, I don't think it's really often that we really see someone put Henu in his shadow in terms of entry power, but VHW, he surely did that on Ancient.
Yeah, he definitely did, and a deserved victory for Apeks Rebels in game number 1. But game number 2, it will see fnatic rising for the very first time, not only in the WePlay Academy League Season 5, but without Regali, Depression coming into the lineup. We're going to see how they play out in their very first game. But for now, myself and Ted, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. We'll see you guys in around 5 or 10 minutes time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5, underway with Day 8, our second week here. And well, we are gonna have a first look at a little bit of a change on a Fnatic Rising lineup as they take on Eternal Fire Academy. I'm really excited to get going about this one, Ted. You can probably tell by my voice. How are you feeling about it? And more importantly, do you think Fnatic Rising are going to be able to perform without their real star in Regali?
I think we can touch upon that later on when we're in the server, but obviously I feel like Fnatic Rising is one of the favorites to make it into the playoffs once again. They are one of the teams that did make it into the playoffs in the previous season. Truth be told, Regali had a really big part in that. He played a big part in that one. They lost to MOUZ and Big in the playoffs and finished 4th in the last edition of the WePlay Academy League, but truth be told, they are one of the teams that I think are still going to perform. And on the other side, we have a Turkish side of Eternal Fire that, truth be told, it has been a little bit of a 50-50 with them, a little bit of a coin toss, but I feel like compared to last season, they are a lot more solid now with the new lineup, and I feel like they're just slowly but surely going where they want to be.
Vault might have to wait. He's joining us for the veto there, but he's gone now, and we are going to see Vertigo and Nuke gotten rid of straight away. Actually, that's a little bit of a surprise to me. I thought Eternal Fire might lean a little bit towards Vertigo. Nuke and Ancient, I'm not really too surprised about that whatsoever. But now we move forward to Fnatic Rising's bans.
Is it Inferno again?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, we won't see a Dust 2. We won't see Mirage, so Inferno is still there, and it's either that or Overpass, and I think Fnatic Rising might want to play Inferno a little bit more than they do in Overpass, and that's exactly what we are going to see. So we're used to seeing them on this map. It is one of the better maps, or was one of the better maps for them last season. They usually had some standout performances on it, and statistically it is one of Volt's best maps, so you know we're going to be looking at that one. I think he's going to be the man to really step up for this lineup. As we jump into the stats, Eternal Fire played 4 games in the last 3 months, have not won a single one. So when we're looking at it from this point of view, from the pre-match stats, it's a no-brainer that Fnatic Rising are going to pick into this.
Yeah, right. I mean, if Eternal Fire so far have played only 1 Inferno in the tournament, and if I'm not mistaken, it was in the opening round against MOUZ NXT, and they lost that one 7-16, and they're yet to play another one after it. So, yeah, Inferno normally not looking that solid for them, whereas for Fnatic Rising, judging by last season, there was only 2 teams that did manage to actually beat MOUZ NXT in the group stage, and one of them was Fnatic Rising, and it was on Inferno. So, looking at that map, we know that Volt is feeling really comfortable on that map. We know that MAZE is feeling really comfortable calling on that map. I'm just looking at that Depression pick and wondering if he's going to be able to kind of fill in the shoes of Regali, because we know that Regali was the big star, the big name in the Fnatic Rising lineup. And we must say that it caught a lot of people by surprise that they announced just today that he's actually not going to be playing with them. And maybe that was a part of the reason for a lot of their games being played up in such a later date compared to everybody else. But hey, Depression, his first international team, well, not his first. He was actually a part of a team called Auto 100 before this one, but his first big project, let's say.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. Big boots to fill, Ted. Very big boots. And we're going to start off with the pistol, making our way towards B. Fnatic Rising continue as they throw that smoke towards CT. MAZE, the IGL of this lineup, is going to be locking down Banana with himself, and Pepsor has found a quick double. They're going to double back. It was only the fake, and hook, line, and sinker. Eternal Fire Academy, they fell for it. Pepsor is still going to be left here to punish Wakadia if he pushes through. That's exactly what happens, and this has been a well-executed T-pistol so far.
Yeah, it's a sick one as well, right? It feels like they were like, we're okay with committing towards the B-bomb side if there is no fast lurk coming in from the CT side. But MAZE is going to be in a position where if they decide to push, there's more players ready to swing from top Banana as well. So he picks up the first, they white peak, they take down everybody else, and they are ready to fall back towards the A-bomb side. It's kind of a win-win scenario for Fnatic Rising when you think about it. The only case scenario where they don't win the round is maybe if MAZE doesn't get the kill, or if they execute B and then they walk into a stack and they get demolished. But yeah, a sick way to kick things off. Pepsor with a nice 3K. making sure he's onto a good start in the Academy League, whereas for Eternal Fire, nothing pretty much went right in the first one, but we're going to see the force buy come through and the scout already being brought up by CZX.
You go for the investment here to Eternal Fire Academy. Already you've played 6 games so far in the Academy League, sitting on a record of 2-4, so not perfect, but they have had some pretty impressive results, one of those being against the MOUZ NXT boys, where they 16-12 them on Mirage. But as you said, they did lose on Inferno to them, and it was quite a one-sided affair, 16-7. Starting off, fnatic rising. Pistol was quite good. Are we going to see the same in this second round? M-Star is going to try and have a say in it, but Wakadia through that smoke. Volt takes him down. The bomb is going to be planted. The B site does fall. Eternal Fire Academy. They can decide whether or not they want to go for this. I mean, the save, you wouldn't really blame them, but they do have a little bit of utility to force maybe a few Fnatic Rising players into a few fights.
Yeah, I think you wonder at this point. You have a lot of grenades, and the molly is going to be good. Depression, he's going to be forced to go for a fight here. They white peek onto him. There's going to be 2, and oh, what a lovely spray transfer from Depression. Both headshots as well. It doesn't really matter that they didn't have the head armor in that scenario. Insta headshot, and well, the scout has seen enough of this round. Fnatic Rising, they got pressured, but they deal with it expertly. You know, by the way, I really wanted to touch upon Depression a little bit more, like speak about him, because I feel like he is one of those guys that you pick up into a roster, and it's a bit of a wild card, right? Because he is a player that's mostly known for his puggy approach of the game, right? He's well known from his like the videos. I think he makes a lot of videos on YouTube. He streams quite a lot and stuff like that. So he's made a name for himself as a really good pugger, but not necessarily as a player. But, well, maybe he's onto something.
Call if you need.
Oh, I fucked up.
I block you.
It's fine.
Bang, scout. Maybe 1 way.
Don't think it's here.
Reloading.
Let's double
Can you
pick.
flash up?
Yeah, I'm flashing. Hold on a second.
Going up.
I'm going in.
Loop your wall.
Careful bench.
You wanna
See
double
him?
volley?
I need close.
Yeah, do it. I'm molly pull.
I might be stacked. We just take banana.
Yeah, I'm coming with you.
Maybe out. One up.
Flashing.
2, 3, 4 more. 2 more.
One more. I'm reloading.
Nice. I'm
One more
calling.
flash for them.
One scout boiler.
Scout
Yeah,
boiler.
last
I'm
one
only
is
star.
B.
You can walk out beats again.
I'm gonna stay alive, yeah. Gonna walk it?
Yeah.
I hold corner. I just sent one in info.
Sandbags.
I'll go. We're both low. I'm no molly
Yeah,
sandbags.
let's go back. Let's just run A. Come.
He might
I
heal
will
you.
smoke bottom.
I smoke long, Matthias. Wait.
There we go,
Yeah, I
scout.
lurk long.
Watch out,
Just
this
run in
flash
together
banana
short.
behind.
Run in together
Yeah,
short.
Yeah. I flash shot.
He's in moto. Moto smoke.
Yeah.
What are dead?
Nice.
Watch out.
Astros on B.
AK on
Peek short, Matthias. I'll flash mid.
Short.
In short.
Yeah, I'm hiding side. Yeah, I'm hiding side.
Stay alive.
Yeah, I'm hiding side. You peek me soon.
Nice.
Good one.
Sick round.
Nice
Nice.
one.
Shouldn't go first. My bad.
Let's do fast A rep.
Okay. I need gun.
I'll give you one.
Thank you.
You wanna start with? No, never mind.
I wanna just start fast A rep.
Yeah.
For a second there, I thought we were just going to listen to the comms all day long, to be honest.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have any issue with it whatsoever. That was
Yeah, just
a joy to listen to.
lay back on the chair and just watch the game.
Be the easiest
Enjoy it.
cast I've ever done in my life. You know, it's just let's just listen to the comms. Why not?
Yeah. But we had to bounce back for the first buy round. Eternal Fire with the M-Force in hand. A quick play towards middle, and Pibzor, he's going to be able to find the first one. Depression with the second. Cyber picks up one in the process, but it's not going to be enough. And look at that from MOUZ. What a quick round that was from Fnatic Rising. They didn't even wait for the middle smoke to anticipate. That was a really, really ballsy round. And one that I like, by the way. You know me. The surprise middle. Flash through the smoke. Arch smoke. Smoke towards library as well. Make it a little bit of a split. Don't really give the chance to the CTs to get comfortable in that scenario whatsoever. And when they've waited for such a long time to actually have their first buy round, it's such an intelligent round to go for as well. Such a sick call. You never give them the chance to actually feel comfortable on the CT side. or just you at least delay that moment?
Yeah, really, really good call. And I mean, MOUZ was actually one of the guys that actually stood out an awful lot for me, because going into last season, you know, when of course MOUZ joined this Fnatic Rising team, I was kind of looking at it. I wasn't sure. I was a little bit unsure about him. You know, I thought maybe performance might be a little bit of an issue from him. I didn't know how strong of a caller he was, but man, he really has impressed me, to be honest. You know, he's put up, I believe, last season a 1.08 rating for the whole entire tournament. He had some massive games in there, while, of course, getting Fnatic Rising to a 4th position. And to be honest, I think they were a little bit unlucky. A few players just didn't perform on the day to actually push past in the playoffs, and it was a little bit of a disappointing performance from them. All in all, I expected a little bit better, but MOUZ was one of those players definitely that caught me by surprise. M-Star definitely going to be caught by surprise in that round. The spam through the wood, Volt gets that refrag. Pepsor needs to be a little bit careful here though. He has already been dinked, but he's the man that's going in looking for the information. The M4 is here, it's tucked towards the sandbags. It is going to go for a little bit of a peak. Depression might just peek right into his crosshair. Volt walks right in. Depression needed to find that refrag. It does.
Yeah, still a 2 for 2 though. And taking a look at the HP of Pepsor and Depression, this is not an undoable round for the CT side, especially if Banjo goes down here. He needs to be really careful. There's 2 CTs and the timing is going to be really important. And Banjo is going to get caught looking the wrong way. Pepsor manages to find one. Still should know that there could be a second player towards middle, trying to fake out some presence with the smoke, and he's going to fall back slowly now. They need to play this one together. They need to make sure that they refrag efficiently, but that's the problem though. There's just the armorless P250 towards the B-bomb side. Under perfect circumstances, he could actually get both kills here. He would need only 3 bullets to do so.
2 bullets if he only hits brain. So... yeah. That's what he's going to be trying to do. Maybe 15 seconds. Fnatic Rising need to kind of get a move on into the site. So many angles to clear. They're going to line up, but he only gets one. Pepsor is going to be able to put the bomb down. And there's an op on offer as well, so he can run over and try and pick that up if he wants. But he's going to go forward with the AK. Now this fight really favors Yota. He only needs 1 bullet to take him down. Pepsor, surprised he hasn't gone for that AWP, but maybe he's going to prove me wrong with this AK. Playing behind Dark, a lot of positions that the Eternal Fire player has to consider and try and clear out. He doesn't have a kit, so he has to try and get on the bomb soon. Pepsor spots him, and Pepsor takes him down. No wonder he didn't swap over to the AWP. He played it to perfection with that AK. It is 3 kills for him. It's 5 on the board for Fnatic Rising, and Eternal Fire still looking for their very first round.
Yeah, that's a really smart approach. I've always loved that after plan, by the way. That post plan after planning the bomb default towards the coffin, just going dark. In that scenario, it's fortunate as well that the CT didn't really have a Molotov, right? If he has a Molotov or an HE, he's probably going to molly new box or HE towards dark, and yeah, he's going to be done for. But in that scenario, he could be everywhere. He could be pushed towards ruins, he could be a CT, he could be new box, he could be dark, and no defuse kit means no party, no time, and well, no banana success for Eternal Fire, really. What a double entry from MOUZ.
IGL taking matters into his own hands.
Yeah.
Quick
actually,
double.
That's interesting, by the way, right? Because last season, MOUZ was kind of that guy. He was the guy with the flashes, right? He is the IGL and the guy that's calling the shots, obviously, but the guy to set people up for success. And it was most of the time Volt that you see in that position. MOUZ so far has been taking a lot more risks in the beginning of the round, and he's been fairly successful. Yeah, even handling the op now.
I wonder, is that a little bit of a role change? Because of course it kind of caught me and indeed, you know, the Coalesce boys by surprise, or the Fanbit boys. You know, Volt was usually in that kind of star rifle position. He wasn't an entry. It was a complete role switch up after he left us to join Fnatic Rising. And, you know, to be fair, he fit into the role perfectly. He played quite well. You know, he had some really good games, especially actually against the old Eternal Fire Academy lineup. I think that was the real kind of promise and show from him on Vertigo, if I'm not mistaken. It was that map. But Yeah, I wonder, is there maybe just a little bit of a switch up there? Is he going back to his old ways, or is he still going to be, you know, that guy that is going to be going for the entry, and maybe that's just a one-time off from MOUZ? That'll be interesting to see as it plays out a little bit, because of course they're looking to try and find the star again, right? I mean, you know, you let go of Regali, understandably he was your best player. Somebody else has to pick up the slack now that he's gone. Is it going to be Volt, or is it going to be Depression?
I think in that scenario it really depends on, like, we need to give Depression a little bit more time to kind of study the way that he's opening and what kind of a player he is, and in which scenarios he's like similar to Regali and different. But I feel like it could be something to do. I mean, it's not like Danish IGLs are far from the idea of entering. I mean, we have Bird from Sky. We even have, like, in Astralis, we have Glaive doing that from time to time, even though he's not the dedicated entry. Or something like that. So we have a handful of Danish captains that like that approach and like that style of just leading in. TMB is another one that I thought of. In Mad Lions, he used to do that quite a lot as well. So I'm not going to be surprised, actually, if we see that from MOUZ. And from what I know, actually, in one of his previous projects, I think he was entry. Not sure though. It was a semi-professional thing, but I think he's been an entry before. So maybe we could be onto something, or maybe it could be just a map thing, and everything we've just said just means nothing. But the truth is, he's been doing a really good job at it for the first couple of rounds. And fnatic, they've put themselves in a lovely position. Another buy round now coming in from Eternal Fire, and fnatic, they're gonna go for a pretty similar play here. The surprise pop out of middle.
Oh, Sizzix nearly caught off guard. Wakadia needs to connect on a few of these shots. Banjo doesn't realise, and he tries to turn around, but he is not going to be quick enough. So Wakadia does come away with the kill there, although it was in the most unlikely of circumstances. Now, fnatic Rising have to try and get this frag back somewhere. We can see Eternal Fire Academy, they are reacting to the pressure being put on this A bomb site. They've rotated another player over. There is smokes now going down for the wrap onto the A site. Pepsor sitting in the smoke, and M-Star, he goes down. 2 players towards pit to find, as the Moto smoke is going to come in, and Pepsor, he might try and use that gap and walk his way through. But this is an interesting setup. The double pit. Cyber is the full HP player, but the Molly forces both of them out. Pepsor, he's going to take the fight. No Cyber's there as well, but Volt will clean up the rest. fnatic Rising gain control of A. And now Sizzix and Yota, they're going to have to rotate over, attempt this retake, but with a man disadvantage, with no kit. Oh, this one is very difficult, and you can already see Yota's getting out of there. Doesn't want to attempt save the rifles, play for the next round, but you need to start taking some risks in this scenario, because you're 7-0 down on the CT side of Inferno, and you blink and all of a sudden this half will be over and you will not be satisfied with the performance.
That was what I was about to say, right? I mean, the double pit setup is a good idea, but not in that scenario. Not when you have Pepsor trying to lure his way out the smoke towards Arch, right? He just goes through the smoke, no one to challenge, he clears out the bomb side, then they realize, oops, we don't have a smoke. Running the double pit setup is a really good idea if you do have a smoke. So one player can throw it, the other one can play around it. You know how this one works, right? They go maximum damage, and then, oops, there's a surprise, there's a second player, we didn't know about him. Potentially, they can win the round like that. But when you have no smokes, one Molotov, you're just done for. The first player tries to cross, they're unaware that Pepsor has already walked through the smoke. He's on the side, gets a free kill, and from that point on, pretty much impossible. But we are going to jump into TeamSpeak of Eternal Fire for this one.
Yakına flash attım. Hızlı olabilir, saldım, hızlı olabilir.
Tam
Ben
şurada
inatacağım.
ortada dur. Beni buslasana iyi baksa kanka.
Ben çeviren yok. Neyde de buslayacağım.
Bekliyorum. Aa smoke'um yok benim ama ya.
Verdim ben sana. Molotov'unu ver, flash'ını ver.
Kanka info oynasana.
Boya oynayacağım. B yakın olabilir, B giriş olabilir.
Attı. Vurtta birisi.
Eksi git olabilir Samet.
Hı.
Adam flash B.
Var bir tane.
Ev var. Long smoke.
B var bir tane, pik diyor. Flash. Bir tane B var Samet, yürüyebilir.
Biliyor mu?
Solda adam, nereye sok? Öldü B.
Bende.
50 canı var. Attım smoke.
Boiler'ı
Bir tane daha B
kesiyorum.
öldü.
Smoke attım. Bir tane daha
Eve
B
dikkat
geldi.
et.
Geri
Boiler'ı
gelsene
kesiyorum.
Can,
Görüm.
Geri
Attım
geldim.
B'ye.
4'e 3.
Long alıyorum.
Görüm.
Fight'e gittim.
B yok kanka da.
Short çıkar. Short'a kapalı oyna.
Sen gel altında dur istersen ben ateş etimi çıkarsın. Ben öyle dedim yani. Kurasın.
Olan var da onu tutayım diye.
Long bir. Öldü.
Güzel.
Bakıyorum.
Öldü buydu
tane
hepsi
daha.
oyuncusu.
Ses.
Yok şu an long.
Oto attı.
Ben
Beni
Long'u
yaktı.
saldım.
A gibi.
4 bende. 4 vurdum.
Geldim hadi hadi.
Vurdum.
Geldim.
Bas short'a.
O da short.
Geldim biraz yaşa.
Ev üstü.
Yaktım site'ı. Önünde kanka.
Buraya
Buraya hatta. Tanesi yok.
Samet sen girme.
Bravo.
Güzel.
Nice kanka.
Oh, if only there was more time. If
I saw
only
your
there was
reaction
more
there.
time. Man, there's no way he should be getting. He should be getting 3 kills there. That is a little bit of a warning sign for Eternal Fire. Luckily, there wasn't enough time for that. If the bomb got planted there from depression, even if he did go down afterwards, that one really could have got away from them. First round on the board though for Eternal Fire Academy.
Yeah.
So we can't be too critical. Played nicely.
Yeah, a massive double kill from M-Star as well towards the B-bomb
Yeah.
side. You can see that fnatic really wanted to play towards B, and after getting the first kill onto the A players, they knew that the rotations would have been really slow, so if M-Star goes down there 1-for-1, it's pretty much round over. But Eternal Fire, they managed to fight back and make Fnatic Rising wonder just a little bit. The money is still alright for the T side, that's not going to be an issue for some time. And now we have the 3-man stack towards B for the Turkish team as they slow things down just a little bit. Once again, they've been playing fairly passive from the back of the sides, right? No aggression really towards Banana, nothing towards second middle. Just playing those passive angles. Pebzer, he's gonna try and find something. Spots one, but doesn't connect for now. Spam through the smoke, not gonna find anything. Fnatic still just trying to bait out the utility to make it a little bit easier for the later on execute. But once again, Banjo and Boiler are looking for an opening, looking to find something, and he hasn't spotted anybody. Fnatic, they're gonna fall back once again towards the A-bomb side. 30 seconds though, and Eternal Fire, they have the right idea. One player starting to rotate back, but oh, the utility is gonna fake him back. That's perfect right now. Eternal Fire, they've bought it completely. They have no idea what's going on.
Oh, they're going to be caught out rotating. Wikadia on the site. He's overwhelmed by Volt and Cyber. There's no smoke down towards Moto. He might be able to punish Fnatic Rising because of it, but the punishment is only going one way, and that is on Eternal Fire Academy. You do not over-rotate in that position, and you get punished. If you have a pit player, that you at least need to be keeping one player in pit. That pit player should never be moving whatsoever. And even if there's 20 seconds left on the clock, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to get to be quick enough, you know, to even stop that. You don't need to rush anything in that scenario, and that is the reason that Eternal Fire lose this next round.
Yeah, you can see the pressure going into them right now. This is just pressure. Those over rotates. The fact that with 20 seconds on the clock, there's some nades being thrown over, and you're 100% sure that's going to be the play. But it's still really intelligent from Fnatic. They've realized that Eternal Fire are going to be playing those kind of gamble scenarios where they don't really have any information on what's going on around the map, and it's really easy to actually toy with that kind of approach, right? You know, there's no aggressive players. Banjo's cleared out the entire apartment, so they probably are playing just from the back of the site, which means that they're kind of blindly following what's going on and what the comms are from the B-bomb side, and there is no aggression towards B as well. So Eternal Fire not really having an idea on what's going on the other side, just hoping that they win the fights as soon as Fnatic walk into them, and it's going to be another half investment. Well, I say half investment. They saved up a couple guns, so it's going to be actually a decent one in the stack towards apartments. But Fnatic, once again, looks like they have the right idea, just grouping up towards the B-bomb side.
Seen that little boost there?
Yeah.
Not too often.
The sick one.
Yeah, it's a nice one to bring out, but it's not going to find anything as Fnatic Rising are already out towards B. There's a gap in that CT smoke, so they need to be a little bit cautious about where they peek. Sizzix does have a flash to maybe cause a little bit of chaos in this retake scenario. But they might wait for MStar to cause Banjo to panic a little bit and sweat towards Banana, but he wipes that sweat right off his brow, takes him down. Fnatic Rising continue to run down the clock, and Eternal Fire Academy, they have everybody rotated over, but it's going to be the save from them. They just do not have the time to get onto the site. They can leave the pistols and the MP9 to maybe take weapons away, but they can try their best. But Pepsor, he's just finding heads, depression as well. And it is a 9th T round for Fnatic Rising. Their first time seeing them, Ted, and it looks like they've worked on a lot over the little break that we've had in between seasons, and they are looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I wonder for how long Depression's been actually practicing with them, right? Because obviously we get the announcement today. Normally things don't happen like that, and we'd assume that he's been yeah, they don't happen overnight. So we'd assume that he's practiced with them for some time, right? It probably hasn't been a long time, maybe a couple days, maybe a week, but
it's I think it's like a week and a half, maybe, I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, maybe something like that. But
so it's over a week anyway, I think.
Yeah, but it feels like for the short period of time, he's actually finding his place in the puzzle. Truth be told, so far everything's working out, so we can't really say. That was a nice idea, the JW boost. Some OG Fnatic vibes given away, but unfortunately no kill. Another buy for Eternal Fire. They kind of need to make this one work now. Things are starting to look quite scary. Quite familiar with some of their previous games, and you don't want to go down that path. You don't want to go down the Spirit Academy path, because that was a game and a half from Spirit, but an experience that you would like to forget if you're an Eternal Fire fan.
Flash out, Cyber puts a stop to the initial aggression towards Brackets, but Pepsor gets a quick kill. Now himself and Banjo continue to make their way onto the site, and they've actually taken it down. Pepsor finds himself in a 1 versus 2 after the 2 initial kills. Even go Eternal Fire's way, smoke goes down. Oh, and he gets into the apartments as well. This is a really good reposition. He might even try and walk all the way around behind MStar and Yota, and the timing is going to be picture perfect here. Yota's not going to clear him out. Oh, if he just continued walking, he would have got everything and more. Surely now they're realizing he could have flanked all the way around. They're going to have to tap the bomb eventually. Haven't done so just yet. But Pepsor, he's going to peek out, gets one, looking for the second, does the damage. But now Emster has to get on the bomb. The nade, not going to do all that much. Emster's going to stick it. Pepsor once again coming up with the goods in a clutch. 4 kills from him. And you know what we're talking about? Is it going to be Volt? Is it going to be Depression? Pepsor is the star of the show. 15-4 right now. Inferno is his map.
Yeah, Pepsor's had one of his best maps, by the way, that I've seen in recent history. He's been playing phenomenal CS, and you know what's the thing? He's been really good at kind of initiating the first contact in some scenarios and then putting himself into the lurk position where he's left in the clutch if needed. And that was a 1 versus 3 in the end of the day. That was a sick round to win from Pepsor. A really close one for Eternal Fire. A little bit disappointed that they're not going to be able to close it out, but the answer is immediate. Cyber with a nice peek towards Banjo. Now they got used to him being alone, and Yoda is going to follow up with another towards Banana. That's a lot better, and I believe there's a follow-up flash. Yoda is going to go for even more, and Pepsor and Depression actually fight back. So we're down to a winnable scenario, a 2 versus 5, now a 2 versus 3. And M-Star, he's all alone towards B.
Are they going to clear him out? No, they're not. M-Star takes him down. Depression swaps over to the AK, but gets dinked up for his trouble. He's thinking about doubling back. He is playing with fire sitting in front of that smoke, so he needs to just punch the numbers in. Now, bomb plant isn't going to matter an insane amount in terms of economy, but that kill is going to make all the difference for Eternal Fire Academy. They get a second round, even though when they're winning these opening fights and winning these opening duels, they're given a lot of chances for Fnatic Rising to pull themselves back into the round, which is an issue in itself, but it's not about how you win them at this stage, really, for Eternal Fire Academy. It's just as long as you win them, you need to get 5 rounds, I think, if you're going to stand a chance when we swap over onto the CT side for them, or onto the T side, excuse me.
Yeah. By the way, that's kind of the signature style of, like, the Turkish teams, right? I mean, this is something that we've seen from old school Space Soldiers and obviously the first lineup from Eternal Fire. Especially on the CT side, when those teams go aggressive, they just split push the entire map. So even if they find a kill somewhere, and on paper it's okay to just fall back and play the man advantage, the man advantage or the two-man advantage, when they get a kill, they're that kind of a team that just goes on pushing and pushing and pushing mid-round on the CT side. Pretty much like if you had to compare them to a tier 1 side, you'd say like Heroic, something similar. They just push and push and push and don't care what's going on. And this could look pretty dominant. It could work out pretty well. On the other hand, though, when you start losing those fights, it feels like you're just getting run over. And, well, that's pretty much what's happening right now. Fnatic Rising, even if they lose the first fight, they just know that they need to keep holding. And they're going to get peeked into. And this is what they've been punishing so far. Another round where they get the opening pick. This time is going to be the AWP of Depression. And once again, Jack, Fnatic in a really good spot to potentially go for an 11th round.
"45 seconds now, and Fnatic Rising are making their way towards B, where Yota is the only defender, but he's holding it quite passively. So as soon as the CT smoke goes down, might try and go for a little bit of a spam, but I don't think he's going to try and fight all that much. Goes for a wide swing, and Pepsor is going to punish him for that. Now, the spam goes through. MStar can't get much done with it either, but Cyber quickly up Banana now. He's a teammate with him. Wicadia also on hand. Banjo gets that kill. Is he going to get the second? Yes, he does. Put a stop to that.
Whoa.
Retake now, and he's a whisker away in that smoke. Volt fades through it and fades away with yet another round for Fnatic Rising. 11-2 right now. And Eternal Fire just struggling to get the consecutive ones on the board. They win one, they, you know, even if it is a close round, but they just cannot seem to build off it. And they continue to be punished. Nice opening pick there from Depression. Swaps over to Pepsor on the low HP to get that second. But a really strong hold from Banjo there.
Yeah. It was a good idea with the flash that Eternal Fire had, but unfortunately just doesn't catch the Oper there. And MStar once again is going to be put into a really tough spot, needs to get out of there, and he's going to be able to do it. In the meantime, Depression is going to get taken down. A straightaway peek from the AWP towards middle, and it is successful for the CT side. Problem is that the buy is still anything but perfect. I think they've spotted Volt towards left hand side. Yoda not going to be able to connect just for now. Gonna give Volt some more chances later on in the round. It's still a 5 versus 4, but taking a look at the weaponry on the side of the CTs, Fnatic Rising still a little bit favored, but there is still that AWP in Sizzix. And the 3-man stack towards the B-bomb side as Fnatic, they continue waiting it out. They need to find something towards the A-bomb side. Even if they want to commit B right now, they want to make sure that they clear out apartments and brackets first so they don't walk into a stack.
Flash out towards the apartments, and Banjo tries to clear that A side pretty much on his own. He sold the fake nicely though. Volt with a beautiful headshot, and Yota was thinking about rotating. He can't now. He has to stay because Fnatic Rising, the attack is making its way onto the site. Needs to connect with the Deagle. Third bullet. He's going to work a charm, but Volt takes him down afterwards. Bomb will be planted here for Fnatic Rising. We will see a post plant, but they need to be kind of proactive in this situation, but that's going to be Eternal Fire's job. They push on through. The flash is going to be good. They will get a third round. A really strong retake from the Turkish boys as we now possibly have an 11-4 on the cards. Fnatic, they played that well, but it was just too much for them in the end with that man disadvantage that they did have. Oh, and what a peak once again.
Yeah, it's the Fnatic boost.
Yeah.
It's again the Fnatic boost. Last time around didn't work out, but JW Spirit is going to support him in this one. That was actually a really good approach from Eternal Fire. I feel like this is just a round that Eternal Fire, and overall, they just deserve to win from start to finish. The way that they approached the retake as well, they started it pretty early, didn't really give the chance to the planter to get into a comfortable position. And look at Cyber right now. He's going to switch things up completely. That's the first time we've seen aggression like that.
I need to try and find the kills, but Pepsor's got a quick double, and Sizzix has to get on out of there. Volt is heard now. The reposition of Volt punishes Wicadia for even thinking about going for that peak. Elsewhere, M-Stars drop Pepsor. That's the banana. part of the map under control, under lock and key. A is a completely different story though. Sizzix unable to stop Banjo making his way out of the apartments as Sizzix is forced back because of that Molotov. There's no saving in this one. It's the last round. fnatic Rising have a 3v2 post plant for possibly a 12-3 scoreline.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Eternal Fire, they need to go for it considering because the last round of the half and the re-smoke towards Moto as well is going to make life harder. Now MStar, he needs to find the first kill for sure. They're going to be holding for him surely. Now he's been spotted. Volt is going to take his head clean off the shoulders. A free haircut with the bonus fade. And Banjo, speaking of bonus fades, he's going to give one a haircut without even seeing who he's giving it to. But, you know, through the smoke still works out. 12-3 first half. fnatic Rising looking like a tough team now.
19-8, Pepsor with a really strong first half.
Yeah.
Depression fitting in nicely into this lineup, 10-7, an average enough game. But the T-side Inferno is difficult to op on. We know that.
Well,
a lot of people don't like it.
We say average. It's kind of a like it's an equal distribution, I'd say, in terms of kills. Like everyone's doing their job. He doesn't really get put into those scenarios where we could be critical and be like, oh, he should be like 20-5 in that game. Yeah. He's just doing his job right now.
Oh, we jump into the pistol. We'll see if fnatic Rising are going to bait Eternal Fire into this little bit of a bracket stack. Volt looking for some information. Not a lot to go off. Cyber, of course, is hearing all this and might try and walk on him. As MOUZ is the man solo towards B. He doesn't have utility to delay, which is interesting. Usually you would see that player with at least a smoke to just deploy to just keep them at bay, but the kit in the smoke is elsewhere on Banjo.
Oh, they're going back. That's massive.
This is a big problem. They have the util though. They do have the flashes if they want to use them towards brackets, and I think they have to use at least one, right? Unless they want to go for an apartments pop, but
they do. It's gonna be such a late round as well. I mean, they're gonna play it with what, like 35 seconds on the clock. They're gonna go for the play. Oh, no flashes.
Just try peek, why not? I mean, if it works, it works. In Depression, we'll fight back with 2 kills though. Bomb planted, MOUZ and Depression are going to try and retake this. And Depression's picked up a lot of utility. He has a molly to force Wicadia out of position. MOUZ now just waiting out this smoke, as the smoke will go down towards Pit to try and cross onto the site. And Wicadia is forced into a fight with MOUZ, and MOUZ is now alone. No idea where the second player is. Cyber's going to peek out. There's the headshot, and there is the Eternal Fire pistol going in their favor. It's 12-4. A much needed round for Eternal Fire. If they lost that, we could have just signed, sealed, delivered on this game. It's over and done with. Pack it up, move on to the next one. But now there is a chance, although it might be a slim one.
Yeah, I want to highlight what MStar did. I think that's best described as an absolute madness. You wouldn't see that on Face It as well. He was the man with the full utility. He had a smoke and 2 flashes. He is the guy that needs to flash out the players out of apartments, and he just white peeks middle with the nades in him and just goes to people, and they just go out without the flash, and it works out perfectly. They just mold Moto for them. That was crazy from MStar. But you know what? If it works out, we don't really question it, so it's fine. And now we get to see the full eco coming in for fnatic Rising. They're pretty much replaying their pistol round, but with the only difference being the players on the flowers, which is dangerous, by the way. You're just ruining the flowers. What types of flowers are those? Do you know your flowers, Jack?
I didn't see them. No.
Oh, sure.
No, I didn't see them.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure. No, don't. I have no idea. I couldn't even tell you what color they are, Ted. To be honest, mate.
They're yellow.
Yellow daffodils, maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how to name a single type of flower in English. So
daffodils are like bright.
I know only roses and violets. That's it.
Speaking of flowers, Fnatic Rising pushing up daisies in that round. But they have the economy. They have the rifles out in the next. We'll see what the stance is going to be. 3 players towards B early on, so maybe an aggressive stance towards Banana to be taken. We see the flashes being lined up here from Pepsor, so it is going to be Volt and MOUZ taking some control a little bit later on in the round. The molly is going to discourage that for just a moment, and they actually are going to cancel on that, so they back away. They have to readjust, and they're actually just going to leave Volt here alone. 4 towards A gamble stack coming in already early on in round 18.
Yeah, that's a really ballsy play, but they need to go for a peek towards middle. That's exactly what they're getting ready to do. There's the flash, but they're not going to see anybody with that peek, and that actually might falter them into a little bit of a false sense of security. Now that Eternal Fire have heard that flash, they know exactly what's going on, and they know that potentially, after clearing out middle, Fnatic might rotate another player towards the B-bomb side, and that's going to be the case right now. They have only Pepsor and Banjo towards A, and Depression playing a really deep angle towards CT. He's going to get isolated quickly. Now realizes that here's the sound. He's going to fall back a little bit towards the bomb side to support. But this is just the fake from Eternal Fire. They don't want to commit to the A bomb side. It's going to be B again.
Already we're seeing a little team with Eternal Fire Academy's T side. They like playing very late, and this could come back to bite them a little bit because that smoke goes down. It is the last piece of utility for the CT side. That is the bonus thing for them. And MOUZ is going to be forced out by not 1 but 2 Molotovs. Volt is alone. He's taking damage through the smoke, and he is going to fall as well. Eternal Fire Academy running down the clock, and rightly so, because Fnatic Rising could not hold on to B for any longer. And it is going to be a 6th round now for that Turkish side. And that means they are only 6 rounds now behind Fnatic Rising. 3 players are going to hang on to their rifles. Eternal Fire might send maybe a person or 2 to hunt these men down. But more often than not in this circumstance, I think all 3 will save.
Yeah, I think that if you're Eternal Fire right now, you should be focusing a little bit more on just keeping as many players alive as possible, just to make sure that you have the bank and you can enable that hunt perk later on in the half. But yeah, now M-Star is going to go down, same for Cyber, and this should seal the deal. But these 3 surviving, you need to hold on to the cash. Even though you're winning the rounds, you need to build up the money, and well, you build up a nice economy on the T side. You're going to be able to pretty much do whatever later on if you're thinking about it long term as well, in terms of potentially going into level score, a little bit closer rounds. You want to make sure that even if you lose a lot of players, you're going to be able to continue reinvesting, and not really thinking about the money as an issue, but just as a resource that is quite unlimited.
Volt going super aggressive down Banana here. He's running out of bullets, and Wakadia is just waiting for the perfect time now to strike. MOUZ tries to offer some support, but it's a beautiful double entry. We've seen MOUZ do it towards Banana. Now Wakadia is showing exactly what he can do. Pepsor rotates, but he's too late. That B site has fallen once again, and it's a difficult start to life now for the B players over here on Fnatic Rising. Eternal Fire Academy, they found a little bit of a gap in the defense, and they have abused it now for the 2nd time. And this time, Fnatic Rising, are they weighing up a retake?
I think they're thinking about it. Pebs are getting a little bit aggressive. Now it's been called. Now they're going back for the save, but that was a little bit of a misplay there for Volt and MOUZ, right? I mean, it felt really awkward. They just spammed all their bullets through the smokes, and they never cleared out the left-hand side and never knew what was going on. Well, thankfully for them, Pebsor and Banjo, once again, they're going to be able to find a couple kills and hold on to the guns, so Fnatic would actually have a decent buy in the next one. And Banjo, oh, okay, takes down another. Actually, a decent damage done by Fnatic Rising in that scenario to the economy of Eternal Fire, but it's still the B-bomb side that has massive struggles, even though we're going to see another buy round come through. Banjo might even drop an AWP over if he wants to, but there's the replay, a lovely double kill from Wakadia. The flash was more than perfect. And Eternal Fire now starting to build up some rounds on the T side, Jack.
Yeah, maybe a little.
When do you start getting nervous if you're a Fnatic Rising fan?
I'd say now. I'd say now, very much so.
It is a good moment, right?
Yeah. No time like the present, Ted. They're going to try and pick up a little bit of an opening kill. They have done so, but on the way back, MOUZ just burns to a crisp. He cannot escape that Molotov. Wakadia thought he's seen something in the smoke, but just getting a little bit paranoid.
Yeah, that's the definition of I got scared by my shadow.
Yeah. Can be spooky sometimes.
It could.
Follows you everywhere as well. You just can't get away from it.
Yeah, a stalker.
Now, Flash goes high. They are going to try out B once again, but this time the numbers are here for fnatic Rising. They've learned from the mistakes, and they make sure that there are at least 3 players on hand to deal with any aggression whatsoever. This time it came a little bit earlier on for Eternal Fire, and it will not have the same success. Sizzix needs to do damage here. Any damage to the economy is going to be good damage.
They're not giving him anything, though.
Yeah.
fnatic Rising being really diligent in that scenario. And that's the right approach, right? I mean, you're in a 4 versus 1. You know that winning this round could actually kick things off for the final blow, for the closing of the game. And yeah, it's going to be a fairly clean one. The MOUZ, the only one going down. 13 on the board for fnatic Rising. And now, this was my issue for Eternal Fire actually being so proactive on the hunt the previous round, right? Take a look at the T-side economy now. They have one more buy in the bank. It's not going to be an ideal one as well. And they're done for after it. Look at the money. They don't have a single player that's going to be able to reinvest into the next one. It doesn't really matter if they get a bomb planter or not.
Yeah, we see Pepsor with another multi-kill as well. He's 24 and 10, so he is really the man to make things tick for this fnatic Rising side here today.
Yeah.
Really impressive stuff from him so far. But this job is not done. Don't be fooled by the scoreline right now. We've seen comebacks already, but that makes this round rather a little bit easier. Depression. Gonna be able to find that entry. Sizzix completely caught off guard by the Opera on the boost. Thought the smoke would just save him, but not to be. Pepsor, even though they have the man advantage, they're still looking for that little bit more. They're not really satisfied, are they?
Yeah, Inferno is that kind of a map, right? With those long and slow rotations, you want to make sure that you have the right idea most of the time. You want to enable that third man towards the B-bomb side, especially when, even though you're 13-7 up in a man advantage, and you have a man advantage, the B-bomb side has been a little bit problematic. So you want to make sure that you have not only the man advantage, but the informational advantage as well in those scenarios. But take a look at that from Eternal Fire. They're just going to burst out of apartments, but the setup should be good enough. You have Pebzor towards the back of the site, and you have another player in pit, which is going to be Bancho.
Yeah, he doesn't get blinded by those flashes either, close to the wall, so he is perfectly okay to pick up 1 kill. Might have wanted a little bit more, and he might have needed to get a little bit more. Wakadia drops Pepsor on the site, and it's a 3 versus 3. Eternal Fire, they make their way out, and fnatic Rising, they make their way to B. It's a save from them. Okay. A lot of respect going towards Eternal Fire Academy right now from fnatic Rising. They're realizing, okay, this is very much losable. Let's not just throw rifles away sillily.
Yeah, that's just playing the percentage play right now, right? I mean, you still realize you're in a good spot. You know that you've just won a round. You don't want to get back to the reset doldrums. You've been there for a long time. Well, 4 rounds, but 4 rounds is a fairly long time. So, yeah, you want to make sure you take care of the economy. You know that Eternal Fire really active as well on the hunt, and their economy is not in the best place possible. So there is really no need. You know that they're not going to have plenty of money, even if you don't go for it. And well, that's going to be the case, by the way. Once again, you see that even though they won the round with a bomb plant, Eternal Fire actually aren't stacked up with cash. So an intelligent call for fnatic Rising. They kind of get a chance to do it again. They get a chance to win this round, reset the T-side economy, or rather the CT side economy, and pretty much just close the game.
Yeah, I mean, they've had the rifles out, and besides the round that they won, they've had 3 players saving every single time. So I'm just waiting until the time that we actually see them commit to a retake and see what they can do.
Yeah, but they're not pressured to go for them.
No,
at this point, right?
they don't need to right now.
Yeah.
That's it. You hit the nail on the head. They don't need to right now. So
Yeah.
I'm just waiting though, because eventually, if things don't go your way initially in the round, you eventually have to take some risks.
Yeah.
Will they be rewarded is the question. Wakadia going for the entry towards top banana, and well, his bullet's going to be off the mark a little bit there. That HE though is definitely on the button.
1 star, M star. 1 HP. Does he get a kill with 1 HP? That's the question. I'm going to be spectating only him until the end of the round, but nice utility damage in the end of the day. fnatic playing a bit of a risky approach towards banana, but still. For now, it was worth it. Looking like Eternal Fire want to attack again towards that second letter of the alphabet though, and it's going to be a full execute.
The 1 HP entry taken down, but Wakadia is now wrapping towards runes, and Eternal Fire, they don't need to play as aggressively just yet. They can wait for Wakadia, but MOUZ is helping him. The jump over the top though is going to be good enough for Sizzix to get a kill. He spots out Volt as well. There's the double. The bomb is dropped on the site, and Eternal Fire need to get their hands on it. They will do so, but look at this. So quick up banana. Banjo can take him off it, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Flash might go over now to blind Sizzix, who is pushed into CT, and he's going to push these banana players down, maybe out of time. He was thinking about it, but all fnatic Rising need to do is survive. As they get on to 14, they will win another round, and now only 2 is needed.
Yeah, what a massive round that is from MOUZ. I wanna highlight the kill that he gets onto the runes player so much. If MOUZ goes down there, that could be an Eternal Fire round. I mean, Volt is all alone towards the back of the side. He does manage to drop 1, or rather 2, but in that scenario, Volt needed to stay alive a lot longer if MOUZ just goes down, right? And it was pretty much impossible. You can see he got flashed, he was behind the smoke, they knew where he was, and it was just about to be a lot more on his shoulders, but MOUZ getting that kill made life a lot easier for fnatic Rising in the end of the day. And now, it's just the pistols and the hero AWP for Sizzix in this round for Eternal Fire Academy and fnatic. They've already picked up a double entry. So, following the logical events, fnatic should be able to pick up that 15th round. I say should. We've seen some crazy stuff, but
yeah,
maybe not in this round.
The crazy stuff has to come from Sizzix, right? With the AWP, he's got to be the man to post up, but the brackets hold is nice here from Banjo and Depression, and they even have Pep Sword boosted up as well, so surely there's no way that they're going to break this hold. There goes the swing out. Now they know that there is a player boosted up, but the AWP peeking into this is definitely going to be a difficult scenario, because he can't really peek 2 places at once. He can't really flick like if he had a rifle, he might be able to, but not with the sniper. Now, 30 seconds. Sizzix is backing away, probably going to go for the save here, unless he can get the jump spot. Volt.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize how fortunate he actually has been there. That the timing worked out massively for him.
You have to feel for Sizzix in that scenario, right?
Yeah.
If he holds on for just half a second, he probably gets a kill there. They actually have a chance in the round if he gets that one. Cyber's actually going to run for it. Nothing to save, obviously. He wants to have the buy in the next one. And the AWP is going to be saved up. 15-8, fnatic Rising with 7 consecutive map and match points in their first game here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. Just 1 round away from picking up their first victory, and 1 round away from officially giving Pepzor his first MVP of the tournament as well, because he's had a monstrosity of a performance. 25-11. And even though he hasn't had to do that much in the recent rounds, his team surely doing more than enough. Eternal Fire, a couple rifles, an AWP, a couple glues, and a Depression that's just running at them, but Sizzix isn't ready.
The double nade though, like Sizzix is down to 11 HP, and nade does a whole lot more to Cyber. There's 2 players extremely low, which is going to make life a whole lot easier for the rifle players. It's a double up on the T side. Well, Yota has picked up the AWP.
I mean, I'm a fan. At this point, what can go wrong, possibly?
Everything. You could lose the game.
Well, I think you're in that position already. I mean, Why not try it?
But he has acquired it, of course, off the Precious body. Oh, and he goes for the peek out. Pepster takes him down. MOUZ drops M-Star as well. And now it's going to be a fair fight or an unfair fight if you look at the health. If you look at the situation that Eternal Fire find themselves in. The smokes are going to go over. They're going to try and across to the site. Volt does not go for the spam this time. Now, they need to get the bomb down. Cyber will do so. Volt molly there for just a second. He hears that. There goes the flash. Tries to run onto the site, but Cyber is ready. Posted on the angle. Takes him down. Banjo and MOUZ. Now, a 2 versus 3. We've waited for so long to see a Fnatic Rising retake, but we might have to wait a little bit longer to find a successful one. Yes, we will. 15-9. Eternal Fire are going to take that one. They survive for at least one more.
Yeah, massive round from Cyber. Eternal Fire stepping up when it matters the most. Even though it felt like Fnatic had the right idea once again, right? They had the A bomb site stack. If Eternal Fire were actually committed to the idea of getting the refrags and playing towards A, that would have been a CT side round potentially in the end of the game. But he's once again making a last second decision to rotate back towards the B bomb side proved to be the wise choice. It keeps them into the game. And now it's 15-9. And Jack, we've seen 15-9 T-side games being won on Inferno. And you know which game I'm speaking about. So
I do.
Out of respect for the Cloud9 boys, I'm gonna give him a chance.
Bolt gonna rescue that AWP, not the intended idea from MOUZ. He gets double naded and taken down before he can even shoot a bullet. Fnatic might try and push here. And Wikadi is going to swing out. They all line up. The flash is perfect. 3 players completely blind. And there's another round for Eternal Fire Academy. Banjo has to save that M4. It's not a lot, but he needs to keep this rifle up because Fnatic Rising's money is going to be completely reset. But Eternal Fire Academy, they are so close to the A site and they have absolutely no intentions of letting him save. And Sizzix might be the man to take him down. Yes, he will. 10 rounds, Eternal Fire, and a clean one there. Wikadia comes massive in that round.
Yeah. You want to know a fun fact, actually? It's been only once so far in the tournament that Eternal Fire have actually gotten double digits and lost the game. And it was against Astralis talent in the second round on Mirage. They lost 13-16. Their remaining games that they lost, they never got up to double digits. And most of the games they got up to double digits, they actually managed to close out. Those were the games against MOUZ NXT that they won 16-12 on Mirage, and the game against 0-0 Prospects, again on Mirage, that they won 16-14. So, yeah, some good signs for the Turkish boys. Surely making Fnatic Rising think a little bit about it, and that pause is going to prove it maybe slightly. Fnatic realizing that they still have something more that they need to do. They have to fight a little bit more on Inferno if they want to close it out. Of course, they will fight in the next round. Well, they will in this one, but probably unsuccessfully considering it's just the eco. Unless Pebzor, the Bomb Master, manages to make something happen.
He could just rain shrapnel on any middle pressure whatsoever.
Yeah. There was the... You know how there's roles after the game of CS? Like, there's like the assassin and stuff like that, like titles. There was the Flash Maester or something like that. Is there one for nade damage?
No, I don't think so.
Maybe chat can help us out.
I wouldn't know. I only get Loudfoot.
Oh, that's gonna be painful.
Yeah, Pepster's
down. It is painful.
Yeah. Well, it's Volt's job now to pick up the nades. There's one. It actually is off the mark. Doesn't hit flush like he would have wanted. And he's going to fake the steps going back towards B. If anybody heard that, they might try and make their way into this stack. And M-Star is going to look for Volt, who gets away.
Oh,
to Dink. Does some damage. USP going to peek towards short. More damage being done, but it's the same old result. It is another Eternal Fire round, and Cyber dropping down from above takes his head clean off.
Like a true fallen angel. Another buy round coming in for Fnatic Rising. Now Eternal Fire have won a couple ones, so this is far from one for Fnatic Rising. Far from done. You still need to work it out. You have 4 more chances, 4 more attempts to close out Inferno and get your first victory here in the WePlay Academy League Season 5 in your first matchup as well. Early presence towards Banana. A lot of utility, but nothing found just yet. MStar, he's going to be pressured by the Molotovs. He's going to be pushed as well. Volt, he's just waiting for the flash, goes for the peek, but MStar is going to shut him down. MOUZ thinking about going for the refrag. The tag through the smoke is going to be good, but not for the kill, only for the damage. But there goes Pepzor, first and second. MStar and Wakadia hitting the ground. Now the advantage goes in favor of Fnatic. A 3 versus 4. Yoda gonna start making his way towards the apartments. Not spotting anybody just yet though. Cyber just walking out Lonkin. MOUZ is gonna be waiting for him. The pressure and Banjo. And there it goes. Fnatic Rising, their first game here at the WePlay Academy League Season 5. Ends with a victory. Eternal Fire, they did put up a fight for sure, but it was just not enough.
Just not enough in the end. Fnatic Rising now 1-0. We had to wait a long time. We had to wait at least a week to see them finally in action in the WePlay Academy League. Depression coming into the lineup. There was, of course, going to be questions. Some of them answered, some of them not. Not really one of the toughest opposition in the group. It would have been one of the easier games if you were to pick them out of the hat in this group. They would have been happy enough with it, but it is at least a win. You still have to win them. You have to beat whoever is in front of you, and that's exactly what Fnatic Rising did. Very impressive showing in the first half from them. Eternal Fire can go away with their heads held high though, as they did manage to bring it back as we swapped over. Some impressive rounds on that T side. They exploited B very, very well indeed. But again, just not enough, and that drops Eternal Fire down. 2-5, I believe, now is their record. So it's not ideal if the play-in dream is still to be alive for them, but still in a recoverable spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a position where you can bounce back from, especially after the, I'd say, alright performance recently, right? I mean, they've been able to put up decent fights against some of the really good teams, beating MOUZ, bouncing back from this game as well. I mean, you were down 3-12 and you were able to win 11 rounds in the end of the day. So I feel like Eternal Fire have a lot of things to be happy about after this game. Yes, all right, you lost it. You're not in a good place in terms of the score and the leaderboard, but in the end of the day, you were able to kind of make Fnatic Rising sweat just a little bit. And let's not forget, even though this is their first game, and you could say that it's a little bit of a warm-up, it's one of the teams that actually made it into the playoffs of the previous season. They finished top 4, so in the end of the day, you were facing one of the really tough oppositions in your group, and you did make them sweat for a second. So yeah, I feel like Eternal Fire have something to be happy about, but there's still a lot more work to be done here.
Yeah, definitely haven't put the finishing pieces on the puzzle just yet, but Fnatic Rising are going to be trying to complete their puzzle, and they think that they have with this pickup of Depression to replace for Gali. Pretty decent showing from him. I mean, you know, he did his job in certain scenarios. Pepzor though was definitely the man to build up his highlight reel, and that one, the multi-kill potential from him, especially on that T side, was very, very impressive. 28 kills, 14 deaths, 93 ADR from Fnatic Rising. That's not the last that we do see of them either today, Ted. They do have a game coming up against MOUZ NXT just a little bit later on. That one is definitely one that you guys do not want to miss, so you're gonna have to stick around for that. For now, we're gonna send it to a short little break though. Our next game of the day will actually see FURIA Academy for the very first time in Group B. They'll take on Apeks Rebels, who got their first win in Game 1 today. Can they make it 2, or is it going to be FURIA Academy putting their best foot forward? For now though, we'll send it to that short break. Make sure you join us in around 10 minutes time. Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the WePlay Academy League Season 5. My name's Zerfer, and Ted will be joining me for our last game of the day, but it is only game 3 of 6, and this will see FURIA Academy for the very first time. Now the only Brazilian team in the WePlay Academy League after Young Gods sadly withdrawn, the only South American hope that they have. So you know, there's going to be a lot of people in chat supporting these guys. There'll be a lot of support, as there always is for any Brazilian team, and they're going to be trying their best to start off with a win, which is something that Apeks Rebels finally managed to do today, picking up their very first one early on.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that we got to see Apeks Rebels pick up their first victory before facing off against FURIA, right? Because even though it's going to be their last, or rather their first game of the tournament, or of this season of the tournament for FURIA Academy, nonetheless, they are one of the teams that actually made it into. They finished third in the last WePlay Academy League, only behind MOUZ and Big, losing only against those two teams, and actually being the only team that did manage to take down MOUZ NXT in a best of 3 in the first round of the playoffs. So I really don't want to see a massive stomp here. I really want to see Apeks Rebels being able to put up a little bit of a fight. In the same time though, Jack, I feel like it's going to be a really tough game for the Apeks guys.
Yeah, Apeks, they managed to pick up their first victory on Ancient earlier on today, and currently with a 100% win rate. The good news is they got their first win on Ancient. The bad news is it is the permaban of FURIA Academy, so there's no chance that we're going to see that whatsoever. Apeks are going to start us off with the bans, and Mirage, Inferno and Dust, all the classics gone completely, so that leaves it now really up to FURIA where they want to go. And that's something I'm going to throw to you, Ted. Where do you think we're going to end up on? Possibly a Vertigo or maybe an Overpass?
I'm thinking those two, right? I feel like if you're FURIA right now, like judging even by the things that they were picking last season, judging by the performance of the first team, because we know there's a lot of similarities between the way that an academy team plays the game and the first team of the organization. I feel like Vertigo is going to be a good choice. I think that you have a lot of footage on both maps for Apeks Rebels if you wanted to prepare, because those were the two of the maps that they played quite a lot, if I'm not mistaken, or at least Vertigo they played 100%. So yeah, I guess you can be kind of okay and confident going into it, and yeah, that's what we're gonna see. FURIA, and overall, I feel like South American teams have a really unique way of approaching Vertigo, a really aggressive one. You know that Vertigo is normally not one of the most extravagant maps to watch and witness, but somehow South American teams make it interesting. They make it fast-paced, they make it really crazy, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that T side and the CT side from FURIA Academy of Vertigo, and to see how much it resembles the first team's Vertigo, because if it does resemble the first team's Vertigo, we're in for a wild ride.
Yeah, man, I mean, it's just hard for me to even listen, because I know that you just do not like Vertigo whatsoever as a map.
Yeah, you know what? That's interesting.
Even when you're complimenting it, it's just you know there's always a book coming. There's always something about it, and it's always a backhanded comment about it. But
you know what? FURIA is the only team that I like. I enjoy watching on Vertigo, like the first team of FURIA, the only one, because they play like they're a puck team.
Well, we'll see now if FURIA Academy are going to resemble the main team whatsoever. Starting us off on the pistol, they're on the T side, and it's going to be Koalex to pick up the opening kill. Smokes are going to go down. FURIA yet to get up onto the site, but decently with that P250 headshot over the top of the smoke. And how about a second? He's got 2, completely blind, just spamming away through it. And now Apeks Rebels are down to just 2. They have the kit on Brave. They do have a smoke, but they're going to need to be very brave in these fights, or even to attempt sticking this defuse.
Wow, what a start of the pistol round for FURIA Academy. At 2 versus 5 now. They're just going to get swung. Tapeware actually manages to find 1. Cowis is there to shut him down, doubling up and doubling down onto Brave. First round for FURIA Academy in the tournament. And first multi-kill for Decent T, actually, who was one of the players in the last season that did a really good job. He was the highest rated player of FURIA during Season 4, averaging 1.14 rating, and doing so as a lurker, by the way, which is kind of impressive, you know? A lot of clutches by this young man.
very impressive. He was actually level on rating with Kawez, who was also on a 1.14 rating for the last event. Now, it is going to be interesting to see as we go further into this how ZMB is going to be getting on. Of course, he's an op IGL, so one of the most difficult roles to play in CS. But FURIA Academy, they seem to have made it work, much like the main team used to a little bit of a time ago. Kawez, a nice shot there onto VHW. But Sense cannot stop what has already happened. He cannot reverse time, sadly. And that is what he is going to be running down right now, trying to save that 5-7. It's a second round for FURIA Academy. They take that B site with relative ease. And they look to build on this T side as quickly as possible.
Yeah. A pretty quick start as well. This is, I guess, what we would expect from the Brazilian team. Especially on Vertigo, we'd expect them to just be picking up the pace. And ZMB, obviously, Mr. Everything on the side of FURIA. The guy that has attempted the most entries. He is the IGO. He is the Opera. He is pretty much Art back in the day in FURIA when he was still primarily opening, right? So I guess it's pretty similar. Like the academy structure is pretty similar to the one that FURIA originally had before obviously adding Safi to do the opening and Keserato before him, just picking it up from time to time. But yeah, a lot of pace to be expected. And I believe a team speed round to be expected in this one.
Nada. Ó, deixaram o meio.
Ali embaixo, cuidado. Ah, não.
Madeira, tá?
Eu acho que eles têm um meio.
Vou acelerar então aqui. Smokei.
Peguei uma alta atrás.
C4
Consegue.
Bateu a pistola.
Deu.
C2 materna.
Duplo.
Em cima era dupla, né?
Aperta. Não morre, não morre.
Ai, que delícia,
vai
pra puta.
Bot.
Portuguese comms are always so funny, man. I just love listening to them.
Yeah.
No Vamos is just yet, but they're coming.
Yeah.
They're coming. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We will definitely get to hear one. I hope.
No Kyoto Caralho.
Just yet. Just yet. 3 rounds on the board though. You don't want to celebrate too early. First going round, first big test for the FURIA Academy boys. And starting it off, it is going to be a little bit of a fight towards that A ramp. He chips away at the health of Sense. He needs to be careful. Much does VHW towards short, towards Ivy. Doesn't want to get spammed through that tarp. FURIA Academy decide, you know what, let's not go towards A. They are quite heavily stacked there, and it is the correct call looking at the map.
Yeah. Tapware is all alone towards the B-bomb side once again. And he's not even towards the B-bomb side. He is kind of spotting on Guardian, just spotting middle and B. So they are playing that second letter of the alphabet on the retake setup. Now he's going to start making his way closer and closer to the side, but FURIA already prepared for the execute, already prepared for all the grenades. Apeks seem to have an idea. They're going to be really quick on the rotates, but Tapeware, he needs to stay alive here.
He wanted to get towards quad there, but the molly stopped him. He's going to peek out with the flashes, unable to get a kill. Bruninho takes him down. As now FURIA Academy, they get up and flash again. They have to swing onto the site. They have to take a few more kills, but Brave puts a stop to Bruninho for the moment. The rotations are coming in. Oh, there's a TK. It's messy from FURIA. The smoke's making things very, very difficult as VHW sees Kawez around that one. But ZMB, the last player in, cannot get anything more. Apeks with a quick rotation. FURIA Academy, they had the right idea. They were just a little bit slow on the execution, and Apeks Rebels deploying their utility and really just causing all the problems there.
Yeah, that was a really good round from Apeks in terms of going proactive towards the A-bomb side just in the right timing, right? They had the idea. And even though Tapeware doesn't find a single kill, everybody had rotated by the time that FURIA initially triggered the execute. So the counter util was perfectly timed. There was a lot of bodies and there was a lot of people ready to fight it. It's made FURIA actually explore other options towards the A-bomb side, but Kawez, the only thing he's going to be exploring in this one is just explosions.
He'd be exploring what his teammates are doing as he'd be spectating them for the rest of the round.
Yeah, that was better. I flubbed the pun. I'm proud of you, though.
That's why we're a team, Ted. Tapeware, he doesn't need anybody. He doesn't need anybody to watch his back. He's just going to push right on through and gather all this information now for the Apeks Rebels side. But it doesn't matter if you have the information if you don't hit the shots like Calyx does. 2 quick kills and quick third as well. Looking for the 4. Can he get it? The spray does a lot of damage. The HE might just steal it, but Decent E is going to steal that one away. But it was all on Calyx there. Tapeware, the man that had the info, the man that had the flank, now is the man that has to save.
Wow, what a round from Calyx. We need to see a replay of that. That was an insane play from him. Dry picking the AWP, then the second player, then even the third. He did it all by himself. And if he doesn't get the kills there, this is probably a CT side round. I mean, especially with that play from Tapeware coming in, if they stay alive for just a little bit longer, he is probably the one to win them the round. And look at Calyx, he's even going for another one. He's looking for the last surviving member. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now he's realized his mistake, but unfortunately for him, no one is going to be able to avenge him. And Tapeware is going to hold on to the AK-47, making sure that his teammates, if they want to, if they really badly want to, could go for a little bit of a scrappy reinvestment. Although, just the half buy around the AK doesn't seem that far-fetched at this point. Money not looking too great for the Apeks guys. Whereas for FURIA is going to be looking a little bit better after this previous round.
Yeah, good answer back as well. And I really thought Apeks Rebels were a shoo-in for that one. What?
I just thought of Shuey.
No, not in this game. He'll be coming up in the next game, don't you worry.
Yeah.
He'll be taking on fnatic Rising a little bit later on. And that is going to be an interesting game because that is always a close one, especially in the group stage. But so far it is still close between FURIA and Apeks Rebels, but we haven't played that many rounds to really warrant anything else. Tapeware again going to be pushing through B. He's been given a lot of space to make his way through. The flank has been covered though. Bernino takes him down and he has been dealt with. They can double back if they want, but they're going to head up towards B. VHW is going to be looking up towards that ram. 2 quick kills with the Deagle. Berserk gets one as well. This is a massive round for Apeks Rebels if they can pull it off. They only have the pistols, remember. Bernino is going to try with ZMB to walk up. Bernino needs this kill, unable to get it. VHW gets the hat trick, and now ZMB, the AWP, the IGL gets himself into a 1 versus 1, has the bomb on his back and can just hightail it over to that B site. He is going to swap over to the AK to play out the rest of this 1v1. He needs to win this to recover a massive slip up from his team.
Yeah, and he's going to have plenty of time as well. He can get the bomb down. He can even fake it once to make sure that it's clear. Sense not going to be anywhere close, anywhere near, but he's picked up a fuse kit on the way, so might actually have a decent chance. And you can see ZMB, he's really anxious about this one right now. Doesn't really dare to make a move out the bomb side. He's going to stay on it. Does he realize, though? He's starting to think about it. Swings through the smoke, and ZMB, he's going to be able to find a headshot and the clutch. FURIA Academy, that one was way too close for comfort, but in the end of the day, you have the captain in the IGL to step it up and save it.
That one, despite VHW's best efforts, is not an Apeks Rebels round. I have no idea how. Absolutely no idea. Very, very disappointing. Brave, I believe that's a team molly. That's his own molly that just failed going over, so he cannot play close. He has to back away. And that forces him now towards double with that second molly. Flash peek, going for the damage. Doesn't know that Bernino is behind the wood. Doesn't want to continue to spam in case FURIA Academy peek out. As they try and make their way up to B once again, Brave, he has to deploy a smoke. He needs to try and get out of here. He might burn to a crisp. Tapeware is trying to help him out with that AWP. It's so messy, but eventually we see an opening frag going in favor of FURIA.
A lot of missed shots for Apeks. The AWP not able to connect just yet, but since he's rotated, he's going to connect with the M4. Another miss from the AWP, and this time he's going to be punished. Calyx with another massive round in terms of multi-kill. Manages to find a double decent E already. Holding the bag though. In any moment now, they should be walking into a death trap. VHW, though, decides to slow it down just a little bit. He's waiting. He knows that the AWP has the cross towards the side, and now he's going to start making his way out. Actually manages to react in time, and now it's a 2 versus 2.
Zerk usually shines in this position. He usually is the man to be a showstopper, but it's decent. He is making a great account for himself. The first time we've seen him in the WePlay Academy League this season, and he picks up his 8th kill, and the majority of them have been crisp, clean shots to the head. VHW, he's already got 1 kill, but he has to go for the reposition now around, and with 12 HP, with not a lot of time, I think it's just going to be him trying to grab that AWP a little bit later on in the round, or maybe just saving the M4 itself. 6-1. FURIA Academy's T-side causing issues time and time again for Apeks Rebels.
I actually like the move from VHW, right? Because you could see that they were thinking about going towards the A-bomb side after they get rid of the AWP. So him actually initially going towards A and being in a really up close position, if they wanted to go towards the A-bomb side, which they were intending to, but decided against it later on, he would actually be in a really good position to potentially try and steal away the round. I don't think they'd be ready for him to be that close. So, yeah, a life-saving call there for FURIA Academy mid-round to hold on to the B side. And we're going to see the first tactical timeout for the CTs. MIFR once again trying to help out Apeks, especially after the earlier game. We know that they are able to bounce back into matchups, even though the start might not look like it. But FURIA, as you pointed out, that T side has been really explosive. It feels like even in the chaos, in the really close rounds, they're really comfortable. By the way, I think that's the difference between like a lot of South American teams and even European teams, that I feel like Brazilian teams just like causing chaos in the server, and they feel more comfortable when it's really noisy, high speed, high tempo, and there's just stuff happening all over the place. They feel really comfortable in those moments.
It does seem like that is where they thrive. Now, the chaos is only going to go in favor of Apeks Rebels here. It was a little bit of a quieter one to start things off for FURIA. They tried to get a little bit aggressive on different parts of the map, but both initial pushes have been shut down. And again, it is a weak buy from Apeks Rebels, if you can even call it that. It's not the maximum investment. And again, it is FURIA Academy that find themselves trying to recover another round.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those that they've won so far. They're going to try and do it again. 55 seconds. They're going to start making their way back towards the A-bomb side. AWP leading the charge, and at least there's no ult on the CT side to counter that, which means that ZMB, he can actually be quite brave in the way that he's peeking those angles. There's the molly towards sandbag. Surely that drags another rotate back towards the A-bomb side, where for the time being it's just VHW with the AK. Now the rotates though are going to start arriving.
VHW spots out. Decent, he's trying to take him down. Doesn't want to give the headshot up though. Smoke gonna allow FURIA Academy to cross. ZMB picks up a massive kill in the meantime, and that molly forces VHW back. Oh, Berserk nearly team killed there. ZMB with another kill onto Sense, and now it's a 3 versus 3. Qualix has the space to get off the site as well if he wants, but he might just stick around on default here. In fact, he's gonna lurk his way around the smoke, and this is an angle that I don't think Apeks Rebels are going to be expecting. They'll jump on through. The steps are being heard. Qualix gets at least one, looking for a second. Decent, he helps out. Berserk with 1 kill. It's not enough. It's a 7th round for FURIA.
Yeah, FURIA just continues showing us that they're really good in those man disadvantaged positions, and when they have to play it in a really diligent and calculated way, they know how to do it, right? They know how to use their nades, they know how to approach the situation, they know how to kind of slow it down and let Apeks peek into them when they need it. And well, that's another man disadvantage round that they win. It's been a lot of those now for the Brazilian side. Apeks surely can be sorry about some of them. Another round where they have the money to go for reinvestment. At least the money is quite low on the T side because of how close those rounds have been, but They still keep winning them. Oh!
Okay. Kawes. That's filthy. Just keep going.
No way!
Kawes tapping heads. He's the skull collector, and he's not done, Ted. He wants a little bit more. Why not? Oh, you'd would have backed him to get that one as well. But Brave puts a stop to him. A triple entry onto the A side, making it look as easy as you like. Decent, he finds ahead of his own to add to his collection. Brave.
Wow.
Cowers. Now behind that smoke, and he's going to cower away to that B bomb site. What was that from Kawes?
Wow. That's so impressive that he even gets the chance to play around like that, because he should have been gone by the first player peeking from short 100%. That reaction, that flick was insane. And then he manages to isolate. Well, they give him 1v1s, but it's just insta headshot after insta headshot. That was insane. And that's the second round we're actually seeing something like that from a FURIA player, right? We had that from Colex a couple of minutes ago. Look at that. Look at that flick. Oh my god. That is lightning fast. That doesn't give a chance to sense, and just the one bullet will do it against the AWP. 8-1 FURIA, another man disadvantage round that they convert on the T side. Another round where Apeks are just gonna be disappointed with how things went. And you know, 8-1 doesn't really tell us the story, right? Apeks have been actually not doing bad. It's just FURIA deciding to win some of those rounds.
Yeah, FURIA just putting up highlight after highlight, really. I mean, recovery rounds, 3k entries, you name it.
Yeah.
What do you want in the next round? You know, like, they might start taking requests.
I want them to send me that AK. That's a lovely AK. Look at it.
All right, let's be realistic about the requests, okay?
Let's be realistic about the AK. It's sick.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
I can send them my AK.
Sounds like a fair trade, to be honest.
It's gonna be a fair trade, I promise. I never lie. Scout's honor.
Scout's honor. Oh, I don't believe you, but I'm not gonna call you a liar. I'll have to just take your word. Decent. For the first time, it's FURIA Academy. They're going to explore out towards middle and a little bit of a B split, but VHW is already in the back. He's taking down Kawes decently now, trying to make his way over heaven, but Sense puts a stop with the FAMAS, looking for a turn. And how about a multi-kill of his own? We've seen it from FURIA Academy side. How about from Apeks Rebels? The Norwegians can still do the damage, as FURIA have figured out once again in this round. Bernino looking for some heads to expose themselves, but he cannot hit the mark with that one, and he is actually being closed in on by VHW, so he could definitely go down here. The money is a little bit of a problem. If he does fall, he needs to hang on to the 8k. VHW does not want to drop a rifle of his own, because the CT money is not in a great situation itself.
Yeah, and you know that even if you take down Brunino after time, yes, he's going to have a really hard time buying in the next one, but his entire team is going to reinvest regardless. So you actually want to have the investment. You want to have the money to go for a good buy on the CT side in round number 11. But that was way better for Apeks. That was way better. They need to be able to kind of close out on rounds like that, and I feel like this could be the start to something great, but a
little bit of kissing going on in the smoke there.
That was a long kiss. That wasn't a long kiss.
Big old smooch there, Sense and Kawes, but what? A bit of a lover spat there. Bernino is just spinning around and taking down nearly absolutely everyone. Calyx has been out, so now Apeks Rebels, they have to rotate over towards A. Somehow FURIA Academy have got themselves into a winnable situation, and somehow Decent D has got 2 kills. Man, what is happening? This, what's going on?
I have no idea. I feel like every single FURIA Academy players just joined. They've just joined an aimbot server. They've been practicing spray transfer for 20,000 kills. Look it up from Brunino. Look it up from Brunino, and now we're gonna see the spray transfer as well. From the point of view of Decent T. Well, maybe later, but that was That was such an insane play, and it's maybe the third or the fourth time we've seen a Fury Academy player pick up a multi-kill like that. That's insane. Fury Academy, I don't know what they've been doing during this last week, but I'd take a wild guess and say they've been just grinding DM and aimbots, because their individual form right now is on a whole different level.
I don't know, man. I'm scratching my head here. What's going on in this game? These rounds are just not obeying like any law of Counter-Strike that I've ever witnessed.
Yeah, welcome to Furia.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't have words for you, man. I don't have words for you. Like, how are they making these rounds work? It shouldn't be possible.
Well, that's the magic of CS, and Apeks are asking the same questions, but right now, not finding the answers. Another buy round coming in for the Norwegians. 4-4s and a FAMAS in the mix. Money not looking great, so a potential lost round here could mean pretty devastating result to end the half with. This one still salvageable in the terms of, well, if you consider 9-6 salvaged, but considering the potential it could be. Furia though, playing a little bit of a slower round now, exploring their options. Apeks have been pretty aggressive on some of their plays and pushes, so Furia want to make sure they don't get caught off guard. And Tapeware, once again, he's holding a pretty aggressive angle towards the B-bomb side, which pretty much allows his team to be a lot more relaxed towards middle and the A-bomb side. Furia is still making up their mind on where they want to go, which parts of the map they want to explore, and it does look like they've made it up.
The crazy part about this T side from Furia Academy as well is that Tapeware has actually gotten so much information for Apex Rebels in so many rounds, from pushing behind, from surviving, and once again he's going to push through B, sees that it's clear, and he's going to get a kill. Now that allows Apex Rebels, of course, to get players over towards A. This time it might come back to bite them though. Tapeware backs away onto the site, and Furia Academy are just going to try and contact their way in, but they've seen nothing towards A. They're going to rotate on over. There's only 10 seconds for Furia Academy to get up onto the site and get a bomb plant down. Surely this isn't going to work. Those two quick kills are going to seal it. Tapeware doing it all once again for Apex Rebels. Kawaz, he needs to go down before time, and now needs to survive. He goes down. No money for him, but it is a third round for Apeks.
Yeah, Tapeware has actually been having a really solid game. I'm glad you bring that one up. Even though he's on 9 kills only after 12 rounds. Well, I mean, 9 kills only. He's top of his team alongside VHW. He's been really good in those information plays, right? Most of the time, he's been able to kind of help out his team to have the entire picture painted of what Furia are doing. And it's just Furia getting some crazy multi-kills and some insane clutches to close it out. But yeah, most of the time, actually, Tapeware has been doing a pretty decent job. I feel like the B-bomb side's been a little bit tougher as well for Furia to approach because of him and his multi-kill potential as well. And maybe, just maybe, you win this round, we could be looking at a 9-6, but you have to convert. Silver lining, Furia not really having the best buy of their lives, and Decent actually decides to go for the glass cannon. This is an interesting choice, considering we haven't seen him on an AWP yet, I think. The first time we actually see him go for it is in the round where his entire team is struggling financially and he doesn't really contribute with nades, bar this one flash, but he wants to be the game changer with the glass cannon.
We'll see if he is going to be the game changer. There's a nice little one-way the VHW is going to use here, but under the smoke, unable to find the kill. VHW takes a little bit of damage away from ZMB, and he will take his life away and his breath away. Look for more, runs out of ammo, but the refrag is going to be there. It comes in the form of Koalix with that kill. Sense playing around the smoke. Nasty angle that Kawaz is not expecting. Koalix falls as well, and the glass cannon is going to be shattered in just a moment if he continues to go for a peek, but he's going to back away. The AWP looks like it will be held onto here. And I mean, if we're talking about skins, man.
Yeah, the classic.
Even the sticker as well.
Yeah.
But
maybe a golden Kenny.
Oh,
is the only one that hits different, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Or golden simple. But the candy, like the candy on the D-lore is a whole nother level of flex. I mean,
Yeah.
that's for old school connoisseurs.
And they've actually, like, I mean, in that round, Apeks has just proved that skins does not equal wins because the AWP unable to get it done, and Apeks Rebels will get a 4th round.
Okay,
So-
Jack, I don't like what you're trying to do now.
Well, they still have the op. They've got ZMB on it this time, so it's not going to be decent here. He's actually sacrificed himself, and it's going to be going with the Deagle without armor.
Yeah.
But he's going to give it to his IGL, instructed to do so. VHW through the molly, through the fire and flames, picks that kill, looking to pick up a few more. ZMB is going to fall as well. Koalix is going to pick this up. The damage has been done to his teammates. That's a massive headshot to find out the VHW. Nice shot, but Apeks Rebels, they might just try and push down into the Opper. That's exactly what Sense does. Drops the bomb, and Decent D should fall as well, and he does. AWP save. 3 AKs in the mix for Apex's last round of the half. And we could possibly be looking at a 9-6, considering Furia have nothing.
Yeah, I think that Apeks deserve a 9-6. In terms of how close a lot of these rounds have been, I mean, you look at even on the tap, there's not a single round that Furia have won in a streak of 4 where they have more than 2 players surviving, right? And all these rounds are some close clutches, some insane ones where someone has went for a 3-man spray down or a spray transfer or something like that. So I guess at this point, you look at Apeks Rebels, you're like, yeah, you deserve to have it, man. And they're gonna make it work. Tapeware and Brave pick up a kill respectively. Berserk already arriving with the AWP to support Tapeware, and this should be a 6th round for Apeks Rebels. And indeed it will be. The Norwegians, yeah, they bounce back.
Okay.
And through the smoke.
Yeah. No problem. No issue.
Yeah, they managed to win 5 of the last 6 rounds of the half. And they do it fairly convincingly as well. This is what, by the way, I like the Observer. I like where he's going with this one. He's trying to show us. They haven't been losing so many members, right? They've been losing 1 person in all of these rounds, which is a massive difference, by the way, when you compare it to the Furia rounds, right? Because they've been losing 2, 3 players every single time, even 4 in some scenarios. Apeks have been quite dominant. So I can see a way back into the game for Apeks. I think they adapted to the playstyle of Furia, but I'm not sure what to expect from that defense on Vertigo. Because you know how Brazilians think, right? Offense is the best defense, so maybe the madness is just about to start. That's why I love them.
Let's see. If this is going to have a crazy start and, well, a crispy start from VHW, taps away the head. Now 4v4, a refrag comes in. Util here, smoke, kit, 2 flashes, so they can push on the plant if they want to go through that smoke. Smoke will just go over onto the bomb, and now the 2 flashes are gonna come in. Sense is going to need to be ready. He doesn't really have too much support. It's only really Tapeware, but he's going to be completely blind. Now, Sense gets that kill on Grenadino. Oh, they're sticking it. No, taking off it. Surely there was absolutely no chance that was going to happen. Apeks makes sure that it does not, and they are going to take that T pistol. And if they survive, maybe a little bit of a force buy from the CT side if they want to go for it. We could possibly see them tie this game up.
Yeah. They've been winning rounds in a row now for some time, right? Was that a 9-1 at one point? If I'm not mistaken, I think it was.
It was 8-1 for sure. 9-2.
It was a 9-2. Yeah,
9-2.
okay. Okay, it was a 9-2, which means that it's been 5 rounds. Thank you, Observer, again. But it's been 5 rounds in a row now. So, yeah. That's quite impressive. Apeks are starting to build up the pace, and a force buy coming in from Furia means that if Apeks actually convert here, we could be looking at a leveled up score. Level terms next time around when we see the guns for Furia Academy. Still, let's not write off the pistols. They're gonna go aggressive towards middle. Brave's all alone here. Question is, how many kills does he find?
None, because they run away.
Yeah. That's the most boring answer out of all of them.
Sometimes the most boring answers make the most sense, as Sense drops Qualix, but the refrag is going to be there. Apeks Rebels get control of B. Kawez hangs on to his AK for the next round, if he can. And I mean, an AK and 2 Deagles, I've seen worse buys for the next round. But it is Apeks Rebels. Maybe, just maybe, getting closer to their second victory. I mean, it's still there's still a long way to go. The second half has only started, so
yeah.
But is this a new Apeks Rebels that we're kind of seeing now?
You know what?
They look rejuvenated. They do.
Yeah.
They look like a different team, and you know, we were wondering for how long it was going to take for them to kind of click together. You know, Mythor, of course, coming in and coaching them. It was only going to be a matter of time before they, like, he obviously has faith in this lineup. Apeks obviously have faith in this lineup. It's why they've stuck together, for this event. And after a rough start to proceedings, now they look a whole lot more complete.
Yeah. I feel like I just want to state something. I'm not gonna say anything on your question whether they're gonna be able to come back or no. It was a really similar position that they were in on ENCE earlier against ENCE, right? I mean,
yeah,
it was an 8-7 back then, though. But again, there's almost no difference in there on the T side, and yeah, their T sides have been looking really, really solid. I think it really depends on whether we're gonna see VHW and Sense do the same things that they did earlier today against ENCE, because they were clinical on the entries, but yeah. A lot of prospect for Apeks Rebels in this game. Depends on whether FURIA are going to be able to pick up the slack once again, but it does feel like, at least in the beginning of this half, Apeks have the advantage. Of course, we're yet to see FURIA on the buy round, so it is quite normal for them to pick up the first couple rounds, especially if they want to make this comeback work later on.
That nades, or rather those nades, doing a whole lot of damage. Tapeware might actually go down, and that one from ZMB is perfect. Sense is 7 HP, but he will punch the numbers in. He's going to have to keep his head down, because that smoke is going to clear any moment. There is a lurk coming in from Brave, but he needs to be a little bit quicker, because FURIA Academy, they are gearing up to go for this retake. And although there are only pistols on the other side, they are going to swing out, and the pistols, sometimes that's all you need. CMB with one. The 2 quick refrags down from Apeks Rebels. They're trying to get on the plant, and all of a sudden, Berserker's the last player standing.
No
what
way.
a retake from FURIA Academy. The mid
there time?
needed to be a little bit quicker. There's more than enough time, plenty of time. It is 10 now for FURIA Academy. They save 3 AKs as well, and Apeks Rebels, man. The HE stacks. The HE stack as well from ZMB. That was really what got the ball rolling. But I believe it was Brave towards mid. He needed to be a whole lot quicker there. He was pretty much useless by the time FURIA Academy pushed onto the site.
Yeah, and I feel like even in the moment of his arrival, he was just good for 1 and got immediately refragged straight after. Oh, that's disappointing for Apeks. That should have been a 9-9, but now FURIA going into the first buy round. Not only they have the money, not only they have the double AWP in the first buy round, but they have the confidence as well in Decency. He's already made his one work really well. Apeks, money, almost non-existing, especially if you lose this round, it's going to be a no-no. So you need to bounce back in a 4 versus 5. And Berserk, he's got the right idea.
.4v2 now. Has FURIA Academy looking to step it up once they get the rifles out and really put to bed kind of any talk so far of, you know, Apeks Rebels piecing together the puzzle. Always seems that the caster curse is actually real. Once we start talking about something, you know, a roster looking a little bit more complete, somebody playing well, they die or they lose the next round. It's just a given, really.
You know what? They do, like, even if they end up losing the map, they are playing better than they did in the opening round, so it's still a valid point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're jinsing it on purpose.
I mean, like, there's so many rounds there though that like could have went Apex Rebels' way in the first half. Like not even just, you know, saying that it's close right now. I mean, the ZMB 1v3 clutch versus the Pistols. You know, there was a 3v5 there for Furia that versus a weak buy that they managed to bring back. And then there's 2 other rounds where, you know, Furia just have a round and get like triple entry. So, you know, if they can sort out the little issues that they have, I really think Apex Rebels could be a good team. Like, as in, like, you know, challenging, getting into the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, they won't have plenty of time to do that here on Vertigo, as right now they've just given away the initiative to Furia Academy's camp. 12-8, 4 rounds between the two teams, and 4 rounds between Furia Academy and actually winning the game. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough ride for Apeks, but at least they have the bye now. And Berserkers actually went for the Kree. I think that's the first time we've seen it in the Academy League so far this season.
100%.
Yeah, we would have noticed.
Nobody in their right mind would buy that gun. That has to be a misclick.
Whoa, that's harsh. I don't think so. Simple buys it from time to time.
Yeah, but you see, you've literally just answered my question there. Simple. He's not in the right frame of mind. He is absolutely ridiculous. I mean,
Berserk's just gone.
All right, so, you know, we're talking about the caster curse. That's like the reverse kind of thing of it. I just want to be proved wrong, apparently, all the time, and the game keeps doing it. Now, Apex Rebels are trying to prove everybody wrong by thinking that Furia were the favorites in this game. They're looking to bring it back. It's 12-8. This could be a possibly 12-9 round, but we have seen them let slip a 3v5 situation before. Are they going to make sure that it does not happen again?
Yeah, Decent. He's going to start closing out the distance with the AWP. If they just walk onto the side before the ramp player, this could be a free kill, but oh, a missed shot, a missed chance. And it's still a 5v3, and now they know exactly where the AWP is.
Yeah, second rotation is going to be here, and Kawas, Renino is on the flank. Kawas gets only 1. 1 is not going to be enough in this situation. They need a whole lot more. DCD with another missed shot that surely should seal things, especially because he is retreating now away. Brave lurking out towards middle once again. Could take the AWP, which would be a big gun to fall. I mean, it doesn't matter how much money that you do have. The op is always good to save. Even if the, you know, because all of a sudden, you know, you've 11,000, you know, whatever the loss bonus is going to be, you lose that op. That's only 2 ops, really. And then you're back to absolutely nothing. So, need to make sure that they hang on to this one. They might just, Brave is just that little bit too far away. I don't think he's even gonna think about going for the peak here. Well, maybe he will. Nice shot by Decent. He will not miss the most important one.
Yeah, holds on to the AWP. As you pointed out, it's not like they couldn't afford to rebuy it, but it's just like long-term investment right now for Fury Academy, just thinking about the future. You have the money to go for reinvestment. Why just give away guns when you know that you can potentially continue losing rounds and you're going to be still able to go for it? And because of that save ult, they can actually go for the double AWP once again, which is a really dangerous one. And we know that both Decent and ZMB love it. And oh, look at that aggression. I don't think that Berserk's aware.
He might have a rough idea, but he needs to be that little bit careful. Bernino finds that shot onto Brave and finds the opening kill. So player out towards mid, taken down. Usually Brave is a lot slower going for that maybe mid lurk, but he tried to get a little bit too aggressive this time, and he does get punished. Koalix boosted up. Now they can leave and rotate players away to focus on middle and B, but Koalix is going to be tested shortly, it would seem. And the question is, how many does he get? He tucks away from the flash, looking for 1, nearly gets a second, but VHW is going to be able to take him down just in the nick of time before his HP reached a critical level. They'll double back.
Yeah, they'll try to test Decent towards the B-bomb side, but he's had a lot of success with the AWP, and he has it once again. And Brunino, he's in a position where he's not going to be the quickest rotation in the world. Decent will surely need at least the first kill here, or at least not to go down straight away. They still have the man advantage. The boost is going to go through. No nades, no peaks just yet. There's the flash. It's going to force him back. Decent. He knows that they have the man advantage. And Bruninho, he's arrived at the scene.
Oh, missed shot though. Cost Decent his life. And Bruninho has to wait for his teammates to arrive. Tapeware's going to peek out, gets him mid, drops out and B, jumps around. Tapeware's found him. Berserk with the last, and it's 10 on the board for Apeks Rebels as they win yet another. We're not done, Ted. We are not done. Although FURIA Academy get themselves into decent positions, Apeks Rebels showing that they have a comeback in a round or two themselves. Another bye coming up from the FURIA boys. But the money well beginning to dry up a little bit. They're not going to have too much in the following if they do lose it. Maybe a buy on 1 or 2 if they want to risk going for the investment. Or maybe if it doesn't go to plan, they might just save it up. But we have a look. Decently leading the charge for the FURIA Academy lads. 20-9. Everybody having a decent game on Apeks Rebels. And that was one of the most... You know, that was one of the things that we were most critical about for Apeks Rebels was it's... The only player that was really performing for them was Berserk.
Yeah.
Even if he was doing anything, you know, like he was the only one to really do anything at all of, you know, of evidence for the Apeks lads. But it seems like today, everybody is kind of maybe got rid of the jitters, maybe got rid of the nerves, and just started playing to the potential that they can.
Yeah, once again, though, a pretty quick one in the beginning, and Cowboys, he's gonna go really aggressive, picks up one, picks up another. There is the FURIA style that we were waiting for and speaking about so much, but Tapeware is gonna be able to punish, get at least one in return. Brave gonna try and find another towards middle, but there's 2 players on the other side. Manages to pick up the first headshot. That's gonna force the AWP back as well. It's just Decent T left. ZMB already out of the round, and it's a 3 versus 3. Now the T's can slow it down. They have the advantage in that kind of a scenario in Decent T. You can see that he's kind of wondering where to go. Hasn't made up his mind yet, but he's had the right idea. Qualex really close towards short, and Tapeware is going to take him down. Now the man advantage goes in favor of the T's.
On their way back into the round, Brave once again out towards middle, so there's only going to be 2 players making their way towards A from the ramp area, and Berserk is going to have to take point with that AWP, but Decently up over the top of 51, over the top of the smoke, gets that kill, and well, they know exactly where Brave is coming from, but Decently, he's missed a few too many easy shots for my liking, and he gets punished once again. Oh,
they don't
Bruninho,
know.
He's going to swing, he denies the bomb plant, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Brave.
Oh my god.
Looking for Bruninho. He's through the smoke. Bruninho has played that perfectly, and he really digs FURIA out of a hole there.
Oh my goodness, what a crazy play from Bruninho. That was insane. And even though Decent he had the right idea, I have no clue how he misses that shot. By the way, that's really unfortunate for him. There's the replay though. Cowes being really aggressive towards ramp. True art style right there. That shot from the AWP a little bit unfortunate. A really good shot from Brave, but Bruninho playing it perfectly, realizing he needs to get himself into a position where they're not going to be ready for him. And now the money is an issue for Apeks. That's the reason we saw the tactical timeout before this one. Mythar realizing that this was the break or make round. You either win it and you break the economy of FURIA, or you lose it and, well, you break your own. And it's going to be the option B for Apeks Rebels. The unpleasant one, nonetheless. Because now it's just going to be the eco, so we should be just seeing a fairly clean mop-off from FURIA Academy.
I mean, it's all about perspective. The unpleasant one for Apeks Rebels, the delightful one for FURIA Academy. Oh, Glock, headshot. Surely not. We've seen rounds like this before, Ted. Surely not. Kawhi's jumping over the top of the smoke.
No way.
VSW takes him down. Qualex only gets 1 kill, and then he's stopped as well.
They don't have head armors.
Oh, what is happening? FURIA Academy. To the Glocks, Ted. To the Glocks. It's not over yet. Decently hits the first shot and the second. Brave takes him down though. And Bruninho, he came up clutch last time. Needs to come big in the 1 versus 2. The molly's perfect. Forces 2 players into a fight. Bruninho, you have saved the day one more time. And He is a real superhero for FURIA Academy right now. Man, oh man, when everything looks like it is in despair, Bruninho is on the job.
Oh my goodness, they're being so lucky that they have those clutches right now, FURIA Academy. This is insane. Bruninho stepping up once again against all odds. His entire team just crumbling in the face of the Glocks, but not him. A really good way to force them out of position. The Molotov was perfect, and the spray transfer once again. The readjustment, FURIA Academy, they stay alive, but it's another buy coming in for Apeks Rebels, and Berserk is going to be able to find the opening kill. Bruninho, the man in question, is going to get some rest now.
Yes, sent to sleep. Sadly, it is the eternal sleep for this round. But
yeah,
he will at least play out one more round. Now, Berserk might go looking for a second player here. FURIA Academy, not really too clued in on what's happening. They don't see anything towards B. They haven't heard anything towards A. Apeks Rebels are being completely silent about absolutely everything. There's the first clue that has been given to FURIA Academy. A little bit of B presence. But
yeah,
it's a false one.
Actually falling back towards A right now. Apeks playing a little bit of a slower round, the more methodical one. It feels like it's worked out though. FURIA have rotated 3 members towards the B-bomb side. Now Decent is going to start making his way back. Same for ZMB, but the presence towards A is starting to be shown. 30 seconds on the clock. They need to commit towards that A-bomb side, but they'll have to deal with Cowes first.
They have. VHW takes him down. Decent pushes onto the site. Sense drops him, sees him completely. Sense is going to tuck himself in to the site and plant just to make sure that he is not going to be spammed down. I still believe he actually can be spammed. I think you have to look directly into the corner there. I don't think his body was completely hidden. But it's not going to matter because it is FURIA Academy saving these rifles. Apeks Rebels with a really good reaction and a really good boost for their money. They get the bomb plant and everybody survives.
Yeah, it's like the biggest boost for their money right now is the anti-boost for the money of FURIA Academy, truth be told. The Brazilians don't really have anything to go into the next round with, and the loss bonus is not going to be in optimal shape as well. So, yeah, you might actually have to invest everything that you've got in the next round. You might have to go for a little bit of a force buy. So, ooh, that was close. You're still going to be able to hold on to the 2 M4s, but it has to be the maximum investment once again, which means that Apeks actually have a pretty open route back into the game now. If they convert this round, it would potentially go up to 14-13 unless they get fully ecoed, which, as we've seen so far, is not impossible, but just highly unlikely. There's the investment, though. 2 M4s, a FAMAS, a couple upgraded pistols, and the tactical timeout for FURIA Academy straight before it, realizing how big of a round that is. Winning this one would surely make the task a lot easier, but on the opposite side, losing it would fully reset them financially and mentally into the game, and it would be anyone's game to win.
I mean, lose this round, 14-12, no money, you have to go for an eco, 14-13 before you get out of buy, and then all of a sudden you lose that round and money is in an awful situation and you're looking at an even game. You're looking at a 14-14. So Apeks Rebels with so many chances. Can they take them though, Ted? That's the real question. Can they take these chances?
Well, you know there's not going to be a lot of utility on the CT side. So far, though, they haven't been actually giving the information on whether FURIA have invested into this round. Especially with the tactical timeout, there could be a little bit of a question mark surrounding this one. So you can see Apeks Rebels being a lot more diligent, a lot more calculated with this one. You don't want to give anything away for free. You want to kind of scout the situation, make sure that you know what you're up against. That's exactly what they're trying to do with this slow-paced round. Just control the map, make sure there's no aggression. And now they should group up and play this one together as a team. FURIA, once again, they don't want to give anything away, so they're kind of gambling in a round like that. They don't really have a lot of information to go off, and it's going to be the B-side hit where 2 of the Deagles reside. The only 2 players that don't have the guns for FURIA.
technically the correct call here from Apeks Rebels. The rotations are going to come in. They have to clear out this player on the back of the site, but that gives space for Kawaz really to work his magic. And he's going to peek out with the AK, looking for more, but 3 kills go in favor of Apeks Rebels. And just when you think Kawaz is going to stand tall and hold strong, the kills go in favor of FURIA, but now down to just 2 on the other side. Smoke for Qualix to peek out, baits out the op shot nicely. Berserk is low and ZMB takes him down. VHW, he's gonna try and spam to get him off the DFU, is not able to do so. ZMB with a lovely double. FURIA clutch up and get on to 15. You were speaking about how the reset was gonna impact them. They knew it. They knew the stakes of that round, and they made sure that it was not gonna end in anything but a victory.
Oh, the amount of clutches that these guys have won, and Kawa is doing so much there towards the back of Electrico, picking up the first one with the AK, or rather with the Deagle, switches to the AK for the second. ZMB though, as a true leader should, leading by example, not having the best game of his life so far, but he stepped up when it mattered the most. Tapeware though can open things up. Bruninho goes down later on, as now it's a 5 versus 4, a boost for Tapeware. He's gonna go for more here towards the B-bomb side. Apeks still have enough money to go for another reinvestment, but no more mistakes could be made, and I feel like that has been heard. Decently, he's gonna react to it. There's the flash as well, but the reaction towards A is immediate, and Kawis is gonna pick up a kill.
Yeah, they're really good at not rushing anything. You know, they like to play their own game. They like to wait for the timings, and then they usually catch Apeks off guard with it. Now, a 4v4 is always going to favour the T side. But Apeks Rebels, they won't be feeling like they are too much of the favourites now. They still have to find the entries.
Yeah, and FURIA, they've been playing in such a defensive manner here on the CT side. ZMB, he doesn't have a flash. That would have been perfect. Kawis, he's playing a really aggressive off angle here.
Oh, he doesn't need the flash. He's going to swing with the HE. Oh! And another one comes over as well. Kawis gets one. And a second also. 30 seconds left now for Tapeware and Sense to get the bomb down. And again, the util is going to rain over. Sense, he can't put the numbers in. If he stays there, he's going to burn. And Tapeware's down to 5 HP. Another molly. They'll delay even further. And now, surely Decency is just going to line up a flash. When Sense taps that bomb, there's going to be 2 players swinging through that smoke, but Tapeware is going to be trying his best to help out. Bomb is tapped, Qualix goes swinging, and FURIA pick up their first win in the WePlay Academy League.
Wow, what a way to close it out. Pretty much the same as fnatic Rising, by the way. FURIA Academy, their first matchup in the league. A lot of expectations. The team that previously made it into the playoffs of Season 4. A team that did manage to beat MOUZ NXT. The only team that beat MOUZ NXT in a best of 3 in the last season. But then ended up losing and finishing in the 3rd place. There was some mistakes. There was some scrappy plays, some scrappy moments. But overall, individually at least, FURIA, they showed why they were a top 3 team last time around, and they managed to close it out against an Apeks Rebels that, truth be told, did play a really decent game from first.
Incredible showing from FURIA Academy, but Apeks Rebels, like, again, they can't be too disappointed, right? Yeah, okay, they lose. FURIA Academy, they did finish 3rd last season, and there was so many clutches that it came down to. Apeks, they did get a little bit unfortunate in that regard. Sometimes the clutches are going to go your way, sometimes they aren't. And if a few of those clutches go the way of Apeks Rebels, 100% that game would have been a lot closer. But not only that, they might have even taken it. They might have even won it. So, you know, there is a little bit of that in it. That one from Bruninho especially. I mean, that 1 versus 2. We had a 1 versus 2 again. I believe, actually, sorry, it was a 1 versus 3 exactly the round after. So, man, Apeks Rebels, they can't be overly disappointed. Sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it does not, and sadly today it didn't go their way for their final game. They go 1-6 now in Group B. FURIA Academy, they'll put their best foot forward. 1-0 so far, and they still have another game coming up today as well, so possibly a 2-0. Decency and Kawez were the 2 stars on paper, but the man of the match for me 100% has to be Bruninho for his clutch ability.
Yeah, the clutches that Bruninho managed to pull out, you know, with him, it's not even it's not the quantity, it's the quality of the kills, right? He's got only 16. You look at Cowis and Decenty, they had some really good moments, but Bruninho, those 1v2s, those 1v3s, those anti-ecos that he managed to save for his team, those were massive. And in the end of the day, those rounds, they make the difference, especially in a fairly close game in terms of the score. But in the end of the day, it is going to be FURIA Academy picking up their first victory, Jack.
Well, first victory for them, and indeed fnatic Ryzen, who will be looking to make it 2 out of 2 in our next game of the day. It's going to be Brandon and Lucy taking over from myself and Ted. Make sure you join them in around 10 minutes time for our 4th game of 6 today here at the WePlay Academy League.
welcome back everybody to WePlay Academy League Season 5. We're here in Week 2, Brandon, and it's getting exciting. My name is Lucy Luce, once again joined by the big dog himself, B-Dog. Brandon, how you going?
Yeah, doing pretty good. First week done and dusted, and now we've got some new teams that haven't actually played any games yet, just made their debuts today, and we're actually going to see them again. But let's take a look at the schedule and what we've already seen, Lucy. Apeks Rebels, surprising victory over ENCE Academy to kick off the proceedings, 16-13. And fnatic Rising making their debut against Eternal Fire Academy. They won out that one 16-11. And as we just saw, FURIA Academy beating the Rebels on Vertigo.
Yeah, that ended up being a closer affair than it looked to be, and now we've got 3 more games left on the horizon, starting up MOUZ NXT versus fnatic Rising. Very excited for that matchup. FURIA Academy with their second game of the day against Young Ninjas, and then we have Astralis Talent versus Spirit Academy to bring it all in. So yeah, this first map going to be between MOUZ NXT and fnatic Rising. Our second time seeing fnatic Rising after their debut earlier today, as you mentioned. We can take a look at the map pool for MOUZ NXT. We have a pretty good idea of the maps that they like to play based on what we've seen so far here at Academy League. It's been a lot of Mirage, although they have changed things up in the past 2 maps.
Looking towards Nuke and Inferno, and I can kind of maybe see it going that way. If we have a look at the Vita, let's look at the map pool for fnatic Rising as well. Inferno definitely up there. It's a strong contender. We saw them play Mirage in Season 4, and it didn't look the best. Looked a little bit shaky at times. And as we saw against Eternal Fire Academy, that CT side, that was a bit of an issue for fnatic Rising. So it'd be interesting to see what kind of map they decide to go into against MOUZ NXT. It's definitely a tougher test than Eternal Fire Academy. No disrespect there, but obviously, MOUZ NXT, they've won all 4 seasons of WePlay Academy League so far, but we're going to get straight into the vetoes. Dust 2, Mirage, see you later. It's a good start.
Okay, yeah, banning out the more fraggy maps, and Nuke does go down as well, so they don't want to be going on, I guess, such a technically demanding map. They have brought in a new member, of course, announced today ahead of their debut. It's Depression coming in on the AWP, so, you know, got to be getting used to this new player in the squad, and it's such an important role as well that you want to make sure that he feels comfortable coming in and he's playing on a map that, you know, he's got a lot of experience on. And I think from what you discussed, what we looked at the 2 vetoes that, the 2 map pools there, Inferno does feel quite likely. I was thinking also maybe Ancient could come into the mix, but it's going to get banned out. So it does feel like we are going to that inevitable Inferno.
It makes sense. MOUZ NXT can literally just look at what fnatic Rising were providing. And what's interesting as well is how good they looked on that T side, and it's the aggression that will take favour for them. They'll actually be starting on the CT side this time around, no doubt, because MOUZ NXT picked the map. So it'll be interesting to see how they stack up this time. Maybe they can just reflect on some mistakes that they made against Eternal Fire Academy, and they can go into this one a little bit more fresh-faced, but it's a very good test regardless, because they are going up against the title holders.
Yeah, big team to be going up against. Maybe a slightly different fare than Eternal Fire Academy. This is the true test as to whether fnatic Rising is a potential team to come through and play spoiler late here in Group A. It's a very tightly contested group. They won their opening matchup, but MOUZ NXT, they are the Titans. Popping into the pistol round now, our MOUZ NXT on that T side. Getting that utility ready. Getting ready to get this round underway.
See it then. Let's take a look at the utility as well. Double smoke, 3 flashes for MOUZ NXT. It's a game plan. Depression wielded, flashes and the kit, and it's going to be a push. fnatic Rising, they're going to run all the way down mid.
Charging into Shui here, but he is holding it, but Bolt, he gets the angle, gets the headshot. MHL is able to get 1 in response with that P250, and now Yimpat, he can come through from second mid, but he's not going to get any contact. So it's a kill for a kill, eye for an eye. Pepsel's looking for more. He's hunting in towards Boiler here. Exertion going to be jumping up, but he still hits the flick onto his head. Yimfat's there for the trade again. Keeping it even here as they make their way up into apps.
Rotations have come in, though. Volt looking to re-aggress in, potentially. Oh, it's a double up with Banjo. They're going to walk all the way down right behind MOUZ NXT and try and catch them off guard. But Volt, he does miss. Eventually, will catch out Shane. Look at Depression. He's rotating all the way over. All the meanwhile, fnatic Rising. They're reclaiming the space back. They're walking their way over towards site. Exactly where MOUZ NXT are looking. And it's going to be another double swing. Jimfat is first to fall. And now it's all left on the shoulders of MHL.
has a smoke so it can block off one of these angles, but there's just so many players here. Could even throw a flashbang out, but all three of them swing out, pushing through the smoke. It's the right decision, and well, fnatic, they're able to secure the pistol, and it comes off the back of that push down towards mid. They get the opener. There's some good trades coming through, but I love the re-aggressions from fnatic Rising. We saw it from Volt pushing through into Apps, and we saw the way they set up for the trades at the end there. fnatic Rising, first round on the board.
Just all over the map control like a rash in that pistol. Even rotating out towards the balcony and immediately taking the space back over towards long. They recognise the gaps that MOUZ NXT would try to exploit. It comes through with the pistol conversion. MOUZ NXT, they have forced into this, but it's just Deagles across the board. Depression looking in with this MP9, trying to farm up some cash, but Exertion and Shuey, they're on the other end, trying to take back this bracket's control.
That is a lot of MP9s. It's very rare you see such a collection of SMGs because it means they're going to be working with them into the follow-up against rifles should they secure this one cleanly. A bit of a tentative shot up, giving him a bit of notice, and Shuey's found Pepsor. That Deagle coming through for the opening kill, and off the back of it, they're going to continue to accelerate. Banjo is swinging out with the MP9, but Shuey gets a second. It's all on MOUZ here. Depression has rotated over as well. So they can double up on the site. The MOUZ, they're taking their time clearing this Exertion. He's found a kill. MHL one as well. The Deagles are doing it all.
Completely overrun, and now it's all left onto Volt. He's got 4 kills already to his name with 1 round of play. However, this task feels a little bit too tricky, so instead he's going to try and run away, save onto this FAMAS and MOUZ NXT. They make it work with just very minimal. The hand cannon's coming into full force, A bomb site taken, and they bounce right back. It's an immediate answer.
Well, no need to worry about saving over 4 MP9s into the follow-up round and what that would have meant against the AKs, because it's just going to be the FAMAS, Brandon. That's the only thing that gets brought over. This B player involved gets to hold on to that one, and MOUZ NXT, they get to work with the freebies. They get 3 MP9s for their troubles that they can take into the next, which fnatic Rising won't be in a good position. They're actually going to have to force. Look at that money.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting. I wonder how they're going to approach this. Take a look at the highlights here, Shuey. What a shot to kick things off. That's one hell of a way to announce yourself on towards the bracket. And then again as well, just supporting his teammates. All the Deagles coming into full effect. But let's have a listen to fnatic Rising. How are they setting themselves up?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, this is blast.
Blasted. Flashing. Hey, Molly, I can't help. You're alone.
They're spamming, they're not through. Watch out for counter flash.
Yeah, I'm gonna go anti as soon as I can.
Yeah. Can we stay? I'm just holding flash,
close.
okay?
Yeah. Nothing in yet.
One ups.
One up.
He's gonna get flashed. Maybe.
We
can stay like that, it's good.
They might just play slow because they don't have bad usual.
I'm just
Can we end in B stack if they don't do anything?
Yeah, one is ups.
The smoke.
They smoke long. Anti. We take him mid.
Ups. That one more ups. Nice.
One more dead.
Mid 1 HP. Short
1
1
HP.
HP. He's
Bomb
inside
Bomb
boiler
is A.
camping.
I'm in pit.
Yes, boiler is 1 HP. Watch out the other guy long.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Come up long. I'm not gonna peek because I have a P9.
Yes, AK short 1 HP. Hit him twice with
Can you
Eagle.
flash in front of
Gone. I don't have.
And AK short, right?
Short and bit.
Walk through.
I have him on the
Me
side.
upgrade.
Headshot.
Headshot. Yeah, no chance. And side.
Side guy is low. Both 1
Both 1
HP.
HP now. He's gonna spam right side smoke.
Let's get 1 HP.
Just know you don't have get. That's him. He's gonna die.
Good damage.
Yeah. You wanna? I feel like we have to eco so we can actually get up.
Well, a bit of insight into how this next round's going to play out. But Banjo, what a 3k play next to the card there with the Desert Eagle. Thought maybe fnatic Rising were going to pull the MOUZ NXT on them with the Eagles, but It's only Banjo that can get it done, and he gets flanked through to Pit, and unfortunately, it's just an impossible retake of that situation with the MP9. It's such a range, but great attempt. And also, we have 2 teams with English comms, so maybe we'll get some juicy stuff from the team speaks.
Yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be good to see. What's really good as well is that the individuals are all stepping up already. We're seeing 3 rounds of play, and we're seeing Desert Eagle kills left, right, and center across the board. It's just an eco for fnatic Rise, and we already heard that in the comms. And look at this little stack. It's not quite Astralis, but instead, leaning tower of CTs, all grouping up towards top dark. MOUZ, the only player towards A. Ow.
Brandon, you had the opportunity to say that the back of this stack, they are rising above the B side, or something to that effect.
I just
But you went with leaning tower with CTs. Yeah. But fair enough. MOUZ, only one here. 23 HP. Not going to get anything done. And, well, we'll see if fnatic Rising want to try and do some damage with these USPs. See if they can find a kill. Also worry, I don't know if they want to give Shane all these Mach 10 kills. Yeah. He certainly wants them, and it might be better if they just run, but they are going to stand their ground. He's going to keep on hunting.
Okay, we got one with the Glock, so that is fine. It's only a couple of kills with the Mach 10. Right. Banjo, he's doing the damage, can even retrieve an AK-47. This one's not done for MOUZ NXT. Well, it is now. Exertion pops a bullet into the dome of Banjo and silences his reign of terror from Library. MOUZ NXT survived the scare, and Shane as well farms up that little bit of cash, just keeps the balance a little bit healthier. But that was the eco for fnatic Rise, and now they're back on the buy.
Yeah, for the first time we get to see the full buy coming out, the gun round against both these teams. It's been a couple of force buys back and forth to get us here. Although fnatic Rising still don't have the ideal buy. 2 for Masters out, but they do have that AWP for Depression, and there's none on that T side. MHL not bringing that one out yet. We don't always see it on the T side of Inferno, just because it can be maybe not the best map for it at times. Depression into Banana here. The flash to set up, but this counter utility coming through. Ooh, Exertion's brought low, actually. So Shane, huge amount of damage done without any contact with the CTs.
NXT, they've got top brackets at the very least. Trying to make it work. Off the back of the control that Volt has taken of Banana, though, that means that one player from fnatic Rising can rotate all the way back in, but they're not convinced. Instead, it's still going to be 2 players anchoring down that position. Could be the right call as well. MOUZ NXT, the bomb, it's all the way back at ramp. There's still a minute on the clock. What control do fnatic Rising want to take? Going to be a standoff instead. Pepsor just waiting for any of these T's to reveal themselves. Gets the information, but also spots out this smoke landed down towards the arch. Did he get spotted? That's a big question, but surely he's going to be cleared by YinFat.
Maybe asking for some flashbangs to sort him out, but Shui is going to clear that one off the back of the swing, and that's going to be the go signal. MOUZ NXT can continue to push up. Depression is sitting here on the other side of the smoke with an AWP, but it's not the greatest situation. Can't see anything, so it's all on Banjo in the site. They're going to be gunning their way up above him. He's going to be taking fights from every single angle. Shane does clear him out. Depression does get the trade through with that AWP as the smoke fades. And Bolt on the flank. He's able to drop the bomb as well. Keeping it nicely. And even the second onto YinFat. That is a huge kill. Transfer across. MHL, though, gets a response, and now it's just Depression in the 1 versus 2 with the AWP. Knows that MHL was close, can hear him running away, goes for the peek to try and chase him down, is able to find him. Now it's just Exertion left. He was brought low from earlier, but he's in towards Apeks. There is a smoke on Depression. A kit can be retrieved in from short, and there's an AK he can swap to as well if he so wishes. Tap that bomb, see if he can bait out some fire, retrieve that kit, make his way back over. Exertion's not revealed himself yet, though. Lurking out here, going for the spam, but it's not on target. Depression, he gets it at the very end. It looked like a couple of those last bullets might have done it, but he's able to stay alive, defuse the bomb, and get fnatic Rising their second.
I thought MHL had won them that round. When MOUZ NXT dropped the bomb initially, there's literally no time left on the clock, but MHL was holding for that boiler push and completely shuts it down. C4 can get put into question, but Depression, nearest member of fnatic Rising, stands the tallest. And we'll convert another round on the board for this CT side. And they've been struggling with them against Eternal Fire Academy. There's a strong start here early. And if you're a Fnatic Rising fan, you'd hope it can continue. But with 3 Famuses, the buy, it's not the best. And for MOUZ NXT, it's definitely superior weaponry as they look to extend right now towards the apartment. Shane and Exertion, although he does drop off. Intention has been made. Look at this setup, though, on short for Fnatic Rising.
They've got 4 players over here. 2 are playing anti-flash as well as the AWP holding the corner. It's the perfect crossfire, the perfect response to when these MOUZ NXT players burst out. Question is, are they going to be clearing this first? Or are they just going to charge through directly into the stack? But if utility's deployed, counterflash comes through. No commitment so far. Pepsor is ready for this. Depression holding the angle. Here it comes. Hits the shot, completely blind, and Pepsor now he can swing into action. Not quite able to get the kill, but it is traded out. Yimpad has found one in response, though. But there still is extra player in maze towards long. Not quite ready for the 4th to be there. And Depression even catches Shane lurking out from Apps. It's just MHL left with the AWP. And, well, looking at those finances for the next round, let's hold on to this one.
What a perfect response and setup for Fnatic Rising as well. And even the hindsight of Depression, just to make sure he is checking that balcony position, doesn't want to get caught off guard. He hits the timing perfectly. MHL, he could be going for this potentially.
Yeah, he's giving this a look in. Needs to be gifted a kill immediately, though. There's only 10 seconds left. But one player can't quite hit the flick. Yeah, now he has to bail. You know, I like the confidence to still give that one a look in, despite the ticking down. But it's risky with the AWP. You don't want to just give that one up for free in a 1 versus 3.
It's also risky just thinking about it. 30 seconds basically towards like the front end of second mid, and then with 15 seconds left, he just tries to peek out towards the balcony. Even if he gets a kill there, he's got no idea, and he can't really clear any other angles. But fair play. I respect it. Trying to go for a hero moment, unfortunately not to be. At the very least, he does hold on to that sniper, so can bring it forward into round number 7. And that's the only gun that MOUZ NXT have got to work with, really. Maybe it's that hero moment after all. MHL looking to step up here for his side.
We've also seen a little bit out of these Deagles so far in this matchup, so I don't count Shane or Shui out of this. Looking for any sort of head to present itself, but not being given at the moment. Volt with that FAMAS. He's the lone defender on B, so that can be the avenue in if they can find him. He's jump picking at the moment. Looks like he spotted something on the slither there, so he's going to fall back to a more passive position. MOUZ NXT can start to get ground here. What does Fnatic Rising do in response?
To rotate a player over. I think that will happen. Flashing in for mid. That's information spotted, and they're immediately on the run. But Volt could be overwhelmed. When are MOUZ NXT going to walk around the corner? Doesn't matter now. Rotations are in. MaZe has made his way all the way over towards Coffins. Boosting for MHL towards CT, but the smoke, it's perfect. MOUZ NXT cannot get a look in, no matter where they go right now. It's going to be a difficult scenario to overcome. And they've got no utility. It's going to have to be contact. Maybe even run boosting the player through to try and direct the crosshair, but it fails. Now Volt can just tap away with this FAMAS, doing the damage. And MaZe is here in support, and the AWP finds absolutely zero. Fnatic Rising survive, and they keep all of their players alive.
Even collecting that AWP, so it's a win-win round for Fnatic Rising. They get an upgrade out the back of it. Now they've got all the weaponry going into the next against the full buy. We do have the team speak coming up as well for MOUZ NXT, so I'm curious to see how they're faring with this loss.
Just do a flash off the wall, maybe. Okay. And then just come up after. Jimmy, I mean. They might have
from short.
Last time they did this, they were short set up.
Go too short. I'll go up now.
I'll piler. Let's all pick away. Let's do it fast. Milo smoke long.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Smoking. Flashing mid
smoking
once.
mini pit. Flashing out ups now.
Flashing mid again. I'm going ups to them.
One long. Side. One side, left side, guys. Left side. First corner. Going up.
Smoke.
Long pit.
Bad pit. Yeah, big
pit.
Pit. I'll go short.
And side off, mid side.
he knows about us.
Yeah. Can you flash me long? I give you flash. I give you flash. Flash me long.
Yeah. Pushing.
Good.
Headshot. One is headshot, one is
I don't
side.
cheat him. Yeah. Maybe we should save if we can.
What?
We should save.
Okay.
Don't beat, we go up.
Counter-terrorists win.
Call the defense into question, but Fnatic Rising are passing the test, and well, what a better opponent to do it against than MOUZ NXT. The short and pit defense comes in a flurry of kills, and in a matter of moments, the attack is just dwindled down to 2 players, and MOUZ NXT need to save again. Looking at the buy, it's 2 weapons that have been retained over off the back of it. Just being supported by the Deagles, aggressive. It's a Zywoo smoke, they can peek down second middle, but MaZe gets overrun. MHL will prevail, and now Volt needs to try and survive, but MOUZ NXT are actually looking to reset their position.
They've recovered the AWP for MHL as well. They have full armor behind 4 of these players, so now they've got 2 rifles and that AWP to work with. And still utility too, 3 smokes that they can deploy. So now they're in a much better position than it looked like. We'll see what they decide to do with it. Fnatic Rising have rotated a player back towards A side. So they've got the 3-man lean here. Leaving it all on Depression's shoulders over towards B side with that AWP.
Wouldn't surprise me if MOUZ NXT tries to do a rinse and repeat, maybe smoking off towards Library and Archers again. Going for this A wrap, it's worked successfully for them before. Instead, it's just going to be the drop of the utility. Final destination will be B. MOUZ NXT creeping up Banana right now. Trying to anchor in Fnatic Rising deep in towards the A bomb site. Flashes come in for them, and it's all on Depression's shoulders. Needs to hold the line, gets the first, and now can retreat back in. Gives the signal to his teammates, tucks in behind the smoke as well. It's a good reposition, but MHL is just that little bit better. MOUZ NXT now have complete control of B. And if I'm Fnatic Rising, I'd just be saving this one.
It's another AWP that can be retrieved, and a few questions about that one. Fnatic Rising have normally been quite good with their CT rotates and the like, but that round there, Pepsol, he had all the info. He saw the smoke come out towards Archers, knew that it was a fake, saw the Library smoke come out. Nothing came off the back of it. And still they don't rotate any player across. They still hold true onto the A side, and perhaps it's just a bit of a gamble. They're just relying on Depression to get the 2K there. But yeah, it just it feels like they kind of let them take control there. They didn't really respond to the utility that got deployed other than just to sit and wait.
I think there's also a little bit of conditioning on the MOUZ NXT side as well. We've seen a few rounds now where they drop their utility and don't actually move a muscle, and then they'll re-execute back in with the contact. So that's what Fnatic Rising were hoping for. Instead, it's just a complete sucker punch. MOUZ NXT overwhelm the AWP defender on B, and now reduce the round gap just to within 1. Fnatic Rising off the back is saving, can reinvest. AWP has been redeployed as well. That head-to-head is currently going in MHL's favour.
These have been a good start here. Aim for 3. Aggression. Went for an aggressive peek, but Volt, he's taking the aggression in towards Banana. Utility is fantastic. Deep smoke to prevent MHL from being able to get the trade. Incendiaries come through and the flashbang is perfect. And oh, look at that utility. The double HE stack. MHL, he is limping after that one. It's just onto the AWP player, but it's still not ideal. And the fact that they've taken so much control there, they're not ready for this stack in towards A. They walk straight into the crosshairs of Pepsor, Banjo, and Depression's AWP.
Pretty good stuff. Volt has been winning out this Banana fight time and time again and taking so much control. There was one round he was even in T-ramp with about 40 seconds of play just ticked on over. Really good stuff from them, and the reaction's perfect. They've set up in a way that completely counters MOUZ NXT, looking for that brackets control, because it's the only option that they've got. And now, with 50 seconds, and once again, a broken buy, if they lose the rifles, this T-side has to save. fnatic Rising, they're commanding the respect right now, and MOUZ NXT are giving it to them.
Yeah, perfect round for fnatic Rising. Keep all their players alive. That money, it's already looking pretty decent. It's only going to get healthier. And tell you what, kudos to the, you kind of highlighted there, Vault, but, you know, also Banjo. These two anchor players have been fantastic for fnatic Rising. We've seen both of them having so much impact on their respective bomb sites. And it's a really promising sign, because you highlighted earlier that fnatic Rising's difficulty against Eternal Fire Academy was that CT side. Their T side looked fantastic. They nothing really to sort of question there, but it was the CT side where they maybe let a few more slip than perhaps they wanted to. So it's good to see them already up to 6 here, starting to create a bit of a gap here between these two teams.
Be interesting to see if this is just a flash in the pan, though. Will MOUZ NXT rise above it? They can still potentially win out the half here. Still so many rounds to play on this T side. Taking a look at the utility, it's all there for both of the sides. The full buy comes into full effect. Again, it's another gun round. But fnatic Rise, they've been doing well in these scenarios. This time, Pepsor drops a Molotov all the way down towards ramp. And that leaves two MOUZ NXT players just stuck there, isolated away from their team. And look at this response. So MHL already scoped up, peering all his way in towards A, trying to find this opener. But Exertion gets completely flashed off, and Pepsor can just run through the smoke and escape.
That timing was perfect. It was as he pulled out the smoke, but MHL, he's doubled up onto the side here. Able to find an opening here. He is trade out eventually, and Pepsor's looking for more, but Shane's going to find the kill. And still, there's more CTs here on the side to deal with, but MAZE is going to go down. MOUZ NXT, they go for these fights, and the trade spacing is fantastic, but it all starts with MHL getting that double. Now Vault is in this 1 versus 3. There is money, but does feel like a long shot to go for this one. He's giving it a slight look in just to see if anything presents itself, but the only thing presenting itself is Jimfat's bullets into his face.
A nice reaction as well from MOUZ NXT. As soon as they get the kills in from MHL, rather than just running into the bomb site, they know that fnatic Rising have been putting players down here. What a first shot as well to open it up. But the flashbang for the 3rd kill, don't quite see it on the replay, but it was perfect because it fully blinds Pepsor just as he enters the gunfight, leaving nothing to chance. MOUZ NXT once again win out the round.
Neither of these teams really wanting to budge an inch here on Inferno. This is turning out to be a very back and forth game. fnatic Rising still inching ahead with the win, but look at their money. This is a critical round. If MOUZ NXT can secure this one, it'll break the money of fnatic Rising. No loss bonus for them after consecutive rounds. And that'll be MOUZ NXT's chance to really get a foothold here. Vault, who's been fantastic on this B defense, throws another deep smoke as well, continuing to keep them out. But MOUZ going to fight into this one, and the flash from MAZE is perfect. It comes through at the exact second that they push through that smoke, and it's too easy for Vault to clean them up.
Playing incredibly well, and now MOUZ NXT looking to extend out, but Banjo has pushed Apartments. It could be the final nail in the coffin in this round for MOUZ NXT, because MHL is low. Trying to find a pick, but where is Banjo? He's just holding Apartments. Oh, this is with Exertion's never clearing this angle. See you later. It's all onto MHL. You spoke about the money for fnatic Rising, but look at it on the side for MOUZ NXT as well. It's in dire straits this round. We'll get fnatic Rising their 7th, but also it's a golden opportunity for them to potentially win out the half in towards the next. MHL needs to survive with this sniper, but he's being hunted currently. Banjo is going to get peeked upon, but the headshot reigns supreme. No sniper will be brought forward. The MOUZ NXT save is finally quashed.
I'll tell you what, fnatic Rising, when they win, they win. It never feels particularly close. They're very dominant rounds that they're taking away, whereas for MOUZ NXT, sometimes it's a little bit closer. Fantastic stuff on the defense, the aggression. I mean, Banana is just vaults every single time. And I mean, that one there is courtesy of the amazing supportive utility as well. fnatic Rising's utility so far, I've mentioned it a couple of times, has been spot on. Ooh. That's a head removed from MHL. Fantastic shot there with the AWP. Opens it up, and well, that was one way to start this round off. And I mean, look at what they're working with. It's pistols, the MAC-10, fnatic Rising, set to get that 8th.
Just been looking at these defaults for MOUZ NXT throughout the past couple of rounds, and it feels like without top banana control being established, it's really just stunting the rest of their progression, and Volt has been at such a menace in that position. Look at this grenade. Oh, it does so much damage. Around about 150 utility damage just from a single HE. Depression flashed off. Doesn't matter. He gets one of his own, and it forces MOUZ NXT back. They're subjected to short, and that's exactly where a double stack will form. Even playing anti-flash, another nade will now fly in. So much damage on this utility.
Oh, we talked about the utility damage, but damn, that was like a double nuclear launch. Removed from the server. Wow. Fantastic stuff, fnatic Rising. It's just against, you know, some upgraded pistols in the MAC-10, so, you know, there was not all the armor there, so it looks a little bit more dramatic than perhaps it was, but beautiful stuff. Gets them up to 8, secures them at the half. There's still a couple of rounds to work with, so they could really bridge that gap. Extend that gap. MOUZ can bridge it.
With no superhero, I'd like to see MOUZ NXT do something a little bit faster. Maybe just try and change the pace, get in fnatic Rising's face a little bit, because where this utility has been set up is where they look the most comfortable. If MOUZ NXT try and take the gunfights early, really try and secure that advantage, even crack open an opener, it could be the difference maker. But look at Volt again. It's ridiculous how far and how much control he's allowed to have, and the utility chonks down YNCE. 55 points of health already remaining. But MOUZ NXT, they're going quick. They're going straight in towards brackets.
Rotations are coming through, though. There's going to be 3 players towards the site and another in towards long. So they have the setup here ready on the defense. MAZE repositioning deep into the pocket, and Depression, he's gone for the aggressive peek here. He's got teammate and Banjo, though, who can swing out and support, and MAZE, he's doubled up towards long. It's just Shane left, and Pepsor's going to find him. Straight into the jaws of fnatic Rising, and well, like a phoenix, they set everything ablaze and send MOUZ NXT down into the dumpsters. Look at that money. It is not good going into the final round.
This is dominant, and this is a statement from fnatic Rising as well. We did not know what iteration of fnatic Rising we were going to see coming into today, because they hadn't played a game in the Academy League before this, but after a strong T side against Eternal Fire Academy on Inferno, they're now showing us that they can actually do it on the defense against the very best the Academy League has to offer. YNCE now wants control of this banana. Maybe it's too little too late. Round number 15 is one of the furthest advances that MOUZ NXT have had in this position.
Yeah, you highlighted it last round. They just have not been getting control of banana. And honestly, if you're not getting control of banana on the T side, you're losing the T side. That's really all there is to it. And this time they get the control, and fnatic Rising rotate over. 3 players there, so if they do continue to commit, they'll be walking straight into that triple setup. They're not going to, though, so they're playing with some rotations, and, well, maybe it will work out, but is it too little too late, Brandon, as you said?
Here comes a flash. That's information now. And another deep Molotov to force MOUZ NXT back. It's perfect. And they know the information, but now Depression needs to hold the line because the rotations are still a long way away. Chewy, Exertion, MHL, all on the brink of collapsing upon long. But Pepsor is here, and the flashbang is perfect. And the spray is that little bit better as well. Doubles up towards long. MOUZ NXT shut down on that side of the map, and now need to try and counter over towards short. Flashbangs raining in, but AWP, never mind, it's Volt holding firm, and they know exactly where Shane is.
He's just going to get hounded here. He's able to find 1 kill, but the utility is coming through. The bullets are raining through as well. And off the back of it, fnatic Rising, they get up to their 10th. A dominant CT side here, looking hugely improved from that Eternal Fire Academy game. And going into the T half, that is a very promising sign for them. For MOUZ NXT, it looked a little bit flat at times. You mentioned their defaults were very repetitive, that they weren't getting that B control, the banana control, and well, Fnatic Rising punish. It's a dominant affair.
It really is. And now they go on to this T side where they took 12 rounds against Eternal Fire Academy. How are they going to conjure up this pistol? Let's find out. Let's jump into Fnatic Rising's TeamSpeak and see what they got to offer us.
Play anti to start maybe?
Second mid I start.
So they don't see a jump.
Yeah, you come with me. Just bounce a flash short after.
I'm hiding.
I'll tell you
when
when.
start.
Okay, I'll hide as well then.
He saw 2. He's still
just
jumping.
jump yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Still?
I don't know. I don't
No,
hear.
he's
I
not.
don't hear. Maybe
No.
sneaking somewhere.
Yeah.
I'll smoke long zone. Wait.
I'll check bench clear.
Okay. Just bounce a flash here.
Yeah.
Go.
Flashing now.
Don't see anyone.
Call the flash
Flash
long.
B, flash B.
Flashing.
Flash. Nothing long. I'm up long.
Ready in apps.
Don't see anyone. Don't see anyone on balcony.
Yeah.
One side. Think he's 1 HP.
White out.
Go. He's side 1
Big pit.
HP.
Big pit.
Side
Big
dead.
pit.
I dead.
Big pit.
He's still.
Big
Let's go
pit.
up and kill him.
All
Big
city,
pit.
all city, all coming.
Dead big
Nice.
pit.
They should be all coming long, all coming long.
I will go ahead.
I got shot. They can only, boys, they can only come
Go
long.
Bulgaria. Go Bulgaria.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
planting Vino. Too long. They're close.
I'm holding cross side.
They can only come long.
Close long too.
Yeah, I'm holding if they run in.
He smoked something. Flashed. Coming in. Flash.
Side.
Two side.
Go side.
Nice.
Let's
Nice one.
What a beautiful pistol round. And, you know, they're able to pull that one together because Pepsol gets so much ground in towards long. He just zooms up through there. They're not afraid to push through their own smoke, get the information and punish it. There's that triple stack towards the B side. Obviously, Fnatic Rising aren't fully aware of that situation, but the fact that they're able to get upper brackets control, find their way all through long, they know that there can't be that many players on site and they're able to clear it with style.
Comms are clean as well, especially in the afterplant. I'm holding this, you're holding that. Let's play for time. Well orchestrated. Nade flies in for exertion down towards Banana. Does a lick of damage towards Maze. Is that force up for MOUZ NXT? MHL trying to do wonders with the SSG. Well, meanwhile, Fnatic Rising walking their way in towards Banana right now. Flash about to be lined up for top wall, perhaps. 3 defenders are here, though, for MOUZ NXT.
You're taking control here. 4 rifles in this round. Plenty to work with, but it does mean that the utility is slightly lighter. You can see Maze, he's got nothing. Pepsol's just got a flash remaining. He's slowly clearing everything, but they're going to be making their way back towards A with this bomb. Perhaps. Looking like they're interested in it. The utility's going to come out, smoking towards long. Pepsol's still clearing, so they're looking for the information before they commit. It's all going to be on Pepsol here. He's going to be finding out what's going on towards the B site. And his info will then determine what the bomb decides to do. You can already see it slowly making its way back down. It hasn't done anything yet. But now he's going to spot exertion. Smoke gets dropped in response, and now they're going to accelerate towards A.
But Shane could really just shut this all down from the balcony position. Banjo is going to need to clear him. Oh, he falls off at the worst possible moment. I think he was heard as well. MHL, that's a cracking shot, but Depression overwhelms. And then Banjo cleans up the rest, and Shuey can't get anything done on the Deagle. It's all falling apart for MOUZ NXT. They need to tuck tail and try and save. It's a 2 versus 3, though. Depression is low. There's an avenue where they could go for this.
It's tricky. They know that Shuey did that damage onto Depression, and you know, one more bullet would have done it, and that could have been a completely different round. That hero play pushing through the smoke could have paid off, but unfortunately can't close out the kill. Now YN's just going to be playing for exits. He's got armor. He can get himself an AK. That would be a beautiful situation, and courtesy of the change to the bomb site, you do see more players having to escape because of the bomb radius being increased. They can't all save in towards pit anymore. Depression is going to go down, and YN does find a kill. So he is able to recover a Galil. So even though Fnatic win the round, they only keep 1 alive, and MOUZ NXT at least bring 2 rifles out of it.
Run out of time though, 12-5. Need to get something going. Look at the buy as well. They have to force into this. They need to put some rounds on the board, but it's not the best. Another scout for MHL and MP9 is another weapon. Close range, but that's about it. fnatic Rising, they want to take second mid control. MOUZ considering the possibility of a scope weapon peeking onto his position. Could be a quicker one here. fnatic Rising could burst out the balcony right now.
There's quite a setup here, and going to be causing the spray to go awry, but in is able to find that kill onto Banjo. He's going to get mollied out now. But Shane's found another kill onto Volt. He can reposition as well in towards the site, playing on top of those boxes. And MHL, he's found Pepsor and the bomb. It drops in towards site. Yimpak gets another kill, and it's all on MOUZ. He gets found with that MP9. Shane is able to clear house, and it's a perfect defense. They walk straight into that heavy stack, and they can't get anything done.
Yeah, really well played as well. That crossfire between Balcony and Pit was set up perfectly. Distraction taken, and the Balcony player can just try and clean up some of these players as well. So for MOUZ NXT, I was questioning the buy, but it does get them over the line, and now they have another opportunity to reduce the deficit with this T side only being armed with the Tech 9s. Could be faster though. That's a quick CT smoke deployed. Never mind, it's a half wall. Not really too sure what I'm looking at, but Exertion, he doesn't need to see a thing. The spray goes a little bit haywire, but the HE will clean things up. Early advantage MOUZ NXT on paper. This is what you expect, but let's not rule out the Deagles just yet.
You'll see what they can do so far, and well, these ones are backed up with a bit of armor behind them, so they can recover rifles if they're able to find any kills here. So far, nothing gained except banana control, which, at very least, is something that MOUZ NXT weren't quite able to do. So, the fact that they can do that with the pistols is a good sign of things to come. They do have double the rounds to work with as well. So, even if MOUZ NXT secure this, it's a long way to go. Surgeon finds another kill. Nice headshot through the edge of the wall onto Pepsor. But he's here to support as well as all these smokes come through. The counter one deployed. And there's no way into banana at the moment. MOUZ NXT even rotating over a third player.
Yeah, it's complete shutdown. fnatic Rising, as this smoke dissipates, they might try and see if they can get a kill. They've got a smoke and a Molotov. They can smoke off CT and then put down an incendiary on one of these positions. It lands new box, but MHL can just see in the corner of the smoke. There's the first and the second as well. It's all up to Banjo, but he's being flanked as well, even if he does survive this smoke spam. He now will be eliminated. MOUZ NXT is the perfect read. It is just against the Deagles, so we expect nothing less. There's still a little bit of a confidence booster for them.
Hey, well, MHL, we noticed it yesterday on that nuke game. He is a menace with the scout. It feels like he can always hit the heads. He doesn't go for the tags. He's going for the KO, the knockout below, straight to the scalp, and he gets it done with 2 there. Great stuff from him. And yeah, off the back of it, fnatic Rising, they did force into that one, wanting to try and win that war of attrition, but now they're down onto the full eco this time, and well, MOUZ NXT want to take the fight to them. MHL is now changed from that scout to an MP9. Find one. Surgeon trying to clean house as well with the AK. MHL was a very long range kill on Devolt with the MP9. And they keep it clean. Surgeon stays alive with a slither of health and 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, this half has started out exactly how the first one did as well, with fnatic Rising taking the pistol. This time they were able to convert the round after, but then MOUZ NXT went on a string of rounds before fnatic Rising which really put their foot down. But what I'm wondering though, is despite their T-side being so good against Eternal Fire Academy, MOUZ NXT, if they get the ball rolling, they win out these gunfights in Banana, they could really snowball the comeback. Could see it into question. 4 rounds is not a lot.
Start from MOUZ towards the B site. 4 players there to deploy that initial utility. And they don't actually end up with control in the end. Or doing any damage.
Flakes have been deployed as well.
Yeah, it's slow here for Fnatic Rising. They don't aggress too far up banana. Happy to just post one player up. But a utility in towards mid to slow them down further there. And Banjo's looking for something in towards apps. And now we're seeing this double setup in towards short from MOUZ NXT. This worked for Fnatic Rising, although they had an extra player when they did the same setup.
Creeping the way towards the apartments right now, it's just control. Shui's playing anti-flash. There's a boost established on the B-bomb site as well. But Fnatic Rising could get caught out here. Shane, this angle, it's incredibly off. Not expected. And the spray, oh, he's only good for one. Shane, we immediately trade him out. And Shui hasn't revealed himself just yet, but Depression clears the angle and eliminates MHL. This defense is completely blown apart. MOUZ NXT, how do you only come out of that with one kill?
Very least possession. He's going to find a freebie here, which now brings around into question. Yimfat pushing up from library. He's looking to see if he can find anything of his own. There are two players that are so low. They know Depression should be tagged up just based on the two engagements he took. Yimfat is going to find him. But his teammate's too far away. Exertion's nowhere near to be found. There's no utility either to use to get into this A site. We know how difficult it can be to retake. And they prefer to just hold on to these AKs, concede that 13th round. And yet for Fnatic Rising, Depression. What a pathway into short there. It looked like the perfect setup from MOUZ NXT. There was so little time left on the clock. We were just commenting on that angle that was being held on default there in towards apps, but it's only good for one kill. Pepsol gets the trade. Shane, you can see it again here. The spray is actually quite good. There's a lot of damage on the Pepsol. Depression has the heads to clear that. Well, actually, he just swings up to it and finds the head. So just good angle control. Good not overcommitting to the wide swing and finds both.
There was a backup plan as well because Fnatic Rising had a player in Boiler, so even if Depression gets traded out on the boost, you would assume that the kill would come in. So it's good pathing for Fnatic Rising. MOUZ NXT somehow only get one, and MHL misses a crucial kill that leads to Shui being eliminated. Will at least trade out his teammate, but he's been brought ever so low in the process.
Cool, I'll tell you what, I thought he had that kill for free, but audacity on him to repeat that. That's a lot of cojones to go for that one. But he does get it done, which puts it back now into this 4-on-4. And it's not as big a deal that MHL is the one that's brought low, right? He's got that AWP. Can still hit that shot, still do the damage. 4 Fnatic Rising players group up. The 4v4, it is going to favor the T's here, because they'll be going 4 versus 2 onto this site. MOUZ have a 2-2 setup, and they're going to start throwing that utility now, making their way through. MHL, he's got that 7 HP, but he's got the AWP, and he found the first kill here. They're not able to get the trade, but they do find Volt, and eventually he is found on site. That's A open for business. Pepsol can get that bomb plant down, puts it safe into the corner. And they've still got utility to spare as well. Banjo, he's got a smoke he can redeploy, so they can keep one of these angles on lock. And these CT as well. Once again, it might be Exertion and Yimfat having to save.
The approach from Shane there in that round. As soon as MHL takes contact, he's trying to get aggressive and swing close to the smoke. Be a thorn in Fnatic Rising's side as they run through grey screened. But it doesn't just quite work out for him. And I know exactly where MHL is on the rebuttal. Exertion just playing for the exits, and he's good for 2 of them. So it just leaves Banjo alone with a Galil, but Fnatic Rising will not care about that because they've just hit 14 rounds against MOUZ NXT on Inferno.
Yeah, a couple of kills going their way at the end. It's not going to be... It's a bit of a bitter win, you know, considering it's only 2 rounds now for Fnatic Rising to close this one out, whereas MOUZ NXT, well, they need 8 more to get to 60, and so it's certainly not a good position to be in. At least they're able to get the full buyout. Those 2 saved rifles plus that loss bonus, which is starting to accrue, sets them up for something into this round. So they'll have the full weaponry to try and deny map point here.
All right, they're deployed that.
Oh! No way!
MHL, that's rude. You're not allowed to do that.
Headshot through the half wall. Oh, that's one of those spams that happens like 1 in 100 times.
Yeah, it always happens to me.
Yeah.
Hate to see it. Unlucky, Maze. You'll get them next time. fnatic Rising not going to be deterred by that, though. Thinking about lining up some utility and even executing onto B. Flashes rain in. That's a smoke for Coffins. MHL now to be tested, but they're just not even considering him to be there. So he gets another kill for free, can escape, and Yimfat has been brought down low. In fact, he burns alive. The smoke doesn't extinguish the flames. MHL trying to do it all, but Pepsol runs through the smoke and takes the space. MOUZ NXT, they're falling apart. 3 versus 3. fnatic Rising, they brought this one back.
Pepsar is not afraid. He will charge through a smoke. He does not treat it like a wall, and he punishes MHL sitting on the other side with the AWP. Knew that he had been sitting there and knows that he has the advantage swinging into that one, but Shane on the retake is able to double up. It's all on Banjo now, tucked into the corner. Smoke gets deployed as well, so he can't even try and cover this one. Going for the spray, but it's a bit ambitious and exertion. He's able to find him in response. So the retake ends up being perfect after fnatic Rising find their way into the site.
fnatic Rising there, they're just double tucked in towards Dark. Trying to make it work. One player swings out and then there's immediate follow-up. They don't need to fight that one if you're fnatic Rising, but MOUZ NXT take full advantage of it. Perfect reaction to Smoke Banana as well, and they finally get around on the board after stringing 3 in a row together.
Look at MHL, 22 for 13. He is
Pretty
like
good.
A whole head above the next top fragger, which is Volt and Banjo, both on 18 apiece.
He's having a lot of success both on the Scout and the AWP. Finding the impact when it matters, but it feels like his team just can't really rise up with him and eliminate fnatic Rising. The buy is not the best for the T side at the very least. So MOUZ NXT, they can get double digits if they want to. They should do.
Forcing into this one. I mean, Pepsol had enough for the hero AK, but, you know, they had like 2k apiece. If they go for the full save, they've got a full buy into the next, but they want to try and through the finishing blow here. It could be a really risky move that backfires.
Could be risky, but at the same time, if they win this, MHL will hang on a second. Look at this. Gets the first kill and escapes. The audacity on this man just to be so aggressive in towards the apartments is unmistakable, but hold on. Oh, Depression and Volt combined. The Tech 9 kills are fall in favour to fnatic Rising. Now Shane is left all alone, tucking in towards the hate cart position. fnatic Rising, all the players are here, and they're going to check him as well. Running Tech 9, it all falls apart. It was an investment that was risky, but boy, does it pay off.
Yeah, risk versus reward. And well, fnatic Rising, they are reaping the rewards here after that one. The Tech 9s get it done. That was with MHL finding that opener in towards Apeks as well. He catches the player off, jumping from the balcony, and well, Pepsol finds one with the AK through the smoke down towards Banana, which kind of keeps MOUZ NXT a bit scattered. They're still feeling like they have to commit to this B hold because Pepsol showed himself with the AK, right? And so they not quite ready for that just immediate response from fnatic Rising to chase down the Orpus to find those kills with the Tech 9s. And well, Shane not able to get it done on the side. Tucks it next to the hay bales. And close lines one player, but the M4 needs more than one bullet to get it done.
Look at the money, Lucy.
It's not great, is it?
MOUZ NXT. It's probably one of the worst feelings in the game when you're up against 15 and this is the buy you've got to bring forward. It's a couple of M4s at the very least. It's looking a bit better than I first anticipated, but it comes at a cost. They've not got all the utility on some of these players. Shane just reduced to a Deagle. Depression peeking on in. That grenade on Pepsor as well. Actually going to miss the mark. I thought it was going to land perfectly on Jimfat's head.
fnatic Rising, they're the utility masters, although as I say that, they don't clear sandbags for that utility, so everybody avoids damage at the moment. Somehow on Banana, no one takes a lick. All dodging each other, and MHL thinks better of being boosted up on quad. There we go, bit of utility damage. Pepsor and May is there, forced off, and that's also a bit of info. Hearing those 2 feet getting singed by the flames. More
information being gathered as well. Volt just biding his time. making noise towards the apartments to keep MOUZ NXT interested in this area of the map. It's just a slower default out of fnatic Rising, trying to get all of the utility out of the defense. So when they execute, it's not as heavily contested. Look at it, 45 seconds left. There's one smoke on MOUZ NXT's side.
Not a lot to work with, and it's just over towards the B site, but that gets very potent if they were to be going B, but they're not. Looks like A is the finish. Bomber's in towards top mid. The utility comes through, and Shane, he's falling back to site with this Desert Eagle. Wants to be able to support his teammate. Knows that clock is ticking down. All they have to do is deny this bomb going down, but Bolts, he's charging through. Shane's able to find a kill, but the trades come through onto the site. Both players go down in quick succession. It's just Shuey here, Exertion pushing down bottom mid. He gets found. And it's all falling apart here for MOUZ NXT. Shuey and YNFat have to do it all, both coming in from long. There's a gap in this smoke, but Banjo, he's holding it as well. And MAZE is even on the flank, can't quite get the spray. Banjo has found Shuey, so it's just YNFat left in a 1 versus 3. The flames, they clear, the smoke, it fades. They are all honed in on his position. He reveals himself and he cannot find a head. He's looking for a try, but Depression catches him with the AWP, and fnatic Rising 2-0 here in the group stage on their debut day. They take down MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, fnatic Rising looked very good in this map of Inferno, but this is not the same MOUZ NXT we're used to seeing here at the Academy League. E side felt a little bit lackluster, no real presence towards B throughout the majority of that half. There were moments of brilliance, and it felt like they could potentially bring it back, but fnatic Rising were just that little bit better. The utility usage on this team was astronomical, and it was instrumental to their success, and it got them over the line.
Yes, a fantastic CT side from fnatic Rising, and they look just as sharp in the T side, even if there was a few moments where MOUZ NXT were able to get that sort of string of rounds together. fnatic Rising just looked like the better team in essentially almost every aspect. I mean, their CT side was just so different. MOUZ NXT just could not get a say in towards B at all, and they were just forced into these setups from fnatic Rising time and time again. We can see the scoreboard here. MHL, he tried. He put on a heroic effort, 24 kills, the most in the server, but look at the team effort from fnatic. 4 players up there in the top echelons for that team.
Yeah, MHL the only shining light for MOUZ NXT, really. YNFat having a little bit of a rough one. Same can be said for Shuey. Unfortunate for MOUZ NXT, and now, if I'm not mistaken, they're now 4-4 in the groups. fnatic Rising, they kickstart their campaign at the WePlay Academy League Season 5 with a banger. 2-0, 2 wins out of 2 in day number 1 for them. Start of week number 2 for us. And well, Lucy, there's plenty more games coming up. We've got 2 more best of ones coming your way. But before all of that, we're going to throw it to a little break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be about 10 minutes or so. And then we'll bring you back with another best of one.
to the WePlay Academy League. We just witnessed fnatic Rising take down the reigning champions of MOUZ NXT, setting them up for a 2-0 start here in Season 5. And now we've got FURIA going up against Young Ninjas. So we can have a quick look at the standings at the moment for that group, Brandon. Big Omen Academy at the top, and Young Ninjas, they are there alongside them.
FURIA Academy's results inflated a little bit because the Young Gods forfeit, so that's why everyone's just kind of got a couple of wins under the belt. But FURIA Academy, they look good against Apeks Rebels, and they look good against a good Apeks Rebels side who earlier beat out ENCE Academy on Ancient. They look dominant as well. And then Apeks Rebels, they tried to make a little bit of a comeback, but after some impactful kills and retakes from Bruninho, FURIA Academy rose above it, and it was a good debut outing to their journey here in Season 5. They came third last time in WePlay Academy League Season 4, and are now going up against a new formed Young Ninjas who have been looking quite impressive, have had a mixture of success here in Group B, but I think it's a very good test to see where FURIA are really at alongside the competition.
Yeah, it's a very tightly contested group here in Group B. I would say obviously Big Omen Academy, they're there at the top. They're second in the last season and looking on fire. They look untouchable at the moment. And the big question is what teams can really go up alongside them at that top level. We can take a quick look at the map pool for this matchup. FURIA Academy, you can see here a few great maps towards the top. Overpass with quite a high win rate as well as total games. So that feels like a map they might be angling towards. And Vertigo's up there. They just had that win earlier today, but you can see their win rate's not the best, and I'm not 100% convinced by their victory over Apeks Rebels.
You mean? But I was so impressed by it. They still looked good despite stumbling a little bit. It's not like they completely crumbled underneath the pressure. It's their first game. They're not really warmed up into the Academy League so far. It was going to be a little bit nervous entering the league on the second week as well. So Vertigo, look, they did end up winning it out. Let's take a look at the Young Ninjas map pool though. Overpass as well. Most total games played, so potentially we could see it in the veto, although I am looking more towards Inferno for the Young Ninjas. I think that's an option that they could potentially lean on. 8 total games, 75% win rate. Vertigo, it's a small sample size, but again, 67% win rate could also be in the question. I reckon it's between those 3 maps, I'd say. I know it's 3 out of 7, Lucy, but Overpass, Inferno, Vertigo, it'd be one of them.
So it feels likely that that's where it's going to be heading, and that's also maps of the sort of maps that Ninjas have been playing so far, right? They had an opening game on Inferno that they won, but they've actually been heavily favouring Overpass. 4 of their games have been on that map. It's going to be FURIA Academy that gets to decide where it ends up. They ban out Vertigo immediately. They don't want to verse FURIA on that one. Maybe a little bit worried about the T side that FURIA showed and not wanting to have to go up against that.
But FURIA will have the decision of where they want to swing this one. Nuke gets removed as well. So we've got Mirage, we've got Inferno, and also Overpass in that pool. So this could be spicy. Where do FURIA Academy feel like they are best suited to beat the Young Ninjas? We're about to find out in any second now.
Yeah, they're really, the anticipation, it's building here.
It
does feel like Overpass or Inferno is the inevitable end point. Inferno, it's not going to be. So it's removed. Ancient's removed.
Oh,
and Overpass is removed.
Okay.
So we go to Mirage. Okay, well, I was completely wrong.
That's all right. It's been a while, Mirage. I think it's been 3 or 4 days since we've seen it. So I'm happy to see it again. It's an even battlefield for both of these teams. It's one of these maps that kind of favours both of them as well. Jaquinho is standing in for Young Ninjas as well. That's a mention too. But to be honest with you, he's looked pretty damn good despite that. Filling in Error's shoes, who is a formidable opponent with a lot of experience. So he's doing well, but can he back it up? Well, we're about to find out on Mirage. 319 rounds of this map have already been played in the Academy League Season 5 so far. And well, at a minimum, we've got another 16 to go. Let's get into it.
16 to go indeed. See how this one kicks off. FURIA Academy starting on that T side. Young Ninjas on the CT side. They have one map so far this season on Mirage. It was a loss to ENCE Academy. So looking to even up those statistics initially. Going to be going for a fast contact play in towards A is FURIA. Adam B, he's going to be spotting them out, going for these USP shots here. It has ZTR tucked into firebox here, but Wale, he's pushed all the way through. He's found Chiquinho. ZTR's going to swing out and at least take down the bomb planter, but not before the bomb goes down. And now the T's have this very advanced post-plant position.
It's a good trade. Oh, LNZ just trying to push in, and we'll find the kills. In fact, no, it's Maxter trying to bail him out. It's all onto Bruninho and Decenti, who's rotated in towards ramp. They're already on the bomb, though. Adam B, he's just sticking it, and Decenti can't quite find the P250 bullets. A Young Ninjas immediately steal it away with a ninja.
Oh, FURIA Academy had such a great post-plant setup there. They managed to get into the site. They find an opening kill. There is the trade that comes through, but they're in the 4 versus 3. It looks like they have all the advantages, but Maxter doubling up in towards jungle, where they've gone for that aggressive play, where they tried to take some extra map control, and they're punished for it. They go down, and Young Ninjas, they're able to get the first round. You can see the potency of a smoke kit on the first round, on the first pistol round, and well, FURIA Academy, it's not going to slow them down. They full buy into this one. We can see 3 rifles have come out of it. And ZTR, well, he's going to clean up one of them, plus another player. Maxer comes in to support. And this short assault, it is falling to pieces. Bruninho, he's the only one left. He's good for 1 kill at the very least, but they are hunting him down. Have to be careful here not to make it too costly on their defense. They've already lost 2 players, and he looks to set to potentially find another.
Gonna walk through the smoke, but he's being tagged down in. He's low, and Adam B will find him with the MP9. But a couple of kills, it's not the best, but it's certainly not the worst that FURIA Academy could have walked out that one away with. Shades of the main team, just throwing aggression immediately at the Ninjas. Is this what we're gonna see throughout the entirety of Mirage? Gonna have to wait and find out. But for right now, we're gonna jump into the team speak. It's Young Ninjas. What have they got to say?
Ett Eagles, akta att de går för fram någonstans. Block topp med vänster. Han baitar.
Det är inget bus, jag målar ryggen. Såg ingen sloppad då. Jag kommer gå in.
Nej, boys.
Jag är med dig, BS. Jag widear med dig, Max. Dog. Akta Uge. Ingen med topp.
Ja, Uge.
Nice, Erik.
Kom topp mid.
Jag ser inget Uge. Tänk på pengarna fortfarande.
Ja.
Jag står bara och håller BS här.
Ja,
nice. Vad köp nu? Vi gör något speciellt eller? Och inte bara kör default?
Jag tycker...
Vi har slå på det.
I think I had the word default in towards the end there. Not much else I could pick out of the final words there of that team speak, but they keep it clean against the eco from FURIA Academy. They do lose 1 player, but it's not the worst. They can still fully buy into this one. They've got plenty of rifles and cash to spare. And now for FURIA Academy, they've brought out that AWP, looking to get it done with this one. And oh, it's a fun little flash. Gonna flash himself in here, Bruninho, but doesn't fully blind Adam B. In fact, he's not wired out at all. And they're able to even get the trade with the nade.
Feels cruel. FURIA Academy just being shut down. Young Ninja's defense is watertight. Coez, oh, he gets 2. This could be the bomb site opened up. There is a rotation here. The Chiquinho on the stairs will be the final nail in the FURIA Academy coffin. The rifles come out, and Young Ninjas, they completely overwhelm. Timeout being called. FURIA Academy trying to figure out where it all went wrong. Look at this. Adam B immediately in this grenade. 1-2, good night. ZMB didn't even get a look in with the AWP.
Tell you what, great attempt to try and bring that one back from Coez, but can't quite get it done. Chiquinho cleans up and he even gets himself an AWP for free. So he'll take that upgrade at the cost of a few teammates' lives, but a great round from Young Ninjas against the full buy from FURIA Academy. That one was over very quickly. These rounds are fast. You know, we expect that from Brazilian Counter-Strike, but it's always interesting when you see it again in all these different leagues, right? In the Academy League, it's the same flavors that you expect from, you know, the FURIA, the main squad. So it's nice to see those shades coming through.
They forced into this. Hero AK-47 on Cruez. Koala aggressing with the Deagle. CTR. He's here though. FURIA Academy want control of middle, trying to gain access to it through this underpass position. Going to be mollied off initially. And now ZTR, his internal timer has to kick in. When is he going to turn around and consider this? Oh, it's now.
Holding it here. Ready for this contact to come through. Smoke being redeployed as well that he can work around. So we can use that a little bit of a one-way. Fairly expected here. So you can see he's holding a little bit of an off angle just so he's not fully in there. But as I say that, he positions back into the corner. And Bohemio, that's the second that he swings out. Finds that headshot, and that's away now into connector. Bohemio is holding this with the AWP, but he falls off at the wrong second. Not quite able to even throw out this Molotov. Now they want to aggress on him. They know that AWP is in play here, but he's able to find one kill, trying to reposition here. Player already on site, but he does go down to Maxter, but Adam B has managed to do it from Ramp. Okay, it's getting a little bit less crazy, but Kawes, as I say that, he comes through with another kill. So now it's into this 2 versus 2. Maxter playing up on the railings here, not wanting to show his feet to this AWP, and Adam B is looping all the way back around to group up with his teammate.
I like this decision. It means our trade space is that little bit better. And all the meanwhile, they're not even considering connector. They could be completely blindsided here. FURIA Academy, that's the bomb dropped. And even though this kill comes in, Kawes, he's got no idea about Maxter. It's the perfect reposition for the Ninjas. And they keep it flawless. FURIA Academy left completely confused of where the Ninjas relocate.
Yeah, Adam B just sneaks away and, well, basically wins them the round off the back of that. He's even the first to go down there, so maybe a little bit of chaos in the comps, not quite able to communicate the fact that it was Adam B, the flanker, that had gone down in mid, so, you know, you got to be maybe a little bit ready for a second player. And still, Young Ninjas, 5-0 start here, looking clean. Jaquinio, he's looking for a peek into mid, playing around those smokes, not going to be spotting anything thus far. And once again, FURIA, they're setting up towards A. 4 players here. The bomb already in towards ramp. ZMB, he's pushed out already into Palace. They're ready to go into this one with just 30 seconds already ticked into this round. FURIA aggression, the name of the game. Adam B is dropped a smoke as a one-way, but he is punished after finding one.
But now ZTR trying to follow in his footsteps, trying to ascend up towards the ticket. Decenty. Could catch out Jaquinio, but he's holding for it. And all the meanwhile, on tickets, NTR's being punished, but Maxter's with the immediate trade. 3 versus 1. It's all on to ZMB, but at least he gets the bomb down. Now he needs to try and isolate the gunfights with this sniper rifle. Smoke deployed allows him to move about a little bit, but the missed shot is not going to help things. Maxter closes, and Young Ninjas get another round on the board. It seems quite easy for them so far. FURIA Academy, they've been having the success coming out and getting the entries, but it's this afterplant and just even getting into the bomb site that much further that's really costing them.
You don't want to bleed too many raw rounds here on the T side. 6-0 the scoreline. Young Ninjas not making any mistakes here, and they even get the second AWP off the back of that one, so the defense will be even more bolstered here. LNZ can hold on to that one. We might see that one, or one of these, making their way over to B, that secondary defense, which hasn't really been the target so far, so they can kind of just set up that one AWP there just to hold the angle, hold that pistol peek, and they can then dedicate more space towards middle, more towards A site, and that's going to make it even more difficult for FURIA.
Another pause being called by the Brazilians. They have got AKs and a lot of flashes as well. 10 flashbangs on this T side. Maybe looking to explode into a bomb site somewhere along the road. Maxter, this time, taking aggression and underpass control away from FURIA Academy. And that's where they like to reside. Look at the bomb, though. It's making its way up towards the palace. There's 3 players here looking to creep on in. But for Young Ninjas, they're already here.
Exactly as I said, they can just hold that AWP over towards B. They have to keep one player in towards me, but it means the stack is here, but the stack doesn't matter if you find all of the kills. FURIA storm into the site with a triple. ZTR is able to get here, though, not quite ready for that 4th player on the flank. He gets the kill, drops the bomb. Decenty, though, he's cleared LNZ. So now it's all on ZTR, and yeah, I don't think he even wants to give this one a look in.
God, that's why FURIA Academy like hitting that A bomb site. Doesn't matter how heavy you reinforce it. They knock the door completely off its hinges. Bruninho ends the round just as he begins it. What a performance from FURIA Academy in that round. Young Ninjas, they were armed to the nines, but unfortunately could not get anything done. And off the back of winning that round, let's jump in to FURIA Academy's TeamSpeak and see if they can get consecutive rounds in a row.
Cima, tive que virar ali. Por cima.
Moscou.
Janela, tá meio varado, velho.
Ainda na liga?
Mano, nós tem 3 Moscou aqui, não.
Cavernão.
Fazendo uma catapininha.
Vamos passar ele, guys.
Tá,
eu tenho uma smoke aqui.
Pra passar ele.
Tá perto.
Vai, passa.
Bora. Baixinho.
Morre varado.
Baixo, cego.
Baixinho ainda. Fora, peguei fora.
Uma caminhada do mercado passar. Passei. Plantei pro L, dá cover na smoke, Bruninho. Plantei pro L.
Tô costa meio, tá, guys?
Pode ter L, eu larguei o L. Fechou, tô no coldzera aqui, mira a costa, Travadão.
A pitch é meu. Chegou um pouco atrasado, capaz de tá marcando.
Ele pode passar a smoke pro Moji, tá, galera?
Suave, Bruno.
Nada
meio.
Porta é minha.
Maybe save, não sei. Calma aí, vou dar clear L. Tô miado, tá?
Vou só vazar, guys.
Nice. Boa, guys, perfeito.
Bom round, boa, Bruninho. Quarto, moleque.
Dá pra passar pelo L, quadra?
Dá.
Dá.
Tá, vamos
Vou só te passar.
Cola. Nice, guys. Bom pra caralho esse round, velho. Nice, velho.
Boa, bora.
Quebramos eles, não. Ah, eles mesmo armado, né? Se ganhar esse aí quebra.
Cadê Zek B agora? Bora. Vai querer fazer o Cacerato?
Nice little claps in there for a successful round, but I'll tell you what, Brandon, that was quite chaotic, particularly before they got into the post-plant, when all the action was happening during that mid-round. Oh, there was a lot of voices.
I think you can say that again. That was by far the chaotic voice comms we have heard so far. And you know what? I'm all for it. They're having a good time. They know exactly what they want. There's so many voices in the TeamSpeak just trying to get that one over the line, and it's excited FURIA Academy with consecutive rounds in a row. Look at what it's done to Young Ninjas. Chiquinho, the only real man for the job with ZTR. AWP and M4 need to do the damage, but it's a great start to this defense. But barreling out towards the window is FURIA Academy, but Chiquinho does one better, and now LNZ can reveal himself from this tucked-in position. I called it into question, but Young Ninjas are proving me wrong. Chiquinho with 3. It's all onto ZMB, and he can't get anything done with it.
Tell you what, Chiquinho is stepping up there alongside LNZ, who just had the USP, but the bait and switch is perfect, and Chiquinho plays that to perfection, gets the opening kill, and then is ready for that flank to continue pushing around. Knows that LNZ doesn't quite have the angle. You can see he decides to reposition, tries to hold for that push, and that's critical. If he goes down at that point, that's a way in for FURIA. So he saves the day, allows LNZ to get a cheeky couple of kills as well. And they bounce back immediately, and it's off just 3 rifles into that round.
Now look at this change from Young Ninjas. They want mid-control instead. ZTR so far pushed into this position. ZMB, AWP equipped, trying to make it work from the ramp. Maxter is here just continuously smoking off FURIA Academy. They're going to have to run straight into the crosshair of Adam B if they want to even give A-Site a look in.
4 players here on the response. 4 Ts making their way in here. ZMB, he's holding the line, looking for something from CT. Now Molotov's going to give him an inkling of what's going on, and now he's just holding to see if they overextend. Kowers has been brought down a little bit on the peak, and ZMB takes a bit towards the end there as well. They're just going for the spam, trying to flush out this player that's tucked in Adam B. He's not giving an inch, not budging a second. Jumping over now, trying to bait in the shots, and he even makes his way out of there. Chiquito, he's extended with the AWP and finds a kill of his own. even looking for more here, going for these aggressive peaks is punished for it, but ZTR is here at least for the response, and Adam B, he's found 2. It's all falling apart here for FURIA, just Brunio left, and Adam B finds him in the end. It's 3 for Adam B.
That was really nice from the Ninjas as well, because they're taking all the distraction for FURIA Academy. It allows Jaquinho to creep through the smoke, take the contact, and escape. As soon as he falls, ZTR is right there in his place to immediately trade. And it's, again, that attention drawn over to the connect side of the map allows these ticket rotations to clean up house. Really nice stuff from the Ninjas. 8 rounds on the board now. They've won the half, looking to extend it by a much wider margin. Bruninho, however, creeping his way through. If he gets this kill, oh, it's not quite. But Corze will get one as well. Jaquinho, that's the AWP completely eliminated.
Gets a huge kill to find in response. And Adam B, he goes down as well. Koala, he's able to find him. Now LNZ, he's scrambling all his way over here. Pulls out his rifle at the last second. Koala holding this line, does get fully cleared, but the damage has been done. LNZ, he has to back out of this one, has to regroup with his teammate. And it's all going to be on Maxter to make his way in to set up LNZ here. They have some utility to work with, a couple of flashbangs, a smoke. There's a kit available on both these players as well. But they're both coming in from the same position here. Maxter, he loses the initial duel. And now it's just LNZ. ZMB finds him in FURIA. They are able to get another round.
The art of misdirection here on Mirage. We see this aggression in towards short, find the kills in towards connector. And FURIA Academy change their mind. They head out towards this A bomb site, completely catch the Ninjas off guard. Important kill from Koala under Palace, eliminating Adam B, sets them up for success. And it's another round on the board. We definitely expect more from this Brazilian side, but they are trying to work their way back in. The buy for Young Ninjas, well, they've made it work with a lot less.
A has been the name of the game, and A it is once again. All 5 T's spiraling out of ramp. ZTR, he's going to swing up here, trying to get some damage done. Does find the kill eventually onto Cowes. Max are going for the spray too, but the bomb, it can go down. And Koala, he's continuing to chase forward. A flashbang, it's not quite able to set him up. And wow, 2 more kills will come through. The bomb plat even got denied amongst all of that chaos. And wow, blinking and missing. It's just Brahideo left now in a 1 versus 5. 3 of these players have been brought low. But it might be a little bit too much for him to pull off here. 1 versus 5. Looking for anything, and they are not giving him anything at all. The peaks come through eventually, and he is taken down.
Although this is a little one-sided, this is such an entertaining game of Counter-Strike right now. FURIA Academy are just throwing caution to the wind round after round, completely trying to overwhelm this A bomb site. B doesn't even exist to them. Not a possibility. Want to try and make it work at the first letter of the alphabet, but unfortunately, the defense of the Young Ninjas is just too much for them. But Lucy, here we go again, straight out towards ramp.
Oh man, here we go again. It's going to be once again the A site that they are making their way into. Jaquinho, he finds the first, can set up a flash here. Adam B doesn't need it. Adam B just needs an AK, and he gets it done. Another triple up from him. Jaquinho closes it out. And it's just the 2 of them shutting down the eco assault on to A.
They invested a little bit too much into that one as well. You can see the economy, it's just not the best of FURIA Academy right now, despite being on this loss bonus. Can get Deagles. Needs to try and save a little bit of cash for the last round of the first half. But Young Ninjas are well and truly running away with this. It's fair to say that this attack has been fairly one-dimensional from the T side. And Young Ninjas, they're passing the test time and time again.
Brandon, what do you reckon? Do you think they'll go A once again?
You know what? I reckon they're going to try...
Put an A in the chat if you think they're going to A. Put a B if you think they're going B.
I reckon they're going to run mid and try and go up short again. That's my prediction.
Let's see. Utility being deployed. The bomb is actually going towards B.
All right.
Could be a bit of a classic, you'll go A, we'll go B.
I like it.
Oh no, they're going unders. It's going to be A. they're just crunching. Well, anyway, Maxter, he's going to drop the bomb, so no chance of making that one through. The overwhelm trying to be attempted here on the A side, but Once again, these defenders, they are just cleaning house. There's no chance to make it through Palace.
Same old story. Go away, get shut down by young ninjas. Go away, get shut down by young ninjas. Go away, get shut down by young ninjas. Unfortunate for FURIA Academy, but they have got to buy into this at the very least. I'm interested to see how they're going to set this one up. This AWP Chiquinho has been finding success time and time again. Very impressed with him as well.
It feels like he's just naturally slotted into this squad. His debut game with them here in the Academy League Season 5 was on Mirage, and he was the standout performer, and it's good to see continuing that one here. ZTL's going to go down first to Kawes. So FURIA actually find the opening for once, but it doesn't last too long, as Koala, he walks out into Adam B, who's not a fan of marsupials. Moves him from the server. Chiquinho can even play around this little gap in the smoke towards Con. Looking for anything. There are a couple of players here, but they've made their way up into short. There are 2 CTs on the defense there, and they get slowed down completely by an incendiary.
Good Kawes. He's made his way all the way over, but it might not even matter. Left completely isolated and alone, young ninjas. I've got time to figure this one out. There's even a flank coming through on Adam B all the way through the apartments. LNZ could be caught off guard, but then the next mission is to retrieve that bomb. 1 versus 3, time is ticking. LNZ removed. So that's the first piece of this puzzle, but Adam B surely locks this out on the flank. Even Chiquinho in connector. Molotov trying to obscure some vision. That smoke won't do, and Chiquinho will elevate the young ninjas to 12 rounds on this CT side.
Just absolute dominance here from young ninjas, looking completely unflappable. Look at that scoreline. Look at those kills across the board. It's not just one player going absolutely sicko mode here. It's Adam B, it's ZTR, Max and Chiquinho all stepping up in equal measures.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Hopefully FURIA have something more to show on this CT side. We are going to jump into the pistol. And also, Lucy, we're going to jump into the TeamSpeak. Young ninjas, let's see what they have to offer us in this pistol.
Don't break out the window, don't break out the window.
Ingen AS.
Window, hoppa.
Chilla, jag lägger mollo nu. Han pushar AS. Vi borde rusha nu. Han är balk. Han droppade site.
Close lane,
Ligger
till close lane.
Drops och yngel.
Kan du backa mig på? Jag har B.
Jag kan inte.
Shadow.
Ticket är låg.
Överlev Linus, överlev.
Han är ninja också. Var det någon djungel eller?
Ja. Inte bra. Spela inte.
Well, that's the first piece of the puzzle. Get the pistol. Now they have to get the conversion. The force against young ninjas, who actually look like they probably will eco this one. So there's a pathway here, Brandon. There is a story that can be told.
They can be. Let's paint it in a positive light for FURIA Academy. Best of ones, pistol rounds, they're so important. It allows this possibility to convert. Means that the round deficit can be reduced a little bit. Good start on the CT side for FURIA Academy. But how much can it last for? Kawes spots out the players and will drop a smoke of his own. Decency, though. In the perfect position to shut this one down, but they're holding for him. The Glocks overwhelm. Not like this FURIA Academy. But the M4 will currently prevail. In fact, he's going to stand rooted in connector and try and kill more of these players.
Has to be careful they don't try and overwhelm him as well, just like his teammate was. In fact, he's going to get dinked. But it's just the block, so he's able to transfer onto 2 more. He's cleaning up here. The trade does come through. So they do lose 2 players, and hopefully they can recover that M4. They do at the very end. So Young Ninjas at least get a little bit of damage done there, but Furia keep 3 alive, which is the bare minimum.
Yeah, and you just mentioned it, keeping the M4s in play as well. Nice kill though on the Glock. Love to see that. Was just the eco. Young Ninjas will now be on their rifle round. And now is the real test for Furia Academy.
Will they pass it? That is the question. Aggression in towards top mid. There is this player in down towards underpass. Cow as he doubles up. Down 3 in the last against the Glocks, and he gets it done against the rifles as well. Uses this assault, this split that was going to take place in towards A. It's just the A side of the assault left. That bomb sitting in towards Palace, completely smoked off, as there is 2 mates that are going down towards ramp.
Alright, Furia Academy. This CT side looking pretty good. 5 versus 3 in the favour of the Brazilians. Big cats on the server. Young Ninjas. Which threw me off. Chiquinho. Trying to make the AK purr. Adam B deploying that smoke towards top connector. Here we go. Here's the face. ZMB walking straight through the smoke. Thinks better of it in the end. LNZ. Perfect flash. In fact, it's Adam B to get the kill. Bruninho will trade out with 1, but that's all he can do. It's a 1 versus 1. Koala, LNZ. Who's coming out on top? MP9, AK-47, and the, wow, death by paper cuts. LNZ falls. M4 retrieved. Furia take another round.
I'll tell you what, though, they made that so close. Young Ninjas, it was a 3 versus 5, and it comes down to a 1v1 that could have gone either way. Young Ninjas, fantastic trades onto the site after they find that opening kill, almost making you believe it's going to happen. And I definitely believe when the AK was going up against the MP9 that he could pull that one off. But as you mentioned, a bit too much chip damage done, and now Young Ninjas, they are down onto these upgraded pistols. Up against the full buy. Furia, double AWP coming out.
Yeah, this is a risky investment. Could snowball these rounds further, but up against the Tech 9s, up close and personal, there's a possibility that this could go wrong. ZTR is already in market. We're talking about the possibility for it to go wrong, and well, here it potentially is. Utility dropped, Koala fall, blind, see you later. ZTR reveals himself. Now, this AWP is alone and needs to start singing.
He has to fall back as well. Can't get caught off here. Needs to stay alive. Needs to keep this one even. But the bomb, it's gone down. They're able to recover that M4 as well as ZTR. He's got his hands onto that with armor behind it. Adam B playing close combat with the Tech 9. He's going to go down, and Kawas, he's able to double up on his way through. Can't quite get the third though. LNZ is able to find that one. He's trying to fight for more. Knows that he has to bring this back into an even fight here while his teammate is in towards Apeks. He's staying alive, forcing these engagements to be drawn out. But it's just a single player left. Bahideo is going to find him, and there's enough time left on the clock with that kit to get the defuse in.
I'd argue that's the round 1 for the Young Ninjas, all things considered. Just upgraded pistols, you get the bomb down, and you kill 2 players in the process. Not too bad at all from just one of those half purchases. And now these rifles can come out and now start to pave the way of their T side. Need to get a round on the board because so far it's all been Furia.
Yeah, flawless start here on the CT side. Had 3 rounds, 9 rounds of deficit. Now it's just 5. Almost half the distance between these 2 teams. But this is the real test. Kinio with that AWP, first time he's had it on the T side. 4 AKs around it, and they're spreading out. They've gotten control in towards mid early on. Furia interested in at least keeping an eye on it. They've got Kawes, who has been such a menace in towards mid, always able to find these multi-kills. And B lurking towards B is going to garner some interest as well from both of these defenders, and this might be Young Ninja's chance to find an opening.
Needs to take mid control. Furia Academy is still reinforced with connector players. Kinio actually going to reset in towards B. Bomb on his back as well. 45 seconds, Young Ninjas make their way towards the apartments. Koala drops the smoke, but in fact is going to stay completely still towards the van. If he goes unchecked here, this could be massive for FURIA Academy. Young Ninjas getting as close as they can, ready to deploy these mollies, but Koala actually spots Adam B on the jump.
He's going to spot him out. He's going to stay put here, not falling back here, and it's going to reward him with a kill, just playing around the edge of the wall here, being such a nuisance, doing damage to LNC, even finding that kill. Creates himself to an AK that's fallen forward, but Maxter has doubled up as well, putting it into this 3 versus 3. But the time, there's 10 seconds left, and they're not even on the bomb site. They have to go now, and they are accelerating. They have to get onto the bomb immediately, and there is no opportunity to do so. The clock is their biggest enemy in the end.
Yeah, that's so interesting because the kills came in not just for Koala, but also for Maxter. And then Young Ninjas off the back of getting them were just like, okay, guys, let's just pause a sec. But you can't do that. There's simply no time at all. So unfortunate for Young Ninjas, but they just don't pay attention. Well, one of the things that is a main factor in FURIA Academy winning the round, but it's all on Koala there. Dropping that smoke was all a little bit of a ruse, and getting a hat trick on the site just as Young Ninjas work their way in, it was instrumental. FURIA Academy keep it flawless on this CT side. It's a game of defense, and who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, if you're a designated B-site anchor on Mirage, like poor little old me, you know that that's the smoky drop when you get contact to fall back and play back towards bench, to play tucked into the corner. So as you alluded to, the fact that he drops it and then stays put, stays tucked in, that's a huge bait and pays off for the double, which is, yeah, enough to just to slow them down.
Speaking of double AWP again for FURIA Academy. LNZ lining up a flash to let himself peek in towards ramp. We're seeing these nice little lineups. Various teams using different ones, and I'm going to steal them all. Young Ninjas and ZTR trying to work his way up. Cruez does spot the head, but no damage done.
Kinio, he is crawling his way forward here, but it's the AWP of ZMB that's going to strike first. Fires at Adam B. Superior B suffix coming out ahead there. Giving FURIA the opener into this round. Young Ninjas, they are going to group up towards B together, looking for another hit here. Hopefully, the clock doesn't best them this time.
Yeah, they got 55 seconds. There's a lot more time to work with. Just need to get past Koala. Armed and dangerous. Our FURIA Academy. Here goes the smoke, and this time he's going to run away behind him, but ZMB, they can't even get past him. Maxter with the immediate trade, but now it's all on to Koala. Trying to work his way in, trying to tuck in towards the bench. Gets one with him, but immediately spammed out. And as Jaquinho finds another kill, it's 2 versus 2, and it's a retake scenario for FURIA.
Kinio evening that one up is huge in decency. He's holding a couple of different shots there. Can't quite connect it to Kinio, catching Brahino on that jump over. Just decency now in this 1 versus 2, and they know exactly where he was. He tries to peek out and can't quite hit the shot. Brought down low, just needs a path out of here, and Jaquinio is going to deny it. And there, finally, Young Ninjas get around on the T side.
I didn't even notice that. Jaquinho, Bruninho, all the Ninos here on the server.
Yeah, and ZMB and Adam B. It's, everyone's got the same suffix.
Yeah, mirror image.
Well, Young Ninjas, they are the evil clown that you see on the other side of the mirror late at night at 2 in the morning when you get up to go to the bathroom, and they are terrifying FURIA here, who are now 5 rounds behind them with just 3 needed. And there's aggression going on. Kawez, he's the evil clown lurking in the darkness. He's going to come up and try and catch ZTR off guard, but ZTR with the AK, he comes out ahead.
Oh, a nightmare scenario today for Young Ninjas, taking the man advantage against this haphazard buy from FURIA Academy. 2 Famises and an M4 left in play. And Bogdan's Law coming into full effect in T-Spawn as ZTR will pick up the big green. Bomb on his back now, working their way out towards A. Look at the rotations, though. Bruninho is rotating over, so this bomb site is going to be heavily reinforced, and the Young Ninjas are going to have to deal with this.
It's a perfectly cold stack here. 3 players on the side and another one close by in window that can rotate over. There's still smokes they can deploy as well. As soon as this utility starts to throw out, they might consider some of that utility, but at the moment, just looking for the contact. Bohemio with the Deagle. Has to be perfect. Doesn't quite connect it, but has a flashbang that he can set up. Wada, he's going to be mollied out, but he's going to aggress forward at the back of that flash. It's good for one, and ZMB has found alert coming through. Bohemio with the Deagle got one too. So now it's just on Chiquinho. All his teammates have fallen. 30 seconds left. Knows where a couple of these players are, but there's just so many angles and they're fighting him in force. Goes down, and FURIA off the back of the stack get around to 9.
And also off the back of just losing one, immediately bounce back and just sit Young Ninjas down. They can force into this, the T side, but it's not going to be great. Instead, it's another one of these rounds where it's a partial investment. This gap, this 12-3 half, it's closing. This is now 13-9.
The current way this is panning out, it feels like this is FURIA's Academy's game to win. Young Ninjas on the backseat here. Adam B, though, he's going to be chasing down Xenobi. A huge amount of damage has been done, but he hasn't quite been found. Eventually goes down to that CZ. The Tech-9 taking this long-range engagement, and Koala's actually dinked low. So Young Ninjas, off the back of the half-buy, have managed to take control of the side, upgraded themselves with a couple of rifles, and now they can just hold back. They can just take these fights. Oh, wow, as he has found one in response, but that clock is ticking down.
Needs to get it going. LNZ can just peer on in as well, be a little bit of a nuisance, but it's this boost I'm interested in. But Bruninho immediately removes him. LNZ, that's a great kill on towards Koala, but he can't find anything. Too many members of FURIA Academy swarm the bomb site and the fuse. There's enough time just about for it to come in. And they will hit double digits off the back of it. It's close, but Young Ninjas do not quite get it over the line.
The other 2 players had kits. That was a bit closer than it should have been. That would have been a very embarrassing round to lose. But
dear.
Young Ninjas feel like maybe they got a little bit overeager on some of the peaks in the post plant. You know, that they're set up there in the 4 versus 4. They've collected rifles. The bomb is down. There's still a couple of smokes up. They've still got a little bit of utility to work with. Maybe they didn't need to go for some of those fights, but yeah, that's in the past now. They've got the full rifles out, and it's contact in towards mid. Decenty trying to win this one out against their TR, and no one coming out ahead at the moment. TR has made his way into chair, and he's going to swing off Chiquinho's flash, but it does not blind Decenty. So the man advantage it is now for FURIA.
So many flashes being thrown in such a short space of time. Adam B now trying to find the window player. Meanwhile, ZMB is towards top connector. Look at the shuffle from FURIA Academy. They keep rotating all of their players. Decency even gets juggled the sniper. Now look at Coez. Just trying to play above this smoke. Young Ninjas are currently not aware of it. Maxter is also sitting in it. This is crazy, but Adam B gets eliminated all in the meanwhile. Maxter, he just got no idea. And somehow there's a double up in connector.
Kawes is having an incredible game here, doing it all for FURIA, even a third into the round. They're trying to hunt him down, but you cannot stop him. He finds 4 kills in it. Mid is completely his stomping ground, and he stomps Young Ninjas down into the dust.
He's on 28 kills, 28 for 19 in 25 rounds of play. This man is absolutely unstoppable right now and has been one of the consistent factors in enabling FURIA Academy to be on this incline. Step by step, they're climbing this mountain that Young Ninjas assembled in front of them in this first half, but it's going to be quick. Young Ninjas were thinking about taking mid control instead. Back all the way in. Top connector smoke deployed at the very least, but it's not going to matter because Coez, he's already through the smoke.
Yeah, I'd be thinking twice about taking mid, considering Kaz has completely shut you down every single time you've gone there. He has been able to find these multi-kills. 130 ADR. He is finding a kill and a 30% of another one every single round. Huge amount of impact from him. Now, Young Ninjas, they are going to be deploying some extra utility. Maxter has taken control in towards connector, so they've gained something new this time around. Going to be rotating towards A, that bomb making its way through T spawn. But There are 3 CTs here close by, ready for it. Just going to be bursting out the utility. It's coming through. Decency with the AWP. He misses the first shot. Repositioning, trying to find some more. Bohemia is still on the side here. And, passing in through the night. Maxa, he's going to remove Cowboys, but Bohemia has doubled up. Decency has not been cleared with this AWP, and they are getting picked apart, but the trades are coming back through. And now it's just on Decency. They've found their way into this and put him into this 1 versus 2.
Look at this. Look at this rotation. Immediately just going to reset, but it doesn't matter. Smoke on the bomb. Decency removes himself from it. And now he's shooting. He's giving up a lot of information to the Young Ninjas. Can molly off one angle, and now needs to get on the bomb for a second. Adam B will reveal himself, though, and deliver the critical headshot. Young Ninjas place themselves 2 rounds away from winning the map. But FURIA Academy, if they are going by this ratio that we've seen on this T side, they should be poised to do one better.
The one thing that Young Ninjas have working for them is if they can get this second round here, the money from FURIA Academy will be broken, which means they'll be in the perfect position to just completely deny that comeback and bring it back in towards the end. So this is a critical round here, and they're putting pace on towards B, looking to not slow things down. They're going to be making their way forward. Maxter going to take that incendiary to the nose and just continue to aggress off it. Throwing a flash forward, and Brenino, he's here already, ready to help clean up, but he runs out of bullets. Koala not able to support, but he has at least doubled up here. Now he's going to be cleared out. Adam B, he's found 2 kills in the round, and that bomb, it can go down. So once again, Young Ninjas into this post-plat.
Really important decision now for Young FURIA Academy. Decency with the AWP will find a kill. 3 versus 2. Looks like they will be going for this. Chiquinho holding for the market push. All the meanwhile, ZTR is holding for the flank that is about to come in. This fan position is so powerful, but he gets his head removed. He just reveals himself too early. The spray down is there, but the 1-for-1 trades are just that bit better for FURIA Academy, and this time there is a kit on the bomb, and it will be defused.
Well, FURIA Academy, they get up to 12, which is how many rounds Young Ninjas had coming into this half, which I think speaks volumes to the state of play that we're currently in. The fact that there is only 2 rounds between these teams at this stage.
Very impressed with the comeback the FURIA Academy have presented themselves. Their CT side is a lot more fleshed out than the attack. Just taking a look at it here. Interesting to see the kill distribution. For Young Ninjas, it's basically every single player stepping up. And meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Goez head and shoulders above everyone else. Bruninho doing his best as well. There's a team effort across the board and entirety across the server as well. This game is close as you can be. We get straight back into it. It's, I would say, a full gun round for Young Ninjas, but it's really not. They will invest in, but the utility... Actually, it's not going to be too bad.
Seeing that double AWP coming out from FURIA once again. Fully wanting to try and shut down Young Ninjas with the setup, the double snipers. And it is a full-on assault in here towards mid. 4 players trying to take control. There's no one from the CT side here either, so they're going to get this one for free. Play a bit of utility, and there's aggression in towards Apps. Do they know that Adam B is already made his way through? Koala tries to clear it, but it goes down to the Galil, and that's the go signal in towards short. All that mid control, you can see what it's enabled. Young Ninjas, they find a gap in the defense, and they exploit it.
Really interesting for FURIA Academy, because not only do they push B apartments, but they also push ramp. So that means mid is so weak and vulnerable. The Young Ninjas just completely capitalize upon it. Adam B, that's the most important kill of the entire round. So if he doesn't get that, then FURIA Academy have at least got somewhat of a leg up trying to retake from the short position. As Young Ninjas barrel themselves in, but it's going to be 15 on the board. FURIA Academy, will this comeback all be in vain? And will Young Ninjas just stab them right in the back? Very unfortunate if it will be transpiring that way. Decency trying to hold on to the AWP at the very least.
They've already found 1 kill here, and they even find the second on the hunt. That could be the nail in the coffin, because look at the money. Decently, yes, he'll have that AWP, but his teammates have nothing around them. They had 3 rifles they were saving, 2 M4s and the AWP, but all they bring across is the orb. That was one of the best hunts that they could have possibly hoped for there. It's completely crippled the economy of FURIA now, and well, look at it. Kawez, the superstar of this roster, he just has a deagle.
Look at this from the Ninjas as well. The coup de grace could be an A rush, a taste of Furia's own medicine. Here we go. Immediate trade out with the AWP at the very least, but ZMB tucking himself in towards default, cannot find anything. And now you talked about him, you put his name in lights, but that deagle, it's not going to find anything right now. Cruez trying to get a kill, but unfortunately for him, ZTR immediately decapitates him. Decency is next to be removed, and it feels like Koala's days are numbered. Chiquinho with a hat-trick seals it for the Ninjas, 16-12 off the back of FURIA, trying to make that comeback happen.
Oh, that one hurts for FURIA. It felt like they'd done everything right on that CT side, but they lose out those players in the round prior, so they have this shonky bye going into the final round, and even though Brahino finds that opener, there's just a few things that just don't quite go right. ZMB, he tries to reposition, and I think maybe if he just stayed put, there'd been so many like flames put down in towards unders, he might have been able to reposition and really punish, but unfortunately he goes down, and then, well, it's just a cleanup for Young Ninjas. They eventually bring it across the line, closing it out against FURIA, but tell you what, they dragged them kicking and screaming the whole way there.
It was all on Cruez right in middle, just completely shutting the Young Ninjas down wherever they tried to attack from in that area of the map. He was absolutely unbelievable. And it started to feel like there was potentially a chance that could happen. We've seen comebacks happen on Mirage before already this season. But unfortunately not to be for FURIA Academy, but they're still 1-1 in the league. That's their second game.
Yeah, I think that's great signs from them. And for Young Ninjas, it's a must-win game. They've had 4 losses in a row in the middle of their group stage. Just a couple of wins in recent games against ENCE Academy and Apeks Rebels, but they want to put that ratio a bit more favor of the W's. So getting this one against FURIA Academy is critical for them. They would have liked to have done it in maybe a bit more decisive fashion. It seems like Mirage might be one of their weaker spots, not quite the same level that we've seen out of them on Overpass, but they've looked a little bit more dominant. The fact that they're able to almost throw a 12-3 half, I mean, that would have been maybe the second best comeback that we've seen here so far in WePlay Academy.
Yeah, and it's good that you mentioned just kind of about the matchup as well. This is a really big scalp to take a few Young Ninjas, because FURIA Academy, let's not forget, they came 3rd last season here at WePlay. They're kind of showing us why as well. This 4K was absolutely ridiculous, might I just add. Unreal scenes, but it's a great look from the revamped Young Ninjas. While playing with a stand-in, Chiquinho did incredibly well. Let's take a look at the stats. 24 kills on that AWP player for the Swedes, and ZTR right up there with him, but it's all Koez, top of the board. 29 kills, 114 ADR.
66% headshots as well. He's, I think he actually had the highest headshot percentage of Season 4, which is 68.5%. So he knows how to click heads, and we got to see a bit of a masterclass of what he can do here. But I think for FURIA, we can see it in the scoreboard. It can't just be one player, and you know, I'm looking at Decent. He's the author, well, he was playing all, you know, predominantly through a lot of that, and I think we need to see a little bit more from him to get it done. But anyway, Young Ninjas, they are going to secure the victory over FURIA Academy. We've still got one more game coming up for you shortly. It will be Astralis Talent versus Spirit Academy. So we're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because that one's coming up soon.
Welcome back to the last best of one of the day in WePlay Academy League Season 5. Lovely Monday night, lovely day of Counter-Strike. And well, we've got Astralis talent taking on Spirit Academy. Lucy, what do you make of this one?
Yeah, it's an exciting matchup. I think there's a lot to talk about for both these teams coming into this one. And we've had some pretty good matchups already today, right? We just came off a very close map between FURIA and Young Ninjas, which was maybe a little bit closer than Young Ninjas would have liked. We can take a very quick look at what's remaining, well, scheduled. So, maybe we will. There we go. There it is. Okay, so ENCE Academy versus Apeks Rebels to kick things off. Apeks Rebels took that one. Then fnatic Rising in the debut game took down Eternal Fire Academy. FURIA in their own first game of the season won out against Apeks Rebels. And then, as we've just seen these last two games, fnatic Rising go 2-0 on their first day, taking down MOUZ NXT, a huge win to find. And then Young Ninjas able to stop FURIA from getting away with a similar start, which brings us to this matchup between Astralis Talent and Spirit Academy, which, yeah, we can take a very quick look at the map pool. It's been very Mirage Vertigo heavy for Spirit, and we can see that reflected in their games played.
Yeah, see, also Dust 2's up there, but the win percentage is not the best for them. Yeah, it's one of these ones where I feel like Astralis Talent again can go down the route of where they've got such a diverse map pool, they can ban out some of these top picks that Spirit Academy have in their locker. Let's take a look at it. Mirage, Overpass, Vertigo, Nuke. We've already seen Nuke and Ancient out of Astralis Talent as well, so we know they're comfortable on it, and we know that they can put up a decent performance. They've been winning out some of these games. They're on a little bit of a hot streak right now in the Academy League.
Yeah, they've now won 4 consecutive, so they're in really good form. And it's worth noting also the last time these two teams matched up, it was a pretty decent win for Astralis Talent. It was a 16-5 win on Mirage, and for Spirit Academy they got 3 T-side rounds, so they might want to avoid Mirage themselves, even though it is a map that they do like to play. The fact that Astralis are so good at it and they favor it so much, plus they more or less dominated them in the last matchup, might make them want to go elsewhere with this veto. The other interesting sort of thing to discuss coming into this is Spirit Academy have had a few interesting wins, and on Vertigo, right? So they had that 16-0 game against Eternal Fire Academy, which is the first and only 16-0 that we've seen so far in Season 5. And they beat Na'Vi Jr. on Vertigo 16-3. A huge upset.
Yeah, they made Na'Vi Jr. look absolutely... I think it's like men versus boys on the server, to be honest with you. That's the first time I've really seen Na'Vi Jr. get dominated in the Academy League as well all season. And that was at the hands of Spirit Academy. And so they're on a little bit of a resurgence as well. Spirit Academy, they're one of these kind of weird teams where they kind of win the games you don't really expect them to win. And then they kind of lose against teams that I feel like they really should be beaten here in the league.
They also put on the most insane comeback. We were talking earlier about FURIA potentially falling off the second most, because Spirit Academy were down 2-3 at the half on Mirage against 0-0 Prospects. They put on an unstoppable CT side. They took it to OT and they won 19-17.
Yeah, I mean, Ted and Zerva commented on it as well. They said it was one of the most incredible comebacks they've ever casted. And it's one of the most incredible comebacks I've ever watched. I was just sat there on the edge of my seat. I could not believe it. But let's get into the veto. Ancient, Nuke, Inferno removed the Spirit. Astralis Talent, they've got rid of Mirage and Dust 2 as well. So Vertigo's here. It could be an option, but given how dominant Spirit Academy look, I wouldn't be surprised if Astralis Talent ban it out here, so we could potentially see Overpass.
Here, so we don't get to quite see it, but oh, here we go. It's reappearing. Overpass gets banned out, so Vertigo is where we end up. And for Astralis Talent, we've seen them play it once so far in the Academy League Season 5. It was their opening game against Na'Vi Jr., where it went to double OT, and they lost that one 20-22.
I'm really interested to see how this one matches up then. Astralis Talent, it looks like they might be prepped. We're going to get into the cinematic as well. 51 floors of Vertigo. Last time Spirit were here, they looked absolutely unstoppable. But Astralis Talent seemingly have a game plan. I'm so excited to get into this game.
Yeah, this one's going to be good. Spirit Academy, you know, I would say Astralis Talent the favorite coming into this one, but just based on the recent form of what we're seeing from Spirit Academy on this map in particular, it's going to be an exciting one. Looking at Artfrost in particular to really step up and show us what makes him one of the most dangerous players in the Academy League. You're going to be spotting in towards T-Ram. Not going to spot anything in Fessel. Well, he's going to get a couple of bullets in towards mid. It's Artfrost on the other side dealing those up. So initial contact is made, and Vigo, he does find the opening over towards A.
And that's the accelerator. Look at it from Astralis Talent, working their way all the way up. Breezer will pick up this USP, trying to use the range on towards the sandbags, but Owner has got a pretty good idea that's where he resides. Smokes and flashes have been deployed. Astralis Talent looking to try and plant the bomb, but look at the rotations from Spirit. They're all here already.
They're all here, but they've got no utility to counter this, and they don't want to try and overwhelm when there's just so many Astralis bodies holding the angle. So now they're in this 4v5 in the post plan. There is a kit in play on Owner, but they have to find these duels. There is going to be some kills going back and forth, but Mister, he's doubled up. So is it Notineke, who's found 2 of his own. Still, though, a man advantage here for Astralis, and the clock is ticking down, not even peeking any further. Fessa, he crawls forward and finds another, looking to catch Art Frost, and it's Ultex that's going to do it. So Astralis, they get the pistol.
Yeah, nice reaction from them as well. As soon as the kill comes in towards ramp, they just all rotate over and execute immediately. And the afterplant was played to perfection too, not giving up any individual kills either. Making sure they all swing in as a unit, not being baited out by the bomb. Pistol round secured on this T side of Vertigo. Force Buy comes in for Spirit Academy. Art Frost with this scout. He is incredibly potent and proficient with this weapon, but Vessel could go completely under his nose. Here we go. Mach 10 raining in, and he does the damage, and the third as well. Vessel on the Mach 10 completely obliterates Spirit.
Yeah, Donk has found a 1D, but at this point, feels a little too late. The bomb, it's been collected here. And Vessel, this was not against unarmored USPs. This was the full buy into this round, showing us what he can do with that Mach 10 and why he is one of the most potent players here in the Academy League. This round feels like a foregone conclusion at this point of Spirit Academy. Those last 2 players, Donk and Notineke, they are going over to the B side to hold on to this, and that's another point that's worth discussing about Spirit Academy. 6-man roster, Brandon. They've got this rotating cast. They've got Hasanator and Notineke, who are sort of swapping out depending on the map. We've seen Notineke play on Vertigo a couple of times with them. I think all the times we've covered them, it's been Hasanator, so it seems to depend where the map ends up.
Okay. Just adding a extra layer of complexity to your roster. I've seen it work out sometimes. I actually really like the Vitality iteration with Nevera, some of those maps. Didn't quite work out. See how Spirit Academy choose to deploy it in the future, but for right now, not really going to plan. Astralis Talent completely dominating. Oh, and Notineke will even fall by the wayside. Nothing to be retrieved. Consecutive rounds in a row for Astralis Talent. And off the back of losing a few, let's hop in with Spirit and let's see what they've got with the Deagles.
Может, по хаешке взять?
Не взял.
Я взял.
Shift нажми.
А вот слышь, так, один.
Коротко
развернемся просто в мид.
Коротко зашел, парень. Давайте. В желтой чел сидит.
Что мы делаем?
Один маг
Мы атакаем, что? Подойдите, будем пиздиться с ними.
Я пикаю.
Если под сендами можно.
Я встал на крайний стрейф слева.
Да.
Один только был.
Коротко, желтый. Ну, запикаем на раз-два. Раз, два.
Маг сзади.
Кран.
Отойди, да.
Кран.
Маг с рампы играет.
Я жду неба себе, у меня 1 хп. Короткая. Короткая и небо. Там. Все, добраться. Погнали. Маг 1 остался. Да, могут ENCE.
Well, not so much to say going into that round. The comms, fairly chill. Not really too much excitement given it was just those pistols. But now I get the guns coming out on both sides. Astralis Talent, they keep it clean. 3-0 start. Not giving up anything against the pistols there. And now the true test comes through as Art Frost, he's got his hands on that AWP. And he's a dangerous one with that in his hands. Against Navi Jr., he had 22 for 5 was his scoreline. So looking at him to be the difference maker for Spirit Academy.
He's already been digged down low, though. I know it doesn't matter with the AWP, but 38 points of health to kick off the proceedings, and Mister finds the opener in middle on towards Donk. And that's currently where Artfrost resides as well. Vessel does one better. 5 versus 3 for Astralis Talent, and they're making light work of the defense on A now.
2 players are low from Astralis, and Owner, he should get a freebie here. Finds Vessel, that player he was brought down so low from those earlier engagements. So puts it back now into a 3-on-4. And Mr. is low as well, but Vigo, he's found Owner. So at this stage, it does feel like Astralis Talent should be able to bring this one over the line, but they're not getting too over-eager, taking their time to clear this one out. Notineki is on this flank. Drop down the ladder. Do some aerobatics onto that one. Decides to pop his way back up because the bomb site is the target for Astralis Talent. The bomb is going down, and now these CTs should have to try and hold on as the T's advance, and with Vigo going down, that should be a path to at least save.
Yeah, you'd hope so. But it just feels quite straightforward. Astralis Talent gets the picks in towards middle, and then just descends on towards A. Leaving that lurk player in Vigo was so important because Spirit Academy had no idea where that was going to end up, despite all the utility being dropped over towards that B bomb site. But for the Danes, they keep it flawless. Spirit Academy, the saving grace is that they will, for right now, hold on to this AWP, but it's going to need to be the saving grace for them, carrying it forward into round number 5. Artfrost needs to just try and extend, find some impact and some entries with this orb.
Yeah, can't afford to play too passive here against Astralis Talent because they will take the fight to you. We saw it in that round there. Vigo, he finds the opener. It all just starts to crumble. They just pick apart these players. So once again, verge of those 2 weapons being saved. At least Spirit Academy have a buy into this one. That loss bonus is now at the maximum, so they have plenty of cash at the ends of these rounds. And okay, leg coming through. Breeze is brought down low. Vigo also takes a bit of damage. They're doing the chip, but they're not finding the kills yet. Oh, Altex, that's a missed Molotov. Going to be setting off the fire alarms in the building. They're not going to be burning anybody's toes.
But Mr. will still find the opener, immediately traded out at the very least. This double setup over towards short could be pivotal for Spirit Academy because currently Astralis Talent, it looks like they're resetting towards this area of the map. It's a well-timed smoke, going to halt them at bay, and at the very least might force them up ramp. But Zontix is getting aggressive, and Vigo is currently holding for it. So however this gunfight determines the outcome of this round, Vigo will extend on in. He's not considering this close possibility. Zontix can reveal himself.
That's going to be a freebie trying to go for the wall spam, and that's the go signal. Zontix even swings out and does extra damage onto 2 more. This is a very tight angle from Artfrost. It could fall apart, but he's able to get the kill, can back off, and now the rotations can come through. Artfrost can even move into short here, just locking down every single one of these angles. And both these players, 24 HP between the 2 of them, they're going to hold on to these weapons. They're going to try and stay alive unless a kill is found. Well, not going to be the case. In fact, they're both going to go down at the end. So Spirit Academy get their first on the board, and they keep 3 alive in the process.
Yeah, it was a good reaction from Spirit Academy. They had the double short setup established, and Zontix even does one better, pushes further on in, and that kill really decided the outcome of the round because it was the damage for Astralis Talent that just put it into contention. Lovely shots from Artfrost. We spoke about him. He makes the up sing with a multi, but 1 round's not enough for Spirit. They need to make it consecutive, and for right now, Astralis Talent, they're trying to find their way on towards B.
Astralis Talent still plenty to work with here, but Zontix, he's going to find the opener around the smoke with the A4 of all weapons, is able to get the timing onto Mr. Catches him off guard, and he's looking for more. Sitting on the side of the smoke, waiting for someone to get a little bit too cheeky and push through, and now he's looking to phase it. Vigo on the other side, he's going to get caught out. Zontix, he's doubled up, and Donk's even found one on the defense towards B, so it's put it now on Altex and Breezer. 2 versus 4 to make this one happen, and Breezer, he's continuing to push forward with the AWP, trying to take the fight to them, and he's doubled up, put it back into the 2 versus 2. and they've got all the ground now, but the bomb, it still needs to be recovered. It's down in lowers, and it's going to be outspotted. It's been Zontex. He's pushed forward. Altex has to win this duel, but Zontex, he comes out ahead. So now it's all on Breezer. 2 in the round, but has to find 2 more.
To know that Zontex is low at the very least, could swap to his pistol. Instead, goes for a cheeky angle towards the connector position. Creeping his way forward. Notaneki spotted out, but wall banged out the server. 1 versus 1. 30 seconds left, but Owner is on a flank of his own. Breezer is actually going to deploy a smoke. He's really considering this one. He's even holding for it. Owner, oh, he could walk straight into it. This one's weird. Bomb can be planted at the very least, but how is Breezer going to attempt the after plant?
Reposition here, scopes up. That's going to be heard at the very least. So Owner has a little bit of information to work with. Breezer, he goes for the peek into short, and Owner is holding for it. A heroic effort from Breezer. That last kill, the wallbang flick, able to at least put him in a position to potentially steal that one away. At least he gets the bomb plant, but oh, this was a 2v4 to begin with, and it's all on Breezer's heroics to get them so close to closing it out.
Play to Owner. You said it. Scope heard. I thought he wouldn't go for that short peek, but he does, and he wins out the encounter as well. Consecutive rounds in a row for Spirit now form on this defense. Look at the buy for Astralis talent. They have forced into it, but it's a Galil and a Tech 9 with supporting cast of AK-47s. And what Spirit Academy have done well is taking control of ramp, but Fessor says no. Dink down low, but he still gets the opener. Artfrost will trade out, but now they know exactly where he is, and they will eventually find that sniper.
That's so risky from Artfrost to go for the aggression there. You can see he wants to go for the hero play, gets one, but then he just gets caught out. Such a difficult position to escape from, especially when there's 4 Ts on the other side. But Owner's at least able to even it out. And Fessor, because he was brought low earlier, he's very easy to dispatch from, but he's actually taken control in towards B. The fact that he's got such little HP, he's happy to go for these bold plays and get the info. So there's now a way into this. Smokes can be deployed, the bomb can be planted, and they can set up for the post-plant. And Chilty, it's raiding through. Fessor is trying to go for this initial fight with the Tech 9, but can't get it done. So now it's all on Vigo. He's able to get one onto Owner, but can't kite transfer onto Donk.
Yeah, nicely done by Spirit Academy on the retake there. You felt like with Fessor, with the mood he's in this entire season, that he could produce something heroic even with 6 HP. He was willing for the fight. Spirit Academy will prevail. They had enough utility to really accommodate their pushes in. And after the back of losing 3 rounds in a row, I'm interested to hear what Astralis talent have got up their sleeve going into round number 8.
Der kan vi.
Vi kör boys.
En etter i hvert fald. Ja, gør det. Der ligger flash her. Flash over B, Mikkel.
Måler B.
Død. Jeg ved. Godt, vi måler B lige nu. Alene B. Alene B. Det er ikke, hvor han er. Hullet. Jeg har B. Prøv at komme tæt. Kommer. Det er nogle gode dueller. Det er ikke noget med æg. Alex, kan du ikke gå på bombe? Så kan jeg droppe den til dig. Jeg sidder tæt. Jamen, jeg sidder allerede tæt. Jeg ved ikke, tæt. Godt hopper. Tæt. TB. Jeg ved, tæt. Jeg baiter for dig, Mikkel, op hullet i hvert fald. Hvad er det? Alex, du skal vise dig. Det kan de gøre noget her. Ja, du kan vise dig højere om. Bare lige. Udhul, sådan der. Ned, Mikkel. Ned, Mikkel. Ned. En hul. Sving. Bare stå med mig. Er du klar? 3, 2, 1. Rækker måske. Det var han en KD, spiller ham der. Typ, boys! Varmeste på blokken. Ja, han er KD, spiller ham der. Ja. Nice, boys. Han er fucking emo, mand. Rolig. Wow. Vi har fucking meget styr på det, men det er bare de der flot smart ting. Det er fucking nice. Ja, vi skal bare snakke lidt bedre af det der clutches. Ja, fuck det. Det er fint. Altså, deres penge har jo været bad, men det kan man jo til at købe igen.
That round is one of Mr. finding that kill in towards CT. He extends out and finds that opening, puts it into that 3 versus 3, and you can see Spirit Academy, they're a little bit timid, and you heard it in the comms, that little bit of English amongst all of the Danish. You heard the baiting him in for that second kill as they swing through the Tech 9, able to distract so that those kills can come through, and then it has to be the save. Oh, the opening though, that's going to come for Spirit Academy as they double up. Donk and Artfrost both finding openings. And that was with the Deagle and just one of the saved weapons.
Okay, Spirit Academy. They don't want to rest on their laurels. Already found 3 rounds in CT and now want a 4th on the board. Charlotte's Talent, this is tricky. You've got a fast flank in towards ladder as well. Zontix is there. Here comes that utility. Trying to enable Astralis Talent in towards the bomb site. But Artfrost is here. Or at least he was a second ago. Not quite sure where he's off to. But this smoke is everything. Elevator completely blocked off. Now Molotov's completely preventing Spirit Academy from walking into the bomb site. This bomb can now be put down without too much contention. And it's all up to Spirit Academy with 1 flash and 1 smoke to make it work.
He found impact early, but Oltex, he's getting it all done here. The spray down onto 3. Now puts it into this 2 versus 1. Artfrost, he's saving. That's all over in the space of a single spray transfer.
He needs to save though, Artfrost. Although he's done well to get the first kill, to open up the round, chiming in with Donk. Astralis Talent, they just prevail. The weaponry and the afterplant situation, it just favours them. With the money just running so thin and the HP not favouring Artfrost at all, he needs to tuck tail and run away. It's now 6 on the board for this T side.
Strong start here for Astralis Talent. That was that sort of shonky buy around those 2 rifles. So at the very least, Spirit Academy, they can bring out all the rest of the weaponry into this one. M4s can be brought out across the board. Go alongside that orb of Artfrost. Astralis Talent not been interested really in bringing out the AWP for Breeze with them and getting it done with the rifles. And Vertigo can be such a tricky map to AWP on. So don't blame them when they're winning these rounds just from the pure contact players.
Yeah, it's definitely a weakness. But Spirit Academy, they're doing well to find these openers. It's just then closing out the rest of the round that is definitely the mistake, it would seem. Astralis Talent have actually been getting a lot of leverage towards this B bomb site. Been able to get the bomb down a numerous amount of times over. So I wonder if they got that one sussed out as well. If Astralis Talent just start to put pressure on this weak point of Spirit Academy towards this B side of the map, it could mean that there's more rounds in their favour.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, Vertigo generally is a site simulator, essentially.
Yeah,
Ramp
true.
is really the point where rounds are decided depending on who gets openers or how that one pans out. But Astralis Talent, a lot of these rounds are taking the control towards ramp, and then they have that one player who's lurking over towards B. And because Spirit Academy are quite often rotating to support A and mid, those openings can be found. It's often that one sole defender that's playing up on kind of that Heaven Guardian position, depending on what you prefer to call that call out, and that's not a position to be able to hold the site from. It has to be a retake at that stage. And Astralis Talent finding success on A as well. It feels like they can really do no wrong unless Spirit Academy open it up and get those opening kills when they've got the full rifles around it at the very least.
I'll be interested to see Spirit Academy as a reaction to this try and take more space over towards middle, because I feel like Mister has had too much free real estate in that area of the map. He can really deploy himself, cut off these rotations, and even lurk all the way through. We saw it in one of the anti-ecos. I think 3 Astralis Talent members just walked all the way around and wrapped in towards CT spawn. So there are definite holes in the Spirit Academy defense that need to be plugged up. But it is still 6-3. There's still a lot of rounds that can be played in this first half. Spirit Academy could even win it out 9-6. Have to wait and see.
One thing that's cool is if you look at the kill distribution across these teams, there are only 3 kills difference between the lowest fragger and the top fragger and the server. It is very tight across all of these players. For Astralis, there's just 2 kills in it between Altex, Fesser, and then the rest of the gang. They go dead in the middle, 7-7. And Spirit Academy, very similar distribution. So everyone's kind of fragging at the moment. Obviously, it's early stages, but it sets us up for an exciting matchup.
It was that CT side that Spirit Academy looked so strong on against Na'Vi Junior. They got 12 rounds to Na'Vi Junior's 3 on that CT side. So Astralis Talent just doing one better. We know that they can put up a fight on Vertigo. As we mentioned before the game started, it was that double overtime to kick the Academy League off. King of the quirky maps, Astralis Talent. We've now seen Nuke, Ancient, and now Vertigo for them. It's my favourite 3 maps in the active duty map pool.
It's not,
big fan.
Not quirky. These are all the best maps. Shout out to all the Vertigo and Ancient lovers out there. We know that 1% of the CSGO playing population enjoys these maps. We've seen that.
That's a sad graphic, right?
Yeah, it's like 29% of games in matchmaking are played on Mirage, and then like the other 30% is split between Inferno and Dust 2, and then it's all the good maps in that final 30%. Brandon,
all the good maps, in our opinion. I think
in our opinion,
is
yeah,
the caveat.
okay, all right,
Don't,
yeah, okay, all right, it's fine. Look,
I think after seeing so much Mirage here at Academy League, I think I'm slowly being converted to enjoy watching the games. Not quite playing it yet. I'm too scared to jump back into the Mirage server.
It's like when you're afraid of spiders and they just expose you to them. It's exposure therapy. This is a therapeutic moment for everybody. For us particularly on Mirage. For everyone else on Vertigo.
Yeah, true. Oh, this has been good. There's been a number of just. I think all the maps have been played like quite a nice amount of times throughout the first week of the season as well. Like it's not just. Obviously, I feel like Mirage was kind of dominating a bit, but we have seen the odd Inferno here and there. We've seen a lot of Overpass, which has been good. Nukes started to trickle in. So it's good. It's good. I'm happy that there's map diversity here at the Academy League.
Yeah, Vertigo is a surprisingly popular map amongst the few of these teams that seem to favour it. We've seen Ancient, I think, twice now. I believe Apeks Rebels, right? They got their first win. Is that right? Fact check that one.
I'm on it.
I think that one was
it was.
earlier. Yeah, their very first win of the tournament on that map. So there you go. Maybe we'll see it some more based on the fact that they had success there.
That'd be cool to see.
So they've been grinding themselves down on Vertigo. That's been a map they've been playing a lot as well, but with maybe not so much success as Spirit Academy and Astralis have had on it.
That's a pretty good point. There's actually been a lot of Vertigo. Astralis Talent, play it. Spirit, play it. Eternal Fire Academy, probably don't play it at the moment after that 16-0 trouncing that Spirit Academy gave them. Na'Vi Junior, Apeks Rebels, even seen Big on it as well. That's 16-2. All right,
got a theory. All right, so this is the Academy League, right? So the majority of these rosters, they're sort of between a similar age group, right? It's kind of like most of them are around 17 to 19. My theory is they got super into CSGO, right, when they were like early teens when Vertigo came out. So it was kind of like, that's their first new map that came out. So big fans of it. That's my theory.
It's crazy to think, like, no. What's crazy for me, and I think like this should resonate with quite a few of the fans as well, is how like we talk about updates and we talk about map changes and then maps being introduced in, and you kind of look back and you think, oh, that wasn't that long ago, but it was. Like Vertigo was introduced like 3-4 years ago now.
Do you remember? Like the very first version of Vertigo, it had that kind of drop in towards spawn that you could boost people up into. That was gnarly.
Yeah, that was weird. You also had the wood paneling on
A.
You could just spam through. And there was just random doors everywhere. But I think it's in a good spot now.
Yeah, I think we sort of touched on it when we were talking a bit more strategically about how this pans out. It does tend to be very ramp favored. I think some of the complaints about the map come from the fact that we are in this A1S era of CSGO where everyone is smoke spamming. And a lot of the times Vertigo, the way the round works out, is determined by who gets those kills in towards ramp. And with the M4 being so potent, spamming through there with all the utility, I think that's where some of the complaints can come through on this map. But I still think it's a it's a bit of a change up, right? It's a very unique map with the kind of double level to it.
Pretty cool. It's good to see like lots of vertical changes on the map. Obviously, it's Vertigo, but you got Nuke as well, another one, and that's just a testament to the creativity and design of CS:GO's maps in general. And I'm a big fan.
Brandon, I've got
a League as well. Oh, yeah.
Quiz question for you.
Quiz? What? Oh no.
This where we see the TE players right now sitting here with their Glocks, the bomb on the floor.
Yeah.
What floor of the building is this?
Well, I feel like you're trying to trick me here because it shouldn't be 51. Because there's 51 floors of Vertigo. Technically, the one above it is 51. And then that's another level. But then you got Heaven. I'd say that this is 50.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
All right.
Yeah, I was seeing if I could trick you out with that one. I thought you might just immediately go for 51. But you're a bit too wily. The old trick question.
That's it. I tried. This has been nice though. Like I'm excited just to be here. This is our first time we're casting 3 best of ones here on the late shift of WePlay Academy League, and they've been an absolute treat so far. And this one, it's taken a little bit longer to get underway, but that doesn't matter. It just gives us time to just soak it in, savor it. And look, we've just seen a little bit of a restart as well. That's always a sign of good things to come.
Yeah, it's positive. The restart here coming through. I expect we might see that one more time. We've got the scoreline reset. The players look to be here happening in the server. M249 coming out from Notaneki. Would love to see that in regular play. I don't think I've ever seen that one personally. Just see the Negev. I think there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement not to use it. Maybe they're just not very good. But I know you're a bit of a fan of the Negev.
I think it's criminally underrated. I think it's a very good gun. But let's not waste any more time. That's enough about Vertigo. And enough about the M249 and the heavy weapon category in that buy menu. Lucy, I want to see some Counter-Strike. It's round number 10. Astralis Talent 6, Spirit Academy 3. It's a full buy across the board, and Artfrost has got the only AWP in the server. Let's see it. What have you got?
Brawl in towards Rap once again. Well, not a brawl. Fessel going to deploy his utility and back off. Decides not to contest the 3 CTs on the other side. In fact, all 5 of these Ts are leaning towards B. And as we mentioned in that pause, there's this very passive setup towards B. They're just playing in towards that Heaven position, which means that this utility, as soon as it gets deployed, as soon as these smokes come through, the flashes, there's no one here to defend. The most they can do, they peek before the smokes blow. That's going to allow them to at least get an opening kill here. So what looked like the perfect execute, it does leave Spirit with a player advantage, but the bomb, it can go down.
It can, and now Astralis Talent can potentially set up these after plant positions, but a well-timed incendiary halts the progress, and it means that Spirit Academy can get that one step closer to denying this bomb. Another Molotov fills the bomb site with flames, but it is in fact down. C4 now ticking away. Mister tucked on in, gets hard cleared by Zontix, and now Vigo is in a world of hurt as Breezer finds the trade. It's Notaneki, and the rest of Spirits are completely run amok on the bomb site. Oltex spraying a little bit wildly. It's all a little bit crazy. He runs out of bullets as well, swapping over to the Glock. He's trying to just burn down the time. There's not too much left, but Notaneki is the bodyguard, and Spirit Academy can defuse the bomb just about 6-4.
Ooh, that gets down to the wire. No defuse kit. You can see none of these players on the CT side with them. They're kind of saved by the bell, the fact that they're able to delay that bomb plant with that incendiary. I think that's actually a huge factor. And obviously they get that good opener onto Mister, who's tucked into that corner, which can normally be quite a powerful position, but there's no one to support him. They're all playing these passive setups on site. And so Spirit Academy, they win in the post plant, able to keep it clean as well. 3 alive. I think that's courtesy of that incendiary and also finding that opening kill. Astralis peeking a little bit too eager before all the utility lands.
Interesting as well, because obviously all that utility is being deployed. It's a set play. They must have run this countless numbers of times in practice. Surely they should know where to entry pathway, but also the timing of which to do it. Maybe trying to catch Spirit Academy off guard, potentially, before the smokes bloom. But not to be. Instead, the Spirit Academy will pick up another round on the board. They close the gap 6 rounds to 4. And taking a look at the left-hand side of my screen, I can see that Astralis Talent are not in the best situation when it comes down to the finances. Altex has a little bit of money. In fact, Vigo's got a little bit as well. So if they invest into this, it's going to be a bit haphazard. It's going to be a bit interesting. AWP could come out and be thrown over towards Breezer. Vessel could get an AK, and so could Altex. I guess Mister could as well, but then he wouldn't have utility. So it's a bit of a question mark.
Yeah, it feels likely they will buy into this one. They haven't been favouring the AWP, so that does free up a little bit in terms of utility, because you can drop a little bit over. Obviously, it won't be ideal for the purchase, but they will be able to bring something reasonable into the next round. On the other side of the board, see a player. So we're going to wait for that one to get resolved. Hopefully it won't be too long, ladies and gents. But yeah, but back and forth here, Spirit Academy. Slowly closing that gap. I say slowly, because we have to wait a little bit to get that round underway. Hopefully not too much more to get the next one happening.
Impressed by the resurgence of Spirit Academy, though. It feels like they've really just tightened up their defense, even though that we were criticising them at the early stages. Astralis Talent, they were throwing pace at them, and it was working initially. But when Spirit Academy take the fight straight to them, it's a completely different story. And the CT side is slightly more favoured on Vertigo. It's one of those ones where it depends how good you can execute A, in my opinion, on that T side, because as we have mentioned, it's a bit more of like an A simulator almost.
Yeah, I mean, I love the decision from Astralis Talent to hit B, just because they have been conditioning these A attacks every time. When they have gone B in the past, it's been off the back of spending a lot of time in towards ramp, taking those engagements and actually progressing quite far off it. So the fact that they commit to it so early on after throwing that initial utility, you can see it does catch Spirit Academy off guard, but even still, we saw how that one panned out. So we sit here on the 51st floor of Vertigo.
Nice.
The longest constructed building of all time, it feels. These workers must be on strike, because it feels like little progress.
Quite scared, to be honest. Like,
yeah,
there's just a lot of gunfight going on. Yeah, there's some random explosives happening. Somehow no damage gets done to that floor. Just gonna take a look at the standings overall, just to bring you an update. In actual fact, going into this game, Astralis Talent sit at the top of Group A, ahead of Na'Vi Jr., who had that top spot for so long. And in fact, I'll tell you what as well.
There it is.
Thank you very much, production. What's cool is that all of these teams, if you just take a look at the points, it's so close between the top 4. You've got prospects who, I'll tell you what, 2 to 6, I'm just going to throw it out there. That scoreline does not represent that roster. That roster has been insanely impressive to me. Transitioning over to a new IGL, moving from an international to a full Swedish lineup, I am incredibly impressed with the prospects, and I'm excited to see what they can do going forward. Eternal Fire Academy, another similar story. Entirely new roster, 2 to 5. However, I've seen a lot of brilliance from them as well. The level of this Academy League right now is tip-top. It's the closest it's ever been, and you can tell because MOUZ NXT are not sitting at the top of the group.
The other exciting thing about looking at these standings, you mentioned how neck and neck the top 4 are. The fnatic Rising, they've only started playing today, right? 2-0. Yeah. They've come in, won both their opening matches. They are in a great position just to be able to come through, hit the ground running, and surprise everyone by making their way to the top of that group. As we're only getting into the second week here, there's still plenty of games to be played between all of these teams here. And for fnatic Rising, well, I was really impressed by what we saw today. Those 2 opening games look very solid from them.
If we can, production, we got Group A standings. Can we have a look at Group B as well, if we can possibly? Because there's a lot to talk about over there as well, right? We're talking about Group A. Thank you very much. But also, Young Ninjas level on points with Big Academy. An OG 5-1. There's a lot of storylines here.
They haven't played maybe quite as many games as some of the other teams, so they're maybe not looking like one of the scary teams in this group, but the games that they have played have been very convincing. A couple of wins over ENCE Academy that looked very solid, and yeah, Big Omen Academy, they're kind of looming as this behemoth of Group B, but there's certainly a lot of contest here. And FURIA Academy, another team that could surprise everybody. They won their opening game. Obviously, weren't quite able to close it out earlier today in that follow-up, but they made it close and they made the young ninjas sweat.
Yeah, they really did. And also ENCE Academy, new roster, new addition to Season 5, 4 and 5. Good showing from them early stages. And the dark horse for me, OG Academy. 5 and 1, but Lucy, we're back with 10 players in the server.
Good sign.
Yeah, it really is. We appreciate everyone's patience. We apologise for the delay. But in a few moments, I hope we can say that round number 11 will be back underway. This game's so close as well. 6-4 with it all to play for. Astralis Talent running away with it initially. Spirit Academy showing resilience. Vessel buying a sawn-off shotgun. Okay.
Yeah, that's how you know they're here to play seriously. The sawn-off on the T side, a potent weapon to get it done with. I'd love to see a sawn-off get purchased. It's just, Valve, if you're watching, if you're listening, sort out the heavy weapons. But for us, we're going to be sorting out this round as the clock is ticking down, Brandon. The guns have been purchased. Round 11 can finally get underway.
We're talking about the buy for Astralis Talent. We had a conversation about it. If they force into it, it's not going to be the best. To be honest, it's really not that bad. There is a Galil on the board. But for Mr. doesn't have any utility. Altex trying to get this pick in towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, it's an old familiar battle towards this A ramp. Zontix trying to spray himself down and eliminate Fessel, but not to be. He's using a lot of his ammo here.
Yeah, throwing a few bullets into the wind. Not going to connect any of them, unfortunately. That Molotov is going to flush Zontex forward into the spray, but the smoke completely obscures Fessel's vision. You can see what he was going for there, but Zontex, he's the one that comes out ahead. In Spirit Academy, they're assuming that this means B. Look at this rotation. It's so heavy over towards the B side of the map. 2 in towards mid, 2 towards B. They seem to have a read on this that doesn't quite reflect what we're seeing so far from Astralis, because look, they're moving to A.
Zontex could be the difference maker though, gets the first but immediately traded out, and now these rotations are going to need to come in towards this A bomb site. In fact, Owner's already here on short, and now it's all up to Altex. 1 versus 4, Molotov away from the bomb. It feels like his time on this ramp is extremely numbered, and Artfrost will secure it. Spirit Academy, they bring it down to within 1 round of play.
Yeah, after a little bit of a breather there, Spirit Academy there, coming back looking as strong as ever. That's now a few consecutive rounds. Well, actually, no, that was off the back of, I think, losing a couple to Astralis, and they managed to pull the bootstraps back together. Looking very solid here. There we go. So 2 consecutive after losing a couple. And now they've built up that bank balance, and they've put Astralis Talent's economy down into a spiral. Barely $2,000 on each of these members. And wow, they're going to get cleaned up on the ramp. Utility damage does a chunk to all of them, and the bullets are doing the rest. 1 kill was found on towards Zontex, but actually they get a 2nd kill. So they are doing a bit of economic damage here, but that's about all she wrote.
Good to keep it honest, especially because these rounds have been quite close. This gunfight never goes too well through the grates. Owner spotted him as well, but Breezer will still win out the headshot. Fair enough. Okay, Owner realised that spraying through that was never going to be too much damage, but Breezer's on 14 health. That grenade.
No way.
Oh, hang on.
Oh my
goodness
God.
me.
Breezer. How does he win that? I'm flabbergasted. How does that even happen?
I don't know.
Brilliant. Hopefully we get to see that one again quite quickly, because
that's unreal.
The Glock shouldn't win this. Owner should have that every single day of the week.
It's this shot. Oh, the second shot was disgusting.
Ooh. All right. Bit of excitement.
Thinking about keeping the economy honest though, Spirit. and in fact Astralis talent as well. It's more of a swing round. Whoever wins this has control of the economy, not a Neki. Trying to have control of B stairs, deploying that incendiary grenade. Ultex stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to be offered up a kill, but instead won't be given anything. It's all quiet on Vertigo.
Boom. HE rains out onto stairs. Silence broken by the sound of the high explosive grenade. Zultex is lurking here on this metal footway, but not going to put anything. Zultex, he's going for the hunt. He's had a lot of success here facing these smokes, going aggressive, fully blinded, going for a spray, but no one's on the other side, but he's able to adjust with the last few bullets in the chamber. And then Ona, he's able to double up and close out the round, but Zontex, he's the one that gets it done.
Absolutely absurd how much leverage Spirit Academy get just from pushing this short position. That's now 4 or 5 times where Zontix has just walked down the ramp and taken 2 to the grave with him. We're talking about people to look out for on Astralis talent. I'd argue Breezer and Fessor. And Fessor has been getting absolutely domed on the openings for Astralis talent. Not even been given an opportunity to show what he can do in the server. And there we go again. Artfrost gets him removed. And now, although the AWP can be picked up, it's a cleanup on the ramp. Spirit Academy just completely demolished. Breezer is here, but this time Owner will win out the gunfight.
This time, maybe she swapped to the Glock, because the AK can't quite get it done. And wow, Spirit Academy, this is a 4-0 start for Astralis talent, but now they are up onto 8, and just 6 for Astralis. As they go into the final round of the half. Brandon, you mentioned at one point it could be a 9-6 half, and we are on the precipice of it. Spirit Academy staging a very solid defense here in the latter stages of this half. 5 consecutive and looking to make it 6.
So he's going to throw pace to this though. Fed up of being domed in the head at the bottom of the ramp instead. He's all the way up the scaffold. A different setup though for Spirit Academy. Too heavy in mid. Artfrost wanted the peak, and this space has now been acquired by Fessor, and now we get to see what he can do.
Removed in the first opening seconds of the prior round, but this time, control taken. There are 4 CTs looking to regain it. Zontex, the menace of a ramp, is pushing forward, looking to take back control of his side of the map. That flashbang going to alert him. There are players down here, and he's found one already, even doubling up, gets the 3rd, can't quite make 4, but the trades are all there, and once again, Zontex makes a side his own. Ultex has found one in response, but it's going to be the 1 versus 3 to get it done. Artfrost misses a flick there. The bomb has been dropped, so he can't even recover that one. Has to try and play around the smoke he's deployed, but Spirit Academy, they are aware of his ploys. Bomb has been recovered. So something to work with here. He's stuck around. Going up into scaffolding here. There is a timing. He catches the scaff here. Spots the player in towards sandbags. Does damage. But Artfrost is pushed up close here with the Tech 9. Vortex swings. No way he's ready for this close range engagement. And there it is. Artfrost on the off angle manages to close it out for Spirit. 9-6 the half.
Really well played from Spirit Academy. Zontix, contact pushes back in towards ramp with no utility to help him, and somehow walks away with 3 Astralis talent bodies on the floor. Spirit bounce back. 9-6. What a recovery, and what a string of rounds in a row to achieve as well. Astralis talent, it feels like their momentum is completely gone.
Well, I'd be super keen to hear how it's going in the camp as we're going to jump into the team speak for this pistol round.
Og de står henne midt.
Bauer ved den der hvide palle, der ligger.
Jeg går op her.
Kommer nok midt.
Meget
på A.
Og list.
Løb. Jeg ud.
Ja, de rusher A.
Skal vi gå foran?
Vi skal bare kom med mig.
Ja.
Cool. Fight. Løb.
Cool, mand.
Kom med, Frankfurt.
Ja, jeg står og hopper for jer. Jeg skyder også først, altså.
You hear the conflict, right? It's a combination of there's a commitment coming in. Are we going to fight or are we going to stand our ground? There's a lot of calls for fighting, and then also Vessel just completely runs out of ammo and he says, guys, wait. Can't get the reload off, and all the kills come in. The Glock 18's overwhelm at close range, and Spirit look absolutely rampant here on Vertigo.
Yeah, now they're going to be accelerating in towards B. Not often the destination on these second rounds for the T side. Going to throw some early utility. It has caused a rotation to come over. And in fact, therethe's a double up in towards mid. So Astralis Talent, they are responding to this aggression. All of that utility so much deployed. That's going to reveal their intentions here. But Zontex, he's once again found the opener. Doing so much work here on both the CT and now the T side. Looking to get more done here, but Breeze is going to remove him from the server with the Desert Eagle. But Donk and Dontaneki, they've found two of their own. Vessel, he's coming through on the flank. Has a chance here to catch this player off guard, but Dontaneki is able to get it done and Donk closes it out.
This is a different Spirit Academy than what we've seen before. These results that they are achieving back to back to back right now are looking very scary indeed. Just a reminder, when these two teams first went head-to-head, it was 16-5 to Astralis Talent, and now currently, Spirit Academy are really taking the fight to them. 11 rounds already established. Could be in with round number 12 as well, because whilst it is their bonus, Astralis Talent, they've only really got Deagles. That's the best weapon they've got to work with.
We talk about Big being a huge team on Vertigo, maybe one of the best in the league, but I think Spirit Academy are making a name for themselves on this map. So many convincing wins and looking incredibly solid here against Astralis. Owner with the opening, even finding another one there. There is a couple of kills with the P250 for Breezer, but I think Spirit Academy will be happy with that one. They keep 3 alive, keep rifles in play, and now they have double the rounds of Astralis Talent.
Breezer is an absolute menace on the pistols, by the way. We've seen him get unreal kills now with both the Deagle, the Glock, and now the P250. Getting a lot more margin than he really should have.
Corpus.
AWP. Yeah, well, he's now got an AWP as well, right? So I get to see what he can do with it. Uncontested. Should give him a lot more scope to be able to deal with Spirit Academy, who are throwing pace up short already. Donk gets caught out, though. The spam. Oh, he's all so low. Gonna try and get past Vessel, but not to be. Finally, it's redemption for Vessel.
Yeah, but Owner's already evened it out. The AWP neutralized before it can get anything done. Now Astralis are going for the reaggress in towards ramp, looking to get some control there, but it's towards B. Spirit Academy have their eyes set. Altaneki getting ready to set up a flashbang. Going to be a long-range one that makes its way all the way from T-spawn onto the site. That's a clever one. You can see it on the minimap flying through. Does flash them, but the CT is there holding good angles. They get both heads. And that puts it now into the 2 versus 4 and Astralis Talent poised to take their first CT side round.
Could be a boost. Altex could be caught off guard.
Nope.
And he will win out of the gunfight. Notaneki, last player standing. Good for first, but immediately trade out. Astralis Talent, you're right, they do win that first round on the CT side, but one simply isn't good enough. They need to have more in the locker. They need to make it more consistent as well, because if it's just the odd round here or there, their economy is going to suffer as a result.
See our flashbang maybe half a second too late there to save the day. But still, off all of those consecutive rounds in a row for Spirit Academy, they do have a full buy into this one. AWP even out for Artfrost. Didn't get to see the AWP for Breezer too much on the T side, but Artfrost, he's happy to wield it. It's the full buyout for Astralis Talent, although courtesy of Breezer going down all the way over towards A and then the round ending on B, they can't save the AWP for him. So really, Spirit Academy, they have a little bit more to work with, and they even find the opener onto Mister. That's mid open for business, and they are not slowing down. They can accelerate onto the B bomb site. It's just this sole defender in towards White Box. Altex has to stay alive here while the cavalry makes its way here, but there are 5 Ts on his position, and Donk is going to clear it. That bomb, it can make its way safely to the site, and Owner just keeps fighting forward. Big O goes down. This round is over.
it almost feels like the game's over. I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be as pessimistic.
Being that guy, Brandon.
I know, but Spirit Academy right now are just completely running over Astralis talent. That execute there was absolutely perfect. Getting the kill in towards middle and then splitting as a unit up towards the B bomb site. Oltex cannot get anything done and is completely pincered upon. 13 rounds in a row. Astralis talent, in my opinion, need a miracle.
That miracle. His name might be Fessel. Only 9 kills so far for him. That T side, he was getting shut down again and again towards A-Map. We need to see him step up on the CT side. He's such an integral part of Astralis talent's success so far in the games they have won. He is their superstar player. It is him. It is Fessel. Obviously, Vigo, Breezer, even Mr. They can all step up and put on big performances, but it's Fessel that we look to as Mr. Consistency for Astralis. And on this map, he's not being consistent.
Not to be confused with Mr. Consistent. Sorry, that was awful. Anyway, Astralis are all in. Fully invested. Artfrost has his preferred weapon of choice. Barrage utility smatters across the A-bomb site, but Donk finds the opener towards B. And another one as well. Breezer trying to hold down the line. 3 versus 3. It's all to play for here.
Yeah, at least the kill comes through in response. That's huge, because Donk had done so much work there opening up the B site. You can see what it's done with the rotations. Look at this. Player, owner, he's already walked into CT spawn. Making his way through elevator. Direct ticket to the grave for Vigo. Once again, round's over. The rotations were just too many people left. They abandoned the A site. Spirit Academy, they are ready for it. They completely abuse that opening and they win the round.
That's the conditioning that they've been set into place, though. It's these B splits that they've been really favouring. So as soon as the kills not only come in their favour, but the utility being dropped down as well, Astralis talent need to try and reinforce the bomb site. But it's just too much to handle. Spirit are one step ahead and get a good amount of control from their lurk player in owner towards that A bomb site. 14 rounds now on the board. Look at the economy for Astralis talent. They can buy into it, but it's not going to be the best. Prefer it if they set themselves up for success and partially invest, try and play for overtime. But at this point, it's a definite consideration to re-buy in, and that's exactly what they're going to do.
Oh, double the rounds here for Spirit Academy. It feels like a foregone conclusion, but Astralis talent, we've seen some comebacks already here at WePlay Academy. This one, again, would be one that would really be up there amongst the best. And, well, aggression in towards mid early on is not going to result in a kill, just damage done both ways. Mr. and Donk left a little bit wounded after that one, a little bit sore. A visit to the chiropractor in order after this game. Now it's a regroup. Owner, Ardfrost, moving towards A ramp. Teammates slowly pursuing behind them. We haven't seen too many direct A takes from Spirit Academy, but it's like one might be on the cards.
Look at how worried Astralis talent were about middle. Sent 3 players early to rotate in, stop it. But look at owner. So much ground has been gathered, and they don't even expect him. Fessel is the first man to fall again for Astralis talent.
That is a perfect peek right onto the single pixel that is Fessel's forehead. Spunway has been deployed to at least give them something to work with here, but they don't have the men. And Zontex has even found the kill on the other side of the map, and Owner continues to aggress forward, finds another kill. Vigo, he's dispatched of. It's just Breezer left. He's in towards elevator. Worried about the spike that's coming through from Zontex, and he should be, because Zontex, he finds him.
Things go from bad to worse to Astralis talent. They can buy again. It's just going to be M4s without much utility, so maybe we'll see a couple of Fami in play to really accommodate that. But it's not looking good. Spirit Academy completely have turned the game on its head. We do see it. There we go. Couple of Famises, MP9 as well. Need the utility to lock out Spirit Academy, but they're knocking on the door. They're trying to barrel it completely off its hinges. Here's a gunfight. Notaneki in middle, trying to eliminate Mister, playing on the cusp of this smoke now towards B. Everything's going on.
Yeah, there's a boost even coming into play here, trying to look through that single gap, but that smoke being deployed is going to be a strong indication that there's someone close by on stairs. And Vigo, he's going to catch out Owner, going for a bit of a lurk through that smoke. Maybe gives up one for free. That's going to be the go signal over towards the bomb site. Apeks stands up on top of the wooden frame here, trying to catch out a player as they come through. Apeks not going to be clearing it. That's another kill coming to Astralis' favorite. He wants to swing for more, and he gets it done. The MP9 finding the heads. And that's put it now on to Notaneki and Artfrost in a 2 versus 1. Artfrost considering setting up the flashbang there. Pose of Notaneki tickled by the MP9 bullets. They might just look to hold on to these ones. And Astralis Talent, they're interested in giving this one a hunt. Making their way through. Artfrost, he misses a shot there, and that's given the AWP over. So Notaneki is able to find the trade. See if he can throw this one off the building. It looks like it's what he's trying to do. Just get it out of there. Throw it down to the pedestrians on the floor. Someone's going to have an AWP surprise landing on their bonnet of their car. Breezer does catch him in the end. So the Famai get upgraded to AKs, and Astralis get an 8th. But Brandon feels like it's too little too late.
Yeah, there was a good reaction, though, from Astralis Talent. Spirit Academy, this time they do slow down the pace, and that allows Astralis Talent to get into more advanced positions. But when Spirit Academy try and just take the ground back, Astralis Talent are ready and waiting. Still was a full buy, though, for Spirit Academy as a result of stringing these rounds together. AWP in Artfrost's hands. Trying to go potentially for a peak. Donk has been very good on these entries, though.
Can't bonk Donk. He's looking to go for a bit of a spam there through the A-ramp smoke, but not going to be cashing anybody at the moment. Just posts up to keep them interested. Mister, he's playing in here, bounces up onto the sandbags, manages to catch Owner off guard, even doubles up onto Notaneki. So once again, Astralis Talent finding these opening duels, and I've got to be honest, Spirit Academy, they've been slowing it down these last couple of rounds, and it feels like that might be to their undoing. Astralis Talent, they're finding these openers in consecutive rounds, and that's funneled these teams in towards the B bomb site where there are 3 players close by.
Here comes the boost, been spotted out. Apeks takes a chip damage, but not quite the kill. And Zontix being very brave to stay on this position, and he will be rewarded from it. Apeks is revealed, and now Mister 3 kills in the round, single-handedly bringing Astralis Talent through in round number 24. Artfrost AWP will find the flick as well, and the second. What is that shot on towards Breezer? But the flank is in. Vessel does it all, but what is that?
Artfrost, that is unreasonable. That second shot, what a flick. Wow, his wrist must be burning after that one. That was absolutely gnarly. It wasn't quite enough to get it done because Vessel mentioned his name as someone that needs to step up, is on the perfectly timed flank. If he's not there on that flank, there's an opening into the site there, and things get a little bit crazy because that'd even things up. That'd put it into this 2 versus 2. Oh, we get to see it again so fast. There's the first in slow motion. Look at this. Oh my lord. Pixel of him showing.
Spirit Talent. No, not Spirit Talent. Spirit Academy. They are talented. I'm so disorientated after that. I'm going to be honest. Oh my goodness me, they did. And now the M4 is being picked up from Owner, and that means that Breeze is going to swing straight into it. Not like this, Astralis Talent. Oh, that's so unfortunate. AK on Zontix. It's a hero rifle purchase. Trying to get it done. Astralis Talent rotate all the way over towards Elevator off the back of Mister's information, and now they can be ready for these pistols as they group in towards the bomb site.
Yeah, at least Mister went for the information play. One of the big foils in the plans for Astralis Talent has been they've over-rotated and not been ready for the attack onto A. But this time Fess is at least here, and there's a close rotation in towards mid. Notaneki tries to cross to get that bomb down, but he gets heard, and he gets spammed through the smoke. Even more damage done onto Donk, so they can try and prevent this bomb going down. Donk's actually not going for the plant. He does have a safe timing here to do it because they weren't going for the spam. But now with that smoke fading, that's going to entice Vessel to look a little bit further into this one. 3 versus 3 bigger. He's found the opener and Fesser has found another as well. It's just Owner left has a Desert Eagle and, well, not enough to get it done. So Astralis Talent now get themselves up to double digits.
That kill in towards middle is absolutely everything to this round. Astralis Talent hold their ground in that area of the map. The flank cannot come in, and it means that double digits have now been found. They're working their way back in. They're potentially doing it. Still a long road to recovery because one mistake in Spirit Academy can just win out the game.
It's 14-7, but Astralis Talent starting to get a few rounds here, making us start to believe. AP out the freezer as well. Not connected to anything though.
Three-man stack on A, but Donk finds the opener. It's the all reliable for Spirit. It's that B bomb site. Donk trying to overwhelm, and look how much space he's gathered off the back of this kill. Spirit can rotate in. Astralis Talent, they're burning alive. Donk finds this kill. It's completely capitulated the defense. 5 versus 3. Astralis Talent need a perfect retake.
Doesn't look like it's going to be happening though, because Zontex, he's aggress 40, does go down, and Breezer finds one as well onto Owner. This is still on, but look at the HP for these two CTs. They are both so low. Have to find these shots perfectly. Breezer, he's able to find one, but now he has to pull off a 1 versus 2. And Artfrost, he pushes forward with the AWP. 16-10 is the final scoreline. It's aggression towards the B bomb site in the end that brings it over for Spirit Academy.
Really impressed with Spirit. T side. Their mid to B splits were absolutely perfect. And this comes off the back of Astralis Talent looking so dominant in the early stages of this game. So it's impressive twofold. Not only to get this result, but in the manner in which they do it as well. Spirit Academy going from strength to strength right now in the Academy League.
Yeah, it was a 7-3 scoreline at one point. I mean, it was a 4-0 start. Astralis Talent, they had a commanding lead on their T side, but then Spirit Academy felt like something changed. There's a shift in the gears, and they were able to step up again and again, and it came down to this A side. It felt like they had full control over it every single time on the CT side. And there just wasn't any way in for Astralis Talent. They felt a little bit one-dimensional in some of their attacks. Quite telegraphed when they were going to be going for these fakes, and Spirit had the read. Then going into the T half, they had so many rounds to work with that, well, especially after they got those first opening rounds, it felt like it was their game to lose. And for a millisecond there, started to doubt it. It did feel like Astralis Talent were starting the conversation for that comeback, but just wasn't enough rounds to work with.
No, and also just kind of the gravity of that situation. Spirit Academy have just knocked Astralis Talent off of a 4-match winning streak as well. And more notably, Astralis Talent have just come off the back of beating MOUZ NXT 16-14. So this result, it's absolutely massive, and it throws the standings of Group A all into contention. It's even more tightly contested at the top.
Yes, that's Spirit Academy up there alongside Astralis Talent. And I don't think when we were looking at Group A, which arguably the most stacked group with MOUZ NXT in it, with Na'Vi Jr. in it, with fnatic Rising in it, Spirit Academy, I don't think we expected to be a name that we would be discussing alongside these very established rosters as one of the top potential contenders to take the whole thing, but they are putting on a show. You can see here the results for today. Apeks Rebels, they picked up that first against ENCE. fnatic Rising won their debut and even won the follow-up against MOUZ NXT, and then Young Ninjas put down FURIA Academy in the game before this one, which was Spirit Academy rising above Astralis Talent.
And FURIA Academy also played 2 games today as well, and they beat Apeks Rebels in the third best of one of the day. And that's all the results and all of the games that we have for you today. Let's take a look at the standings. What has that done to it? Oh my goodness me, look at it. 12, 12, 12. Astralis talent still sitting pretty right now. However, there could be turbulence here. Really well played from Spirit Academy. This is a dominating performance, and they've been playing so well. Let's take a look at the games for tomorrow, though, Lucy. MOUZ NXT versus Navi Jr. to kick things off, and then fnatic Rising. They go up against Astralis talent. And for the third best one of the day, Big Omen Academy will take on FURIA.
Exciting games to kick things off there, and then the closing games for the evening will be Apeks Rebels versus OG Academy. fnatic Rising get another taste against Spirit Academy, who have just seen in hot form, and then closing it out will be FURIA Academy versus ENCE Academy. So plenty of exciting games coming up tomorrow. Another 6-game bonanza here at WePlay Academy, but that's going to be all for us tonight. 6 games is how many you've got to sit here and witness. Been some exciting ones, and we've had an absolute joy bringing them to you. We're going to be wrapping up now for the night, but we'll see you all tomorrow for 6 more spicy games.